The Poems of Jonathan Swift, D.D., Volume 2 ******** The Poems of Jonathan Swift Vol 2 London G. Bell & Sons, Limited 1910 Chiswick Press, Charles Whittingham and Company Tooks Court Chancery Lane, London. Contents: Poems of Jonathan Swift. Poems addressed to Vanessa and Stella. Cadinus and Vanessa. 1. Love. 1. A rebus. By Vanessa. The Dean's Answer. Stella's birthday, the 13th of March, 1718 to 19. Stella's birthday. 1. 1719 to 22. Stella, who collected and transcribed his poems. Stella visiting me in my sickness. Stella to Dr. Swift on his birthday, November 30, 1721 to Stella on her birthday, 1721 to 2 on the Great Buried Bottle by Dr. Delaney. Epitaph by the same. Stella's birthday, Stella at Wood Park, a New Year's gift for Beck. 1. Dingley and Brent. 1. To Stella, written on the day of her birth. Verses by Stella, a receipt to restore Stella's youth. 1724 to 5. Stella's birthday. 1724 to 5. Beck's. 1. Birthday, November 8, 1726 on the collar of Tiger, Mrs. Dingley's lapdog. Stella's birthday, the 13th of March, 1726 to 7. Death and Daphne. Daphne Riddles by Dr. Swift and his friends. Pethoaks the Great. 1723 on a pen. 1724 on gold on the posteriors, on a horn, on a corkscrew, the gulf of all human possessions. 1724 Louisa. 1. To Strephon. 1724 a maypole. 1725 on the moon, on a circle, on ink, on the five senses. Fontanella. 1. To Florinda an echo, on a shadow in a glass, on time, on the gallows, on the vowels, on snow, on a cannon, on a pair of dice, on a candle. To Lady Carteret. To Lady Carteret, by Dr. Delaney. Answered by Dr. Swift. To Lady Carteret, by Dr. Swift. Answered by Dr. Sheridan. A riddle answer, by Mr. F. R. A letter to Dr. Helsham. Probator Alita. Poems composed at Market Hill, on cutting down the thorn at Market Hill. 1. 1727 to Dean Swift, by Sir Arthur Aitchison. 1728 Dean Swift at Sir Arthur Aitchison's in the north of Ireland, on a very old glass at Market Hill. Answered extempore by Dr. Swift. Epitaph in Berkeley Churchyard, Gloucestershire. My Ladies. 1. Lamentation and complaint against the Dean. A pastoral dialogue. 1728 The grand question debated, whether Hamilton's Bourne, 1. should be turned into a barrack or malt house. Drapier's Hill. 1. 1730 The Dean's reasons for not building at Drapier's Hill. The Revolution at Market Hill. Robin and Harry. 1. 1730 A panegyric on the Dean in the person of a lady in the north. L. 1730 12 articles. 1. political poetry parody on the Recorder of Blessington's address to Queen Anne, Mr. William Crowe's address to Her Majesty, turned into Meter Jack Frenchman's Lamentation. 1. An excellent new song, The Garden Plot, Sid Hame's Rod, The Virtues of Sid Hame. 1. The Magician's Rod. 1710. 2. The famous speech-maker of England, or Baron, alias Baron, Lovell's charge at the Assizes at Exon, the 5th of April, 1710, parody on the Recorder's speech to His Grace the Duke of Ormond, 40th July, 1711. The Recorder's speech explained by the Tories, the Speech Ballad Atlas, or the Minister of State. 1. To the Lord Treasurer, Oxford, 1710 lines written extempore on Mr. Harley's being stabbed, mand addressed to his physician, 1710 to 11. 1. An excellent new song, being the intended speech of a famous orator against peace. 1711. The speech, The Windsor Prophecy. 1. Carina. 1. A ballad. 1711 to 12. The Fable of Midas. 1. 1711 to 12. Toland's Invitation to Dismal. 1. To Dine with the Calves Head Club, Peace and Dunkirk, being an excellent new song upon the surrender of Dunkirk to General Hill. 1712. Horace, Epist. I. 7. Imitation of Horace, to Lord Oxford, AD 1713. 1. The author upon himself, 1713. The Faggot. 1. Imitation of part of the 6th satire of the 2nd book of Horace. 1. 1714. Horace, Book 2, Odi, paraphrased, addressed to Richard Steele, Esquires. 1714. Dennis' Invitation to Steele, Horace, Book I, EP. V. In Sickness, written in October, 1714. The Fable of the Bitches. 1. Written in the year 1715, on an attempt to repeal the Test Act. The Moral. Horace, Book 3, Ode 2, to the Earl of Oxford, late Lord Treasurer. Sent to him when in the Tower. 1716. On the Church's Danger. A poem on High Church. A poem occasioned by the hangings in the Castle of Dublin, in which the story of Fethan is expressed. A Tale of a Nettle. 1. A satirical elegy on the death of a late famous general. 1. Poems chiefly relating to Irish politics. Parody on the speech of Dr. Benjamin Pratt. 1. Provost of Trinity College, to the Prince of Wales. An excellent new song. 1. On a seditious pamphlet. 1720 to 21. The Run upon the Bankers. 1. Upon the horrid plot discovered by Harlequin, the Bishop of Rochester's French dog. 1. In a dialogue between a Whig and a Tory. A quibbling elegy on Judge Boat. 1723. The epitaph verses occasioned by Whitst's 1. Motto on his coach. 1724. Prometheus. 1. Onward the Patentee's Irish Halfpence. 2. 1724. Verses on the revival of the Order of the Bath. 1. During Walpole's administration, AD 1725 epigram on wood's brass money, a simile on our want of silver, and the only way to remedy it. 1725 wooden insect. 1725 on wood the ironmonger. 1725 Will Wood's petition to the people of Ireland, being an excellent new song, a new song on Wood's halfpence, a serious poem upon William Wood, brazier, tinker, hardwareman, coiner, founder, and esquire, an excellent new song upon the declarations of the several corporations of the city of Dublin against Wood's halfpence, verses on the upright judge, who condemned the Drapier's printer on the same epigram in answer to the Dean's verses on his own deafness. 1. Horace, Book I, Ode 14, paraphrased and inscribed to Ireland. 1726 verses on the sudden drying up of St. Patrick's Well near Trinity College, Dublin. 1726 on reading Dr. Young's satire, called The Universal Passion. 1726 The Dog and Thief. 1726 A dialogue, 1, between Mad Mullinich and Timothy. 1728 Tim and the Fables, Tom and Dick. 1. Dick, a maggot clad all in brown. To Dick. 1. Dick's Variety Troilus. Part I, a dialogue between Tom and Robin. 1. 1730 Troilus. Part 2, a fable of the lion and other beasts on the Irish bishops. 1. 1731 Horace, Book 4, Ode 9, addressed to Humphrey French, Esquires. 1. Late Lord Mayor of Dublin on Mr. Pulteney's, 1, being put out of the council. 1731 on the words brother Protestants and fellow Christians, so familiarly used by the advocates for the repeal of the Test Act in Ireland. 1733 Bettesworth's exultation upon hearing that his name would be transmitted to posterity in Dr. Swift's works. By William Duncan, an epigram inscribed to the Honourable Sergeant Kite, the Yahoo's overthrow, or the Kevan Bale's new ballad, upon Sergeant Kite's insulting the Dean. 1. On the Archbishop of Cashel. 1. And Bettesworth on the Irish Club. 1733. 1. On Noisy Tom. Horace, part of Book I, Sat. 6. Paraphrased. 1733 on Dr. Rundle, Bishop of Derry. 1734 to 5 epigram, a character, panegyric, and description of the Legion Club. 1736 Privilege of Parliament, on a printer's, 1, being sent to Newgate, a vindication of the libel, or, a new ballad, written by a shoeboy, on an attorney who was formerly a shoeboy, a friendly apology for a certain justice of peace by way of defence of Hartley Hutchison, Esquires, by James Blackwell, operator for the Feet A and No, a tale from Dublin. 1. Written in 1737, a ballad, a wicked treasonable libel. 1. Epigrams Against Carthy by Swift and Others on Carthy's translation of Horace on Carthy Minotaurus on the same imitated ad Horatium cum Carthio constrictum imitated an Irish epigram on the same on Carthy's translation of Longinus Ratio inter Longinum et Carthium computator on the same Carthy knocked out some teeth from his newsboy to Carthy on Carthy's publishing several lampoons, under the names of infamous poetasters to Carthy, attributing some performances to Mr. Duncan upon Carthy's threatening to translate Pindar poetical epistle to Dr. Sheridan lines written on a window, 1. In the Episcopal Palace at Kilmore the upstart on the arms of the town of Waterford, 1. Verses on Blenheim, 1. An excellent new song, 1. Upon the late Grand Jury an excellent new song upon His Grace our good Lord Archbishop of Dublin to His Grace the Archbishop of Dublin to the citizens, 1. Punch's petition to the ladies epigram on Josiah Hort, 1. Epigram, 1. Trifles George Rochfort's verses for the Rev. Dr. Swift, Dean of St. Patrick's, at Lerica, near Trim Musical and Shogiana a left-handed letter, 1. To Dr. Sheridan, 1718 to the Dean of St. Patrick's in answer to his left-handed letter to Mr. Thomas Sheridan ad amicum eruditum Tomam Sheridan to the Dean of St. Patrick's to the Dean of St. Patrick's an answer, by Delany, to Thomas Sheridan a reply, by Sheridan, to Delany another reply, by Sheridan to Thomas Sheridan Swift to Sheridan, in reply an answer by Sheridan to Dr. Sheridan. 1718 The answer, by Dr. Sheridan Dr. Sheridan to Dr. Swift, 1718 The Dean's answer Dr. Sheridan's reply to the Dean to the same. By Dr. Sheridan the Dean of St. Patrick's, to Thomas Sheridan to the Dean of St. Patrick's the Dean to Thomas Sheridan to Dr. Sheridan, 1. Dr. Sheridan's answer Dr. Swift's reply a copy of verses from Thomas Sheridan, Clerk, to George Nimdandine, Esquires. 1. George Nimdandine's answer George Nimdandine's invitation to Thomas Sheridan to George Nimdandine, Esquires upon his incomparable verses. By Dr. Delany in Sheridan's name, 1. To Mr. Thomas Sheridan upon his verses written in circles by Dr. Swift on Dr. Sheridan's circular verses by Mr. George Rochfort on Dan Jackson's picture, cut in silk and paper, 1. On the same picture Dan Jackson's defense Mr. Rochfort's reply Dr. Delany's reply Sheridan's reply a rejoinder by the Dean in Jackson's name another rejoinder by the Dean, in Jackson's name Sheridan's submission by the Dean the pardon the last speech and dying words of Daniel Jackson to the Rev. Daniel Jackson to be humbly presented by Mr. Sheridan in person, with respect, care, and speed. To be delivered by and with Mr. Sheridan to Swift Swift to Sheridan Mary the cookmaid's letter to Dr. Sheridan. 1723 A portrait from the life on stealing a crown. When the Dean was asleep the Dean's answer a prologue to a play performed at Mr. Sheridan's school. Spoken by one of the scholars. The epilogue, the song, a New Year's gift for the Dean of St. Patrick's given him at Quilca. By Sheridan, 1723 to Quilca, a country house of Dr. Sheridan, in no very good repair. 1725 The blessings of a country life. 1725 The plagues of a country life. A faithful inventory of the furniture belonging to room in TCD in imitation of Dr. Swift's manner. Written in the year 1725. Palinodea, 1, Horace, Book I, Ode 16. A letter to the Dean when in England. 1726 by Dr. Sheridan. An invitation to dinner from Dr. Sheridan to Dr. Swift. 1727 On the 5 ladies at Sott's Hole. 1. With the Doctor. 2. At their head the 5 ladies answer to the bow, with the wig and wings at his head by Dr. Sheridan. The bow's reply to the 5 ladies answer. Dr. Sheridan's Ballad on Ballyspellin. 1. 1728 Answer. 1. By Dr. Swift. An epistle to 2 friends. 1. To Dr. Helsham. 2. To Dr. Sheridan. Dr. Helsham's answer, a true and faithful inventory of the goods belonging to Dr. Swift, Vicar of Lerica. Upon lending his house to the Bishop of Meath, until his own was built. 1. A new simile for the ladies with useful annotations, by Dr. Sheridan. 1. 1733 An answer to a scandalous poem. Peg Radcliffe. The hostess's invitation. Verses by Sheridan. Verses addressed to Swift and to his memory on Dr. Swift. 1733 to the Rev. Dr. Swift, Dean of St. Patrick's. A birthday poem. November 30, 1736 Epigrams occasioned by Dr. Swift's intended hospital for idiots and lunatics on the Dean of St. Patrick's birthday being November 30, St. Andrew's Day. An epistle to Robert Nugent, Esquires. 1. On the Drapier. By Dr. Duncan. 1. Epitaph proposed for Dr. Swift. 1745 Epigram on 2 great men. 1754 To the memory of Dr. Swift. A schoolboy's theme. Verses on the Battle of the Books, by Mr. James Stirling, of the county of Meath, on Dr. Swift's leaving his estate to idiots, on several petty pieces lately published against Dean Swift, now deaf and infirm. On Faulkner's edition of Swift Epigram, on Lord Orrery's remarks on Swift's life and writings to Dr. Delany, on his book entitled Observations on Lord Orrery's Remarks. Epigram. An inscription. An epigram occasioned by the above inscription. Index. Poems of Jonathan Swift. Poems addressed to Vanessa and Stella Cadinus and Vanessa. 1. 1713 The shepherds and the nymphs were seen pleading before the Cyprian queen. The counsel for the fair began, accusing the false creature man. The brief with weighty crimes was charged, on which the pleader much enlarged, that Cupid now has lost his art, or blunts the point of every dart. His altar now no longer smokes, his mother's aid no youth invokes. This tempts free thinkers to refine, and bring in doubt their powers divine. Now love is dwindled to intrigue, and marriage grown a money league, which crimes aforesaid, with her leave, were, as he humbly did conceive, against our sovereign lady's peace, against the statute in that case, against her dignity and crown. Then prayed he an answer, and sat down. The nymphs with scorn beheld their foes, when the defendant's counsel rose, and, what no lawyer ever lacked, with impudence owned all the fact, but, what the gentlest heart would vex, laid all the fault on t'other sex. That modern love is no such thing as what those ancient poets sing, a fire celestial, chaste, refined, conceived and kindled in the mind, which, having found an equal flame, unites, and both become the same, in different breasts together burn, together both to ashes turn. But women now feel no such fire, and only know the gross desire. Their passions move in lower spheres, where a caprice or folly steers, a dog, a parrot, or an ape, or some worse brute in human shape, engross the fancies of the fair. The few soft moments they can spare, from visits to receive and pay, from scandal, politics, and play, from fans, and flounces, and brocades, from equipage and park parades, from all the thousand female toys, from every trifle that employs the out or inside of their heads, between their toilets and their beds. In a dull stream, which moving slow, you hardly see the current flow. If a small breeze obstruct the course, it whirls about, for want of force, and in its narrow circle gathers nothing but chaff, and straws, and feathers. The current of a female mind stops thus, and turns with every wind, thus whirling round together draws fools, fops, and rakes, for chaff and straws. Hence we conclude, no women's hearts are won by virtue, wit, and parts, nor are the men of sense to blame, for breasts incapable of flame. The faults must on the nymphs be placed, grown so corrupted in their taste. The pleader having spoke his best, had witness ready to attest, who fairly could on oath depose, when questions on the fact arose, that every article was true, nor further those deponents knew. Therefore he humbly would insist, the bill might be with costs dismissed. The cause appeared of so much weight, that Venus, from her judgment seat, desired them not to talk so loud, else she must interpose a cloud. For if the heavenly folks should know these pleadings in the courts below, that mortals here disdain to love, she ne'er could show her face above, for gods, their betters, are too wise to value that which men despise. And then, said she, my son and I must stroll in air, twixt land and sky, or else, shut out from heaven and earth, fly to the sea, my place of birth, there live with daggled mermaids pent, and keep on fish perpetual Lent. But since the case appeared so nice, she thought it best to take advice. The Muses, by the king's permission, though foes to love, attend the session, and on the right hand took their places in order, on the left, the Graces, to whom she might her doubts propose on all emergencies that rose. The Muses oft were seen to frown, the Graces half ashamed looked down, and 'twas observed, there were but few of either sex among the crew, whom she or her assessors knew. The goddess soon began to see things were not ripe for a decree, and said she must consult her books, the lovers' fleeters, Bractons, Cokes. First to a dapper clerk she beckoned to turn to Ovid, book the second. She then referred them to a place in Virgil, vide Dido's case. As for Tibullus' reports, they never passed for law in courts, for Cowley's briefs, and pleas of Waller, still their authority was smaller. There was on both sides much to say, she'd hear the cause another day, and so she did, and then a third, she heard it, there she kept her word, but, with rejoinders or replies, long bills, and answers stuffed with lies, demur, imparlance, and desoin, the parties ne'er could issue join, for 16 years the cause was spun, and then stood where it first begun. Now, gentle Clio, sing, or say what Venus meant by this delay. The goddess much perplexed in mind to see her empire thus declined, when first this grand debate arose, above her wisdom to compose, conceived a project in her head to work her ends, which, if it sped, would show the merits of the cause far better than consulting laws. In a glad hour Lucina's aid produced on earth a wondrous maid, on whom the Queen of Love was bent to try a new experiment. She threw her law books on the shelf, and thus debated with herself. Since men allege, they ne'er can find those beauties in a female mind, which raise a flame that will endure forever uncorrupt and pure, if teased with reason they complain, this infant shall restore my reign. I'll search where every virtue dwells, from courts inclusive down to cells, what preachers talk, or sages write, these will I gather and unite, and represent them to mankind collected in that infant's mind. This said, she plucks in heaven's high bowers a sprig of amaranthine flowers. In nectar thrice infuses bays, 3 times refined in Titan's rays, then calls the Graces to her aid, and sprinkles thrice the newborn maid, from whence the tender skin assumes a sweetness above all perfumes, from whence a cleanliness remains, incapable of outward stains, from whence that decency of mind, so lovely in the female kind, where not one careless thought intrudes, less modest than the speech of prudes, where never blush was called in aid, that spurious virtue in a maid, a virtue but at second hand, they blush because they understand. The Graces next would act their part, and showed but little of their art, their work was half already done, the child with native beauty shone, the outward form no help required, each, breathing on her thrice, inspired that gentle, soft, engaging air, which in old times adorned the fair, and said, Vanessa be the name by which thou shalt be known to fame, Vanessa, by the gods enrolled her name on earth shall not be told. But still the work was not complete, when Venus thought on a deceit. Drawn by her doves, away she flies, and finds out Pallas in the skies. Dear Pallas, I have been this morn to see a lovely infant born, a boy in yonder isle below, so like my own without his bow. By beauty could your heart be won, you'd swear it is Apollo's son. But it shall ne'er be said, a child so hopeful, has by me been spoiled. I have enough besides to spare, and give him wholly to your care. Wisdom's above suspecting whiles, The Queen of Learning gravely smiles, down from Olympus comes with joy, mistakes Vanessa for a boy, then sows within her tender mind seeds long unknown to womankind, for manly bosoms chiefly fit, the seeds of knowledge, judgment, wit. Her soul was suddenly endued with justice, truth, and fortitude, with honor, which no breath can stain, which malice must attack in vain, with open heart and bounteous hand. But Pallas here was at a stand. She knew, in our degenerate days, bare virtue could not live on praise, that meat must be with money bought. She therefore, upon second thought, infused, yet as it were by stealth, some small regard for state and wealth, of which, as she grew up, there stayed a tincture in the prudent maid. She managed her estate with care, yet liked 3 footmen to her chair. But, lest he should neglect his studies like a young heir, the thrifty goddess, for fear young master should be spoiled, would use him like a younger child, and, after long computing, found 'twould come to just £5,000. The Queen of Love was pleased, and proud, to see Vanessa thus endowed. She doubted not but such a dame through every breast would dart a flame, that every rich and lordly swain with pride would drag about her chain, that scholars would forsake their books, to study bright Vanessa's looks, as she advanced, that womankind would by her model form their mind, and all their conduct would be tried by her, as an unerring guide. Offending daughters oft would hear Vanessa's praise rung in their ear. Miss Betty, when she does a fault, lets fall her knife, or spills the salt, will thus be by her mother chid, tease what Vanessa never did. Thus by the nymphs and swains adored, my power shall be again restored, and happy lovers bless my reign, so Venus hoped, but hoped in vain. For when in time the martial maid found out the trick that Venus played, she shakes her helm, she knits her brows, and, fired with indignation, vows, tomorrow, ere the setting sun, she'd all undo that she had done. But in the poets we may find a wholesome law, time out of mind, had been confirmed by fate's decree, that gods, of whatsoe'er degree, resume not what themselves have given, or any brother god in heaven, which keeps the peace among the gods, or they must always be at odds, and Pallas, if she broke the laws, must yield her foe the stronger cause, a shame to one so much adored for wisdom at Jove's council board. Besides, she feared the Queen of Love would meet with better friends above. And though she must with grief reflect, to see a mortal virgin decked with graces hitherto unknown to female breasts, except her own, yet she would act as best became a goddess of unspotted fame. She knew, by augury divine, Venus would fail in her design. She studied well the point, and found her foe's conclusions were not sound, from premises erroneous brought, and therefore the deductions naught, and must have contrary effects, to what her treacherous foe expects. In proper season Pallas meets the Queen of Love, whom thus she greets, for gods, we are by Homer told, can in celestial language scold, perfidious goddess, but in vain you formed this project in your brain, a project for your talents fit, with much deceit and little wit. Thou'st, as thou shalt quickly see, deceived thyself, instead of me, for how can heavenly wisdom prove an instrument to earthly love? Knowest thou not yet, that men commence thy votaries for want of sense? Nor shall Vanessa be the theme to manage thy abortive scheme, she'll prove the greatest of thy foes, and yet I scorn to interpose, but, using neither skill nor force, leave all things to their natural course. The goddess thus pronounced her doom, when, lo! Vanessa in her bloom advanced, like Atalanta's star, but rarely seen, and seen from far, in a new world with caution slept, watched all the company she kept, well knowing, from the books she read, what dangerous paths young virgins tread, would seldom at the park appear, nor saw the playhouse twice a year, yet, not incurious, was inclined to know the converse of mankind. First issued from perfumers' shops, a crowd of fashionable fops. They asked her how she liked the play, then told the tattle of the day. A duel fought last night at 2, about a lady, you know who, mentioned a new Italian, come either from Muscovy or Rome, gave hints of who and whose together, then fell to talking of the weather. Last night was so extremely fine, the ladies walked till after 9, then, in soft voice and speech absurd, with nonsense every second word, with fustian from exploded plays, they celebrate her beauty's praise, run o'er their cant of stupid lies, and tell the murders of her eyes. With silent scorn Vanessa sat, scarce listening to their idle chat, farther than sometimes by a frown, when they grew pert, to pull them down. At last she spitefully was bent to try their wisdom's full extent, and said, she valued nothing less than titles, figure, shape, and dress, that merit should be chiefly placed in judgment, knowledge, wit, and taste, and these, she offered to dispute, alone distinguish man from brute, that present times have no pretence to virtue, in the noble sense by Greeks and Romans understood, to perish for our country's good. She named the ancient heroes round, explained for what they were renowned, then spoke with censure or applause of foreign customs, rites, and laws. Through nature and through art she ranged and gracefully her subject changed, in vain. Her hearers had no share in all she spoke, except to stare. Their judgment was, upon the whole, that lady is the dullest soul, then tapped their forehead in a jeer, as who should say, she wants it here. She may be handsome, young, and rich, but none will burn her for a witch. A party next of glittering dames, from round the purlieus of St. James, came early, out of pure goodwill, to see the girl in dishabille. Their clamour, lighting from their chairs, grew louder all the way upstairs, at entrance loudest, where they found the room with volumes littered round. Vanessa held Montin, and Reed, while Mrs. Susan combed her head. They called for tea and chocolate, and fell into their usual chat, discoursing with important face, on ribbons, fans, and gloves, and lace, showed patterns just from India brought, and gravely asked her what she thought, whether the red or green were best, and what they cost. Vanessa guessed as came into her fancy first, named half the rates, and liked the worst. To scandal next, what awkward thing was that last Sunday in the ring? I'm sorry Mopsa breaks so fast, I said her face would never last. Karina, with that youthful air, is 30, and a bit to spare. Her fondness for a certain earl began when I was but a girl. Phyllis, who but a month ago was married to the Tunbridge beau, I saw coquetting t'other night in public with that odious knight. They rallied next Vanessa's dress, that gown was made for old Queen Bess. Dear madam, let me see your head, don't you intend to put on red? A petticoat without a hoop? Sure, you are not ashamed to stoop. With handsome garters at your knees, no matter what a fellow sees. Filled with disdain, with rage inflamed both of herself and sex ashamed, the nymph stood silent out of spite, nor would vouchsafe to set them right. Away the fair detractors went, and gave by turns their censures vent. She's not so handsome in my eyes, for wit, I wonder where it lies. She's fair and clean, and that's the most, but why proclaim her for a toast? A baby face, no life, no airs, but what she learned at country fairs, scarce knows what difference is between rich Flanders lace and Colbertine. 2. I'll undertake, my little Nancy in flounces has a better fancy, with all her wit, I would not ask her judgment how to buy a mask. We begged her but to patch her face, she never hit one proper place, which every girl at 5 years old can do as soon as she is told. I own, that out of fashion stuff becomes the creature well enough. The girl might pass, if we could get her to know the world a little better. To know the world, a modern phrase for visits, ombre, balls, and plays. Thus, to the world's perpetual shame, the Queen of Beauty lost her aim. Too late with grief she understood Pallas had done more harm than good, for great examples are but vain, where ignorance begets disdain. Both sexes, armed with guilt and spite, against Vanessa's power unite, to copy her few nymphs aspired, her virtues fewer swains admired. So stars, beyond a certain height, give mortals neither heat nor light. Yet some of either sex, endowed with gifts superior to the crowd, with virtue, knowledge, taste, and wit she condescended to admit, with pleasing arts she could reduce men's talents to their proper use, and with address each genius held to that wherein it most excelled, thus, making others' wisdom known, could please them, and improve her own. A modest youth said something new, she placed it in the strongest view. All humble worth she strove to raise, would not be praised, yet loved to praise. The learned met with free approach, although they came not in a coach, some clergy too she would allow, nor quarrelled at their awkward bow, but this was for Cadinus Sarce, a gownman of a different make, whom Pallas once, Vanessa's tutor, had fixed on for her coadjutor. But Cupid, full of mischief, longs to vindicate his mother's wrongs. On Pallas all attempts are vain, one way he knows to give her pain, vows on Vanessa's heart to take due vengeance, for her patron's Sarce, those early seeds by Venus sown, in spite of Pallas now were grown, and Cupid hoped they would improve by time, and ripen into love. The boy made use of all his craft, in vain discharging many a shaft, pointed at colonels, lords, and beaux. Cadinus warded off the blows, for, placing still some book betwixt. The darts were in the cover fixed, or, often blunted and recoiled, on Plutarch's moral struck, were spoiled. The Queen of Wisdom could foresee, but not prevent, the fates' decree, and human caution tries in vain to break that adamantine chain. Vanessa, though by Pallas taught, by love invulnerable thought, searching in books for wisdom's aid, was, in the very search, betrayed. Cupid, though all his darts were lost, yet still resolved to spare no cost. He could not answer to his fame the triumphs of that stubborn dame, a nymph so hard to be subdued, who neither was coquette nor prude. "I find," said he, "she wants a doctor, both to adore her, and instruct her. I'll give her what she most admires among those venerable sires. Cadinus is a subject fit, grown old in politics and wit, caressed by ministers of state, of half mankind the dread and hate. Wait her vexations love attend, she needs no rivals apprehend. Her sex, with universal voice, must laugh at her capricious choice." Cadinus many things had writ, Vanessa much esteemed his wit, and called for his poetic works. Meantime the boy in secret lurks, and, while the book was in her hand, the urchin from his private stand took aim, and shot with all his strength a dart of such prodigious length, it pierced the feeble volume through, and deep transfixed her bosom too. Some lines, more moving than the rest, stuck to the point that pierced her breast, and, borne directly to the heart, with pains unknown increased her smart. Vanessa, not in years a score, dreams of a gown of 44, imaginary charms confined in eyes with reading almost blind. Cadinus now no more appears declined in health, advanced in years. She fancies music in his tongue, nor farther looks, but thinks him young. What mariner is not afraid to venture in a ship decayed? What planter will attempt to yoke a sapling with a falling oak? As years increase, she brighter shines, Cadinus with each day declines, and he must fall a prey to time, while she continues in her prime. Cadinus, common forms apart, in every scene had kept his heart, had sighed and languished, vowed and writ, for pastime, or to show his wit, but books, and time, and state affairs, had spoiled his fashionable airs. He now could praise, esteem, approve, but understood not what was love. His conduct might have made him styled a father, and the nymph his child. That innocent delight he took to see the virgin mind her book, was but the master's secret joy in school to hear the finest boy. Her knowledge with her fancy grew, she hourly pressed for something new, ideas came into her mind so fast, his lessons lagged behind, she reasoned without plodding long, nor ever gave her judgment wrong. But now a sudden change was wrought, she minds no longer what he taught. Cadinus was amazed to find such marks of a distracted mind, for, though she seemed to listen more to all he spoke, than e'er before, he found her thoughts would absent range, yet guessed not whence could spring the change. And first he modestly conjectures his pupil might be tired with lectures, which helped to mortify his pride, yet gave him not the heart to chide, but, in a mild dejected strain. At last he ventured to complain, said, she should be no longer teased, might have her freedom when she pleased, was now convinced he acted wrong to hide her from the world so long, and in dull studies to engage one of her tender sex and age, that every nymph with envy owned how she might shine in the grand monde, and every shepherd was undone to see her cloistered like a nun. This was a visionary scheme. He waked, and found it but a dream, a project far above his skill, for nature must be nature still. If he were bolder than became a scholar to a courtly dame, she might excuse a man of letters. Thus tutors often treat their better, and, since his talk offensive grew, he came to take his last adieu. Vanessa, filled with just disdain, would still her dignity maintain, instructed from her early years to scorn the art of female tears. Had he employed his time so long to teach her what was right and wrong, yet could such notions entertain that all his lectures were in vain. She owned the wandering of her thoughts, but he must answer for her faults. She well remembered to her cost, that all his lessons were not lost. 2 maxims she could still produce, and sad experience taught their use, that virtue, pleased by being shown, knows nothing which it dares not own, can make us without fear disclose our inmost secrets to our foes, that common forms were not designed directors to a noble mind. Now, said the nymph, to let you see my actions with your rules agree, that I can vulgar forms despise, and have no secrets to disguise. I knew, by what you said and writ, how dangerous things were men of wit. You cautioned me against their charms, but never gave me equal arms. Your lessons found the weakest part, aimed at the head, but reached the heart. Cadinus felt within him rise shame, disappointment, guilt, surprise. He knew not how to reconcile such language with her usual style, and yet her words were so expressed, he could not hope she spoke in jest. His thoughts had wholly been confined to form and cultivate her mind. He hardly knew, till he was told, whether the nymph were young or old, had met her in a public place, without distinguishing her face, much less could his declining age Vanessa's earliest thoughts engage, and, if her youth indifference met, his person must contempt beget, or grant her passion be sincere, how shall his innocence be clear? 3. Appearances were all so strong, the world must think him in the wrong, would say, he made a treacherous use of wit, to flatter and seduce. The town would swear, he had betrayed by magic spells the harmless maid, and every beau would have his joke, that scholars were like other folk, and, when platonic flights were over, the tutor turned immortal lover. So tender of the young and fair, it showed a true paternal care, 5,000 guineas in her purse. The doctor might have fancied worse. Hardly at length he silence broke, and faltered every word he spoke, interpreting her complaisance, just as a man sung consequence. She rallied well, he always knew, her manner now was something new, and what she spoke was in an air as serious as a tragic player. But those who aim at ridicule should fix upon some certain rule, which fairly hints they are in jest, else he must enter his protest, For let a man be ne'er so wise, he may be caught with sober lies, a science which he never taught, and, to be free, was dearly bought. For, take it in its proper light, 'tis just what coxcombs call a bite. But, not to dwell on things minute, Vanessa finished the dispute, brought weighty arguments to prove that reason was her guide in love. She thought he had himself described his doctrines when she first imbibed what he had planted, now was grown, his virtues she might call her own, as he approves, as he dislikes, love or contempt her fancy strikes. Self-love, in nature rooted fast, attends us first, and leaves us last. Why she likes him, admire not at her, she loves herself, and that's the matter. How was her tutor wont to praise the geniuses of ancient days? Those authors he so oft had named, for learning, wit, and wisdom, famed winking Smiley was struck with love, esteem, and awe, for persons whom he never saw. Suppose Cadinus flourished then, he must adore such godlike men. If one short volume could comprise all that was witty, learned, and wise, how would it be esteemed and read, although the writer long were dead? If such an author were alive, how all would for his friendship strive, and come in crowds to see his face. And this she takes to be her case. Cadinus answers every end, the book, the author, and the friend. The utmost her desires will reach, is but to learn what he can teach. His converse is a system fit alone to fill up all her wit, while every passion of her mind in him is centered and confined. Love can with speech inspire a mute, and taught Vanessa to dispute this topic, never touched before, displayed her eloquence the more, her knowledge, with such pains acquired, by this new passion grew inspired, through this she made all objects pass, which gave a tincture o'er the mass, as rivers, though they bend and twine, still to the sea their course incline, or, as philosophers, who find some favorite system to their mind, in every point to make it fit, will force all nature to submit. Cadinus, who could ne'er suspect his lessons would have such effect, or be so artfully applied, insensibly came on her side. It was an unforeseen event, things took a turn he never meant. Whoe'er excels in what we prize, appears a hero in our eyes. Each girl, when pleased with what is taught, will have the teacher in her thought. When Miss delights in her spine, a fiddler may a fortune get, a blockhead, with melodious voice, in boarding schools may have his choice, and oft the dancing master's art climbs from the toe to touch the heart. In learning let a nymph delight, the pedant gets a mistress bitey. Cadinus, to his grief and shame, could scarce oppose Vanessa's flame, and, though her arguments were strong, at least could hardly wish them wrong. How it came, he could not tell, but sure she never talked so well. His pride began to interpose, preferred before a crowd of beaux. So bright a nymph to come unsought, such wonder by his merit wrought. 'Tis merit must with her prevail. He never knew her judgment fail. She noted all she ever read, and had a most discerning head. 'Tis an old maxim in the schools, that flattery's the food of fools, yet now and then your men of wit will condescend to take a bit. So when Cadinus could not hide, he chose to justify his pride, construing the passion she had shown, much to her praise, more to his own. Nature in him had merit placed, in her a most judicious taste. Love, hitherto a transient guest, ne'er held possession of his breast, so long attending at the gate, disdained to enter in so late. Love, why do we one passion call, when 'tis a compound of them all? Where hot and cold, where sharp and sweet, in all their equipages meet, where pleasures mixed with pains appear, sorrow with joy, and hope with fear, wherein his dignity and age forbid Cadinus to engage. But friendship, in its greatest height, a constant, rational delight, on virtue's basis fixed to last, when love allurements long are past, which gently warms, but cannot burn, he gladly offers in return. His want of passion will redeem with gratitude, respect, esteem, with what devotion we bestow, when goddesses appear below. While thus Cadinus entertains Vanessa in exalted strains, the nymph in sober words entreats a truce with all sublime conceits, for why such raptures, flights, and fancies, to her who durst not read romances? In lofty style to make replies, which he had taught her to despise. But when her tutor will affect devotion, duty, and respect, he fairly abdicates the throne. The government is now her own, he has a forfeiture incurred, she vows to take him at his word, and hopes he will not think it strange if both should now their stations change. The nymph will have her turn to be the tutor, and the pupil, he, though she already can discern her scholar is not apt to learn, or wants capacity to reach the science she designs to teach, wherein his genius was below the skill of every common beau, who, though he cannot spell, is wise enough to read a lady's eyes, and will each accidental glance interpret for a kind advance. But what success Vanessa met, is to the world a secret yet. Whether the nymph, to please her swain, talks in a high romantic strain, or whether he at last descends to act with less seraphic ends, or to compound the business, whether they temper love and books together, must never to mankind be told, nor shall the conscious muse unfold. Meantime the mournful queen of love led but a weary life above. She ventures now to leave the skies, grown by Vanessa's conduct wise, for though by one perverse event Pallas had crossed her first intent, though her design was not obtained yet had she much experience gained and, by the project vainly tried, could better now the cause decide. She gave due notice, that both parties, Coram Regina, Prox die Martis, should at their peril, without fail, come and appear, and save their bail. All met, and, silence thrice proclaimed, one lawyer to each side was named. The judge discovered in her face resentments for her late disgrace, and full of anger, shame, and grief, directed them to mind their brief, nor spend their time to show their reading, she'd have a summary proceeding. She gathered under every head the sum of what each lawyer said, gave her own reasons last, and then decreed the cause against the men. But in a weighty case like this, to show she did not judge amiss, which evil tongues might else report, she made a speech in open court, wherein she grievously complains, how she was cheated by the swains, on whose petition, humbly showing, that women were not worth the wooing, and that, unless the sex would mend, the race of lovers soon must end. She was at Lord knows what expense to form a nymph of wit and sense, a model for her sex designed, who never could one lover find. She saw her favour was misplaced, the fellows had a wretched taste, she needs must tell them to their face, they were a stupid, senseless race, and, were she to begin again, she'd study to reform the men, or add some grains of folly more to women, than they had before, to put them on an equal foot, and this, or nothing else, would duty. This might their mutual fancy strike, since every being loves its like. But now, repenting what was done, she left all business to her son, she put the world in his possession, and let him use it at discretion. The crier was ordered to dismiss the court, who made his last oh yes. The goddess would no longer wait, but, rising from her chair of state, left all below at 6 and 7, harnessed her doves, and flew to heaven. Footnote 1. Hester, elder daughter of Bartholomew van Homrij, a Dutch merchant in Dublin, where he acquired a fortune of some $16,000. Upon his death, his widow and 2 daughters settled in London, about 1710 to 11, where Swift became intimate with the family. See prose works, especially Journal to Stella. After Swift became Dean of St. Patrick's, Vanessa and her sister, on their mother's death, returned to Ireland. The younger sister died about 1720, and Vanessa died at Marley Abbey in May, 1723. Footnote 2. A lace so called after the celebrated French minister, Colbert. Planche's British Costume 395.web. Footnote 3. See the verses on censure volume I, p. 160. Web. Love, 1. In all I wish, how happy should I be, thou grand deluder, were it not for thee. So weak thou art, that fools thy power despise, and yet so strong, thou triumphest o'er the wise. Thy traps are laid with such peculiar art, they catch the cautious, let the rash depart. Most nets are filled by want of thought and care, but too much thinking brings us to thy snare, where, held by thee, in slavery we stay, and throw the pleasing part of life away. But, what does most my indignation move? Discretion. Thou wert ne'er a friend to love, thy chief delight is to defeat those arts, by which he kindles mutual flames in hearts, while the blind loitering God is at his play, thou stealest his golden pointed darts away, those darts which never fail, and in their stead conveyest malignant arrows tipped with lead. The heedless God, suspecting no deceits, shoots on, and thinks he has done wondrous feats, but the poor nymph, who feels her vitals burn, and from her shepherd can find no return, laments, and rages at the power divine, when, cursed discretion, all the fault was thine, Cupid and Hymen thou hast set at odds, and bred such feuds between those kindred gods, that Venus cannot reconcile her sons. When one appears, away the other runs. The former scales, wherein he used to poise love against love, and equal joys with joys, are now filled up with avarice and pride, where titles, power, and riches still subside. Then, gentle Venus, to thy father run, and tell him how thy children are undone. Prepare his bolts to give one fatal blow, and strike discretion to the shades below. Footnote 1, found in Miss Van Homrijer's desk, after her death, in the handwriting of Dr. Swift. H. A rebus. By Vanessa cut the name of the man, 1, who his mistress denied, and let the first of it be only applied to join with the prophet, 2, who David did chide. Then say what a horse is that runs very fast winking sad smiley 3, and that which deserves to be first put the last. Spell all then, and put them together, to find the name and the virtues of him I designed. Like the patriarch in Egypt, he's versed in the state, like the prophet in jury, he's free with the great, like a racer he flies, to succor with speed, when his friends want his aid, or desert is in need. Footnote 1, Joseph. Footnote 2, Nathan. Footnote 3, Swift. The deans answer the nymph who wrote this in an amorous fit, I cannot but envy the pride of her wit, which thus she will venture profusely to throw on so mean a design, and a subject so low. For mean's her design, and her subject as mean, the first but a rebus, the last but a dean. A dean's but a parson, and what is a rebus? A thing never known to the muses or Phoebus. The corruption of verse, for, when all is done, it is but a paraphrase made on a pun. But a genius like hers no subject can stifle, it shows and discovers itself through a trifle. By reading this trifle, I quickly began to find her a great wit, but the dean a small man. Rich ladies will furnish their garrets with stuff, which others for mantuas would think fine enough, so the wit that is lavishly thrown away here, might furnish a second-rate poet a year. Thus much for the verse. We proceed to the next, where the nymph has entirely forsaken her text, her fine panegyrics are quite out of season, and what she describes to be merit, is treason. The changes which faction has made in the state, have put the dean's politics quite out of date. Now no one regards what he utters with freedom, and, should he write pamphlets, no great man would read 'em, and, should want or desert stand in need of his aid, this racer would prove but a dull-founded jade. Stella's birthday the 13th of March, 1718 Stella this day is 34, we shan't dispute a year or more. However, Stella, be not troubled, although thy size and years are doubled since first I saw thee at 16, the brightest virgin on the green, so little is thy form declined, made up so largely in thy mind. Oh, would it please the gods to split thy beauty, size, and years, and wit? No age could furnish out a pair of nymphs so graceful, wise, and fair, with half the lustre of your eyes, with half your wit, your years, and size. And then, before it grew too late, how should I beg of gentle fate, that either nymph might have her swain, to split my worship two in twain. Stella's birthday. 1. 1719 to 20, written AD 1720-21. Stella. All travellers at first incline where they see the fairest sign, and if they find the chambers neat, and like the liquor and the meat, will call again, and recommend the angel into every friend. And though the painting grows decayed, the house will never lose its trade, nay, though the treacherous tapster, too, Thomas, hangs a new angel 2 doors from us, as fine as Dauber's hands can make it, in hopes that strangers may mistake it, we, 3, think it both a shame and sin to quit the true old angel inn. Now this is Stella's case in fact, an angel's face a little cracked. Could poets or could painters fix how angels look at 36? This drew us in at first to find in such a form an angel's mind, and every virtue now supplies the fainting rays of Stella's eyes. See, at her levee crowding swains, whom Stella freely entertains with breeding, humour, wit, and sense, and puts them to so small expense, their minds so plentifully fills, and makes such reasonable bills, so little gets for what she gives, we really wonder how she lives. And had her stock been less, no doubt she must have long ago run out. Then, who can think we'll quit the place, when Doll hangs out a newer face? Nailed to her window full in sight, all Christian people to invite. Or stop and light at Chloe's head, with scraps and leavings to be fed. Then, Chloe, still go on to prate of 36 and 38, pursue your trade of scandal picking, your hints that Stella is no chicken, your innuendos, when you tell us that Stella loves to talk with fellows. But let me warn you to believe a truth, for which your soul should grieve, that should you live to see the day, when Stella's locks must all be grey, when age must print a furrowed trace on every feature of her face, though you, and all your senseless tribe, could art, or time, or nature bribe, to make you look like beauty's queen, and hold forever at 15, no bloom of youth can ever blind the cracks and wrinkles of your mind. All men of sense will pass your door, and crowd to Stella's at 80. Footnote 1. Collated with Stella's own copy transcribed in her volume. Forster. Footnote 2. Rascal. Stella. Footnote 3. They. Stella. To Stella, who collected and transcribed his poems 1720 as, when a lofty pile is raised, we never hear the workmen praised, who bring the lime, or place the stones. But all admire Inigo Jones, so, if this pile of scattered rhymes should be approved in after times, if it both pleases and endures, the merit and the praise are yours. Thou, Stella, wert no longer young, when first for thee my harp was strung, without one word of Cupid's darts, of killing eyes, or bleeding hearts. With friendship and esteem possessed, I ne'er admitted love a guest. In all the habitudes of life, the friend, the mistress, and the wife, variety we still pursue, in pleasure seek for something new, or else, comparing with the rest, take comfort that our own is best, the best we value by the worst, as tradesmen show their trash at first, but his pursuits are at an end, whom Stella chooses for a friend. A poet starving in a garret, conning all topics like a parrot, invokes his mistress and his muse, and stays at home for want of shoes. Should but his muse descending drop a slice of bread and mutton chop, or kindly, when his credit's out, surprise him with a pint of stout, or patch his broken stocking soles, or send him in a peck of coals, exalted in his mighty mind, he flies and leaves the stars behind, counts all his labors amply paid, adores her for the timely aid. Or, should a porter make inquiries for Chloe, Sylvia, Phyllis, Iris, be told the lodging, lane, and sign, the bowers that hold those nymphs divine, fair Chloe would perhaps be found with footmen tippling underground, the charming Sylvia beating flax, her shoulders marked with bloody tracks, winking sad smiley one, bright Phyllis mending ragged smocks, and radiant Iris in the pox. These are the goddesses enrolled in Curl's collection, new and old, whose scoundrel fathers would not know 'em, if they should meet them in a poem. True poets can depress and raise, are lords of infamy and praise, they are not scurrilous in satire, nor will in panegyric flatter. Unjustly poets we asperse, truth shines the brighter clad in verse, and all the fictions they pursue do but insinuate what is true. Now, should my praises owe their truth to beauty, dress, or paint, or youth, what Stoics call without our power, they could not be ensured an hour. 'Twere grafting on an annual stock, that must our expectation mock, and, making one luxuriant shoot, die the next year for want of root, before I could my verses bring. Perhaps you're quite another thing. Somephius, when he drained his skull to celebrate some suburb trull, his similes in order set, and every crambo, too, he could get, had gone through all the commonplaces worn out by wits, who rhyme on faces, before he could his poem close, the lovely nymph had lost her nose. Your virtues safely I commend, they on no accidents depend, let malice look with all her eyes, she dares not say the poet lies. Stella, when you these lines transcribe, lest you should take them for a bribe, resolved to mortify your pride, I'll here expose your weaker side. Your spirits kindle to a flame, moved by the lightest touch of blame, and when a friend in kindness tries to show you where your error lies, conviction does but more incense, perverseness is your whole defense, truth, judgment, wit, give place to spite, regardless both of wrong and right, your virtues all suspended wait, till time has opened reason's gate, and, what is worse, your passion bends its force against your nearest friends, which manners, decency, and pride, have taught from you the world to hide, in vain, for see, your friend has brought to public light your only fault, and yet a fault we often find mixed in a noble, generous mind, and may compare to Ftna's fire, which, though with trembling, all admire, the heat that makes the summit glow, enriching all the vales below. Those who, in warmer climes, complain from Phoebus' rays they suffer pain, must own that pain is largely paid by generous wines beneath a shade. Yet, when I find your passions rise, and anger sparkling in your eyes, I grieve those spirits should be spent, for nobler ends by nature meant. One passion, with a different turn, makes wit inflame, or anger burn, so the sun's heat, with different powers, ripens the grape, the liquor sours. Thus Ajax, when with rage possessed, by Pallas breathed into his breast, his valor would no more employ, which might alone have conquered Troy, but, blinded by resentment, seeks for vengeance on his friends the Greeks. You think this turbulence of blood from stagnating preserves the flood, which, thus fermenting by degrees, exalts the spirits, sinks the lees. Stella, for once you reason wrong, for, should this ferment last too long, by time subsiding, you may find nothing but acid left behind. From passion you may then be freed, when peevishness and spleen succeed. Say, Stella, when you copy next, will you keep strictly to the text? Dare you let these reproaches stand, and to your failings set your hand? Or, if these lines your anger fire, shall they in baser flames expire? We know they burn, if burn they must, they'll prove my accusation just. Footnote 1, at Bridewell, see volume I, a beautiful young nymph at p201. Footnote 3, a cant word for a rhyme. Web. Stella visiting me in my sickness 1720. Pallas, observing Stella's wit was more than for her sex was fit, and that her beauty, soon or late, might breed confusion in the state, in high concern for humankind, fixed honor in her infant mind. But, not in wrangling to engage with such a stupid, vicious age, if honor I would here define, it answers faith in things divine. As natural life the body warms, and, scholars teach, the soul informs, so honor animates the whole, and is the spirit of the soul. Those numerous virtues which the tribe of tedious moralists describe, and by such various titles call, true honor comprehends them all. Let melancholy rule supreme, choler preside, or blood, or phlegm, it makes no difference in the case, nor is complexion honor's place. But, lest we should for honor take the drunken quarrels of a rake, or think it seated in a scar, or on a proud triumphal car, or in the payment of a debt we lose with sharpers at piquet, or when a whore, in her vocation, keeps punctual to an assignation, or that on which his lordship swears, when vulgar knaves would lose their ears. Let Stella's fair example preach a lesson she alone can teach. In points of honor to be tried, all passions must be laid aside, ask no advice, but think alone, suppose the question not your own. How shall I act, is not the case, but how would Brutus in my place? In such a case would Cato bleed? And how would Socrates proceed? Drive all objections from your mind, else you relapse to humankind, ambition, avarice, and lust, a factious rage, and breach of trust, and flattery tipped with nauseous fleer, and guilty shame, and servile fear, envy, and cruelty, and pride, will in your tainted heart preside. Heroes and heroines of old, by honor only were enrolled among their brethren in the skies, to which, though late, shall Stella rise. 10,000 oaths upon record are not so sacred as her word, the world shall in its atoms end, ere Stella can deceive a friend. By honor seated in her breast she still determines what is best, what indignation in her mind against enslavers of mankind. Base kings, and ministers of state, eternal objects of her hate. She thinks that nature ne'er designed courage to man alone confined. Can cowardice her sex adorn, which most exposes ours to scorn? She wonders where the charm appears in Florimel's affected fears, for Stella never learned the art at proper times to scream and start, nor calls up all the house at night, and swears she saw a thing in white. Doll never flies to cut her lace, or throw cold water in her face, because she heard a sudden drum, or found an earwig in a plum. Her hearers are amazed from whence proceeds that fund of wit and sense, which, though her modesty would shroud, breaks like the sun behind a cloud, while gracefulness its art conceals, and yet through every motion steals. Say, Stella, was Prometheus blind, and, forming you, mistook your kind? No, 'twas for you alone he stole the fire that forms a manly soul, then, to complete it every way, he moulded it with female clay, to that you owe the nobler flame, to this the beauty of your frame. How would ingratitude delight, and how would censure glut her spite, if I should Stella's kindness hide in silence, or forget with pride? When on my sickly couch I lay, impatient both of night and day, lamenting in unmanly strains, called every power to ease my pains, then Stella ran to my relief, with cheerful face and inward grief, and, though by heaven's severe decree she suffers hourly more than me, no cruel master could require, from slaves employed for daily hire, what Stella, by her friendship warmed with vigor and delight performed my sinking spirits now supplies with cordials in her hands and eyes, now with a soft and silent tread unheard she moves about my bed. I see her taste each nauseous draught, and so obligingly am caught, I bless the hand from whence they came, nor dare distort my face for shame. Best pattern of true friends. Beware, you pay too dearly for your care, if, while your tenderness secures my life, it must endanger yours, for such a fool was never found, who pulled a palace to the ground, only to have the ruins made materials for a house decayed. Stella to Dr. Swift on his birthday, November 30, 1721. St. Patrick's Dean, your country's pride, my early and my only guide, let me among the rest attend, your pupil and your humble friend, to celebrate in female strains the day that paid your mother's pains, descend to take that tribute due in gratitude alone to you. When men began to call me fair, you interposed your timely care, you early taught me to despise the ogling of a coxcomb's eyes, showed where my judgment was misplaced, refined my fancy and my taste. Behold that beauty just decayed, invoking art to nature's aid, forsook by her admiring train, she spreads her tattered nets in vain, short was her part upon the stage, went smoothly on for half a page, her bloom was gone, she wanted art, as the scene changed, to change her part, she, whom no lover could resist, before the second act was hissed. Such is the fate of female race with no endowments but a face, before the 30th year of life, a maid forlorn, or hated wife. Stella to you, her tutor, owes that she has ne'er resembled those, nor was a burden to mankind with half her course of years behind. You taught how I might youth prolong, by knowing what was right and wrong, how from my heart to bring supplies of lustre to my fading eyes, how soon a beauteous mind repairs the loss of changed or falling hairs, how wit and virtue from within send out a smoothness o'er the skin. Your lectures could my fancy fix, and I can please at 36. The sight of Chloe at 15, coquetting, gives not me the spleen, the idol now of every fool till time shall make their passions cool, then tumbling down time's steepy hill, while Stella holds her station still. Oh! Turn your precepts into laws, redeem the women's ruined cause, retrieve lost empire to our sex, that men may bow their rebel necks. Long be the day that gave you birth sacred to friendship, wit, and mirth. Late dying may you cast a shred of your rich mantle o'er my head, to bear with dignity my sorrow, one day alone, then die tomorrow. To Stella on her birthday, 1721 to 2 while, Stella, to your lasting praise the muse her annual tribute pays, while I assign myself a task which you expect, but scorn to ask. If I perform this task with pain, let me of partial fate complain. You every year the debt enlarge, I grow less equal to the charge, in you each virtue brighter shines, but my poetic vein declines. My harp will soon in vain be strung, and all your virtues left unsung. For none among the upstart race of poets dare assume my place, your worth will be to them unknown, they must have Stellas of their own, and thus, my stock of wit decayed, I dying leave the debt unpaid, unless Delany, as my heir, will answer for the whole arrear. On the Great Buried Bottle by Dr. Delany Amphora, quam mostum linquis, litum crevis iserentum dominum, sit tibi terra levis. Tu quoque depositum serves, neva prime, marmor, amphora non meruit tam pretiosa mori. Epitaph by the same hoc tumulator jacet proles lania sepulchro, immortale genus, ni pericera jacet, quin oricera iteram, matris concreditur alvo, bis natum referunt te quoque, bac pater. Stella's birthday, a great bottle of wine, long buried, being that day dug up. 1722 to 3 resolved my annual verse to pay, by duty bound, on Stella's day, furnished with paper, pens, and ink. I gravely sat me down to think, I bit my nails, and scratched my head, but found my wit and fancy fled, or if, with more than usual pain, a thought came slowly from my brain, it cost me Lord knows how much time to shape it into sense and rhyme, and, what was yet a greater curse, long thinking made my fancy worse. Forsaken by th inspiring 9, I waited at Apollo's shrine. I told him what the world would say, if Stella were unsung today, how I should hide my head for shame, when both the Jacks and Robin came, how Ford would frown, how Jim would leer, how Sheridan the rogue would sneer, and swear it does not always follow, that semelen anno ride Apollo. I have assaid them 20 times, that Phoebus helped me in my rhymes, Phoebus inspired me from above, and he and I were hand and glove. But, finding me so dull and dry since, They'll call it all poetic license, and when I brag of aid divine, think Eusden's one right as good as mine. Nor do I ask for Stella's sake, 'tis my own credit lies at stake, and Stella will be sung, while I can only be a stander-by. Apollo, having thought a little, returned this answer to a tittle. Though you should live like old Methusalem, I furnish hints and you shall use all you yearly sing as she grows old, you'd leave her virtues half untold. But, to say truth, such dullness reigns through the whole set of Irish deans. I'm daily stundy with such a medley, Dean White, Dean Daniel, and Dean Smedley, that, let what dean soever come, my orders are, I'm not at home, and if your voice had not been loud, you must have passed among the crowd. But now, your danger to prevent, you must apply to Mrs. Brent, winking sad smiley too, for she, as priestess, knows the rites wherein the god of earth delights. First, 9 ways looking, 3, let her stand with an old poker in her hand, let her describe a circle round in Saunders, 4, cellar on the ground, a spade let prudent Archie, 5, hold, and with discretion dig the mould. Let Stella look with watchful eye, Rebecca, 6, Ford, and Grattan's by. Behold the bottle, where it lies with neck elated toward the skies. The god of winds and god of fire did to its wondrous birth conspire, and Bacchus for the poet's use poured in a strong inspiring juice. See. As you raise it from its tomb, it drags behind a spacious womb, and in the spacious womb contains a sovereign medicine for the brains. You'll find it soon, if fate consents, if not, 1,000 Mrs. Brents, 10,000 Arches, armed with spades, may dig in vain to Pluto's shades. From thence a plenteous draught infuse, and boldly then invoke the muse. But first let Robert, 7, on his knees with caution drain it from the lees. The muse will at your call appear, with Stella's praise to crown the year. Footnote 1, the Poet Laureate. Footnote 2, Mrs. Brent, my housekeeper, famous in print for digging out the great bottle. I dine TJTE 5 days a week with my old Presbyterian housekeeper whom I call Sir Robert. Swift to Pope. Pope's Works edit. Elwyn and Cawthorpe, 7, pp. 145, 212. WEB. Footnote 3, she had a cast in her eyes. Swift. Footnote 4, the butler. Footnote 5, the footman. Footnote 6, Mrs. Dingley. Footnote 7, the valet. Stella at Wood Park, a house of Charles Ford, Esquires, near Dublin 1723, quicum gnoseria volbat, vestimenta debart pretiosa. 1. Don Carlos, in a merry spite, did Stella to his house invite, he entertained her half a year with generous wines and costly cheer. Don Carlos made her chief director, that she might o'er the servants hector. In half a week the dame grew nice, got all things at the highest price, now at the table head she sits, presented with the nicest bits, she looked on partridges with scorn, except they tasted of the corn. A haunch of venison made her sweat, unless it had the right few meat. Don Carlos earnestly would beg, "Dear madam, try this pigeon's leg," was happy, when he could prevail to make her only touch a quail. Through candlelight she viewed the wine, to see that every glass was fine. At last, grown prouder than the devil with feeding high, and treatment civil, Don Carlos now began to find his malice work as he designed. The winter sky began to frown. Poor Stella must pack off to town, from purling streams and fountains bubbling, to Liffey's stinking tide in Dublin, from wholesome exercise and air to sossing in an easy chair, from stomach sharp and hearty feeding, to piddle, to, like a lady breeding, from ruling there the household singly. To be directed here by Dingley sad smiley three, from every day a lordly banquet, to half a joint, and God be thanked, from every meal pantack in plenty, to half a pint one day in 20, from Ford attending at her call, to visits of Archdeacon Wall, from Ford, who thinks of nothing mean, to the poor doings of the Dean, from growing richer with good cheer, to running out by starving here. But now arrives the dismal day, she must return to Ormond Quay. For, the coachman stopped, she looked and swore the rascal had mistook the door. At coming in, you saw her stoop, the entry brushed against her hoop, each moment rising in her airs. She cursed the narrow winding stairs, began 1,000 faults to spy, the ceiling hardly 6 feet high, the smutty wainscot full of cracks, and half the chairs with broken backs, her quarters out at Lady. She vows she will no longer stay in lodgings. Like a poor grisette, while there are houses to be let. However, to keep her spirits up, she sent for company to sup, when all the while you might remark, she strove in vain to Apewood Park. 2 bottles called for, half her store, the cupboard could contain but 4. A supper worthy of herself, 5 nothings in 5 plates of delf. Thus for a week the farce went on, when, all her country savings gone, she fell into her former scene, small beer, a herring, and the Dean. Thus far in jest, though now, I fear, you think my jesting too severe, but poets, when a hint is new, regard not whether false or true, yet raillery gives no offence, where truth has not the least pretence, nor can be more securely placed than on a nymph of Stella's taste. I must confess your wine and victual I was too hard upon a little, your table neat, your linen fine, and, though in miniature, you shine, yet, when you sigh to leave Wood Park, the scene, the welcome, and the spark, to languish in this odious town, and pull your haughty stomach down, we think you quite mistake the case, the virtue lies not in the place, for though my raillery were true, a cottage is Wood Park with you. Footnote 1, Horat, Epist, I, 1831. Web. Footnote 2, in its proper sense, to pick at table, to feed squeamishly. With intimates to piddle with at hand. Byron, Don Juan. Web. Footnote 3, the constant companion of Stella. Footnote 4, where the 2 ladies lodged. A New Year's gift for Beck, 1. 1723-4 returning Janus, 2, now prepares, for Beck, a new supply of cares, sent in a bag to Dr. Swift, who thus displays the New Year's gift. First, this large parcel brings you tidings of our good Dean's eternal chidings, of Nelly's pertness, Robin's leasings, and Sheridan's perpetual teasings. This box is crammed on every side with Stella's magisterial pride. Behold a cage with sparrows filled, first to be fondled, then be killed. Now to this hamper I invite you, with 6 imagined cares to fright you. Here in this bundle Janus sends concerns by thousands for your friends. And here's a pair of leathern pokes, to hold your cares for other folks. Here from this barrel you may broach a peck of troubles for a coach. This ball of wax your ears will darken, still to be curious, never hearken. Lest you the town may have less trouble in bring all your quilkers, 3, cares to Dublin, for which he sends this empty sack, and so take all upon your back. Footnote 1, Mrs. Rebecca Dingley, Stella's friend and companion. Footnote 2, the sun god represented with 2 faces, one in front, and one behind, to whom the new year was sacred. W.E.B. Footnote 3, country house of Dr. Sheridan. Dingley and Brent, 1, a song to the tune of Ye Commons and Peers. Dingley and Brent, wherever they went, ne'er minded a word that was spoken, whatever was said, they ne'er troubled their head, but laughed at their own silly joking. Should Solomon wise in majesty rise, and show them his wit and his learning, they never would hear, but turn the deaf ear, as a matter they had no concern in. You tell a good jest, and please all the rest, comes Dingley, and asks you, what was it? And, curious to know, away she will go to seek an old rag in the closet. Footnote 1, Dr. Swift's housekeeper. To Stella written on the day of her birth, the 13th of March, 1723-4, but not on the subject, when I was sick in bed tormented with incessant pains, can I devise poetic strains. Time was, when I could yearly pay my verse to Stella's native day, but now unable grown to write, I grieve she ever saw the light. Ungrateful! Since to her I owe that I these pains can undergo. She tends me like an humble slave, and, when indecently I rave, when out my brutish passions break, with gall in every word I speak, she with soft speech my anguish cheers, or melts my passions down with tears. Although 'tis easy to descry she wants assistance more than I, yet seems to feel my pains alone, and is a stoic in her own. When, among scholars, can we find so soft and yet so firm a mind? All accidents of life conspire to raise up Stella's virtue higher, or else to introduce the rest which had been latent in her breast. Her firmness who could e'er have known, had she not evils of her own? Her kindness who could ever guess, had not her friends been in distress? Whatever base returns you find from me, dear Stella, still be kind. In your own heart you'll reap the fruit, though I continue still a brute. But, when I once am out of pain, I promise to be good again, Meantime, your other juster friends shall for my follies make amends, so may we long continue thus, admiring you, you pitying us. Verses by Stella. If it be true, celestial powers, that you have formed me fair, and yet, in all my vainest hours, my mind has been my care, then, in return, I beg this grace, as you were ever kind, what envious time takes from my face bestow upon my mind. A receipt to restore Stella's youth. 1724-5. The Scottish hinds, too poor to house in frosty nights their starving cows, while not a blade of grass or hay appears from Michaelmas to May, must let their cattle range in vain for food along the barren plain, meagre and lank with fasting grown, and nothing left but skin and bone, exposed to want, and wind, and weather. They just keep life and soul together, till summer showers and evening's dew again the verdant glebe renew, and, as the vegetables rise, the famish cow her want supplies, without an ounce of last year's flesh, waiter she gains is young and fresh, grows plump and round, and full of metal, as rising from Medes, one, kettle. With youth and beauty to enchant Europas, two, counterfeit gallant. Why, Stella, should you knit your brow, if I compare you to a cow? 'Tis just the case, for you have fasted so long, till all your flesh is wasted, and must against the warmer days be sent to Quilca down to graze, where mirth, and exercise, and air, will soon your appetite repair. The nutriment will from within, round all your body, plump your skin, will agitate the lazy flood, and fill your veins with sprightly blood. Nor flesh nor blood will be the same, nor aught of Stella but the name, for what was ever understood by humankind, but flesh and blood. And if your flesh and blood be new, you'll be no more the former you, but for a blooming nymph will pass, just 15, coming summer's grass, your jetty locks with garlands crowned, while all the squires for 9 miles round, attended by a brace of curs, with jockey boots and silver spurs, no less than justices o' quorum, their cowboys bearing cloaks before 'em, shall leave deciding broken pates, to kiss your steps at Quilca gates. But, lest you should my skill disgrace, come back before you're out of case, for if to Michaelmas you stay, the newborn flesh will melt away, the squires in scorn will fly the house for better game, and look for grouse, but here, before the frost can mar it, we'll make it firm with beef and claret. Footnote 1. The celebrated sorceress, daughter of Thetis, king of Colchis, who assisted Jason in obtaining possession of the Golden Fleece. Web. Footnote 2. Carried off by Jupiter under the form of a bull. Ovid, Met 2, 836. Stella's birthday. 1724-5. As when a beauteous nymph decays, we say she's past her dancing days, so poets lose their feet by time, and can no longer dance in rhyme. Your annual bard had rather chose to celebrate your birth in prose, yet merry folks, who want by chance a pair to make a country dance, call the old housekeeper, and get her to fill a place for want of better, while Sheridan is off the hooks, and friend Delany at his books, that Stella may avoid disgrace, once more the dean supplies their place. Beauty and wit, too sad a truth, have always been confined to youth. The god of wit and beauty's queen, he 21 and she 15, no poet ever sweetly sung, unless he were, like Phoebus, young, nor ever nymph inspired to rhyme, unless, like Venus, in her prime. At 56, if this be true, am I a poet fit for you? Or, at the age of 43, are you a subject fit for me? Adieu. Bright wit, and radiant eyes. You must be grave and I be wise. Our fate in vain we would oppose, but I'll be still your friend in prose. Esteem and friendship to express, will not require poetic dress, and if the muse deny her aid to have them sung, they may be said. But, Stella, say, what evil tongue reports you are no longer young, that time sits with his scythe to mow where erst sat Cupid with his bow, that half your locks are turned to grey? I'll ne'er believe a word they say. 'Tis true, but let it not be known, my eyes are somewhat dimmish grown, for nature, always in the right, to your decays adapts my sight, and wrinkles undistinguished pass, for I'm ashamed to use a glass, until I see them with these eyes. Whoever says you have them, lies. No length of time can make you quit honor and virtue, sense and wit, thus you may still be young to me, while I can better hear than see. O ne'er may fortune show her spite, to make me deaf, and mend my sight. 1. Footnote 1, now deaf, 1740. Swift. This pathetic note was in Swift's writing in his own copy of the Miscellanies edit. 1727-32. Web. Beck's 1. Birthday November 8, 1726. This day, dear Beck, is thy nativity. Had fate a luckier one, she'd give it ye. She chose a thread of greatest length, and doubly twisted it for strength, nor will be able with her shears to cut it off these 40 years. Then who says care will kill a cat? Rebecca shows they're out in that. For she, though overrun with care, continues healthy, fat, and fair. As, if the gout should seize the head, doctors pronounce the patient dead, but, if they can, by all their arts, eject it to the extremest parts, they give the sick man joy, and praise the gout that will prolong his days. Rebecca thus I gladly greet, who drives her cares to hands and feet, for, though philosophers maintain the limbs are guided by the brain, quite contrary Rebecca's led, her hands and feet conduct her head, by arbitrary power convey her, she ne'er considers why or where, her hands may meddle, feet may wander, her head is but a mere bystander, and all her bustling but supplies the part of wholesome exercise. Thus nature has resolved to pay her the cat's 9 lives, and eke the care. Long may she live, and help her friends whene'er it suits her private ends. Domestic business never mind till coffee has her stomach lined, but, when her breakfast gives her courage, then think on Stella's chicken porridge. I mean when Tiger, too, has been served, or else poor Stella may be starved. May Beck have many an evening nap, with Tiger slabbering in her lap, but always take a special care she does not overset the chair. Still be she curious, never hearken to any speech but tigers barking. And when she's in another scene, Stella long dead, but first the Dean, may fortune and her coffee get her companions that will please her better. Whole afternoons will sit beside her, nor for neglects or blunders chide her. A goodly set as can be found of hearty gossips prating round, fresh from a wedding or a christening, to teach her ears the art of listening, and please her more to hear them tattle, than the Dean's storm, or Stella rattle. Late be her death, one gentle nod, when Hermes, 3, waiting with his rod, shall to Elysian fields invite her, where there will be no cares to fright her. Footnote 1, Mrs. Rebecca Dingley. Footnote 2, Mrs. Dingley's favorite lapdog. See next page. WEB. Footnote 3, Mercury. Verg. Enid 4. On the collar of tiger, Mrs. Dingley's lapdog. Pray steal me not, I'm Mrs. Dingley's, whose heart in this four-footed thing lies. Stella's birthday, the 13th of March, 1726 to 7. This day, waiter the fates decree, shall still be kept with joy by me. This day then let us not be told, that you are sick, and I grown old, nor think on our approaching ills, and talk of spectacles and pills. Tomorrow will be time enough to hear such mortifying stuff. Yet, since from reason may be brought a better and more pleasing thought, which can, in spite of all decays, support a few remaining days, from not the gravest of divines except for once some serious lines. Although we now can form no more long schemes of life, as heretofore, yet you, while time is running fast, can look with joy on what is past. Were future happiness and pain a mere contrivance of the brain, as atheists argue, to entice and fit their proselytes for vice, the only comfort they propose, to have companions in their woes winking smiley. Grant this the case, yet sure 'tis hard that virtue, styled its own reward, and by all sages understood to be the chief of human good, should acting die, nor leave behind some lasting pleasure in the mind, which, by remembrance, will assuage grief, sickness, poverty, and age, and strongly shoot a radiant dart to shine through life's declining part. Say, Stella, feel you no content, reflecting on a life well spent? Your skilful hand employed to save despairing wretches from the grave, and then supporting with your store those whom you dragged from death before. So Providence on mortals waits, preserving what it first creates. Your generous boldness to defend an innocent and absent friend, that courage which can make you just to merit humbled in the dust, the detestation you express for vice in all its glittering dress, that patience under torturing pain, where stubborn stoics would complain, must these like empty shadows pass, or forms reflected from a glass? Or mere chimeras in the mind, that fly, and leave no marks behind? Does not the body thrive and grow by food of 20 years ago? And, had it not been still supplied, it must 1,000 times have died. Then who with reason can maintain that no effects of food remain? And is not virtue in mankind the nutriment that feeds the mind, upheld by each good action past, and still continued by the last. Then, who with reason can pretend that all effects of virtue end? Believe me, Stella, when you show that true contempt for things below, nor prize your life for other ends than merely to oblige your friends, your former actions claim their part, and join to fortify your heart. For virtue, in her daily race, like Janus, bears a double face, looks back with joy where she has gone and therefore goes with courage on. She at your sickly couch will wait, and guide you to a better state. Oh then, whatever heaven intends, take pity on your pitying friends. Nor let your ills affect your mind, to fancy they can be unkind. Me, surely me, you ought to spare, who gladly would your suffering share, or give my scrap of life to you, and think it far beneath your due, you, to whose care so oft I owe that I'm alive to tell you so. Death and Daphne to an agreeable young lady, but extremely lean. 1730 Lord Orrery gives us the following curious anecdote respecting this poem. I have just now cast my eye over a poem called Death and Daphne, which makes me recollect an odd incident, relating to that nymph. Swift, soon after our acquaintance, introduced me to her as to one of his female favorites. I had scarce been half an hour in her company, before she asked me if I had seen the Dean's poem upon Death and Daphne. As I told her I had not, she immediately unlocked a cabinet, and, bringing out the manuscript, read it to me with a seeming satisfaction, of which, at that time, I doubted the sincerity. While she was reading, the Dean was perpetually correcting her for bad pronunciation, and for placing a wrong emphasis upon particular words. As soon as she had gone through the composition, she assured me, smilingly, that the portrait of Daphne was drawn for herself. I begged to be excused from believing it, and protested that I could not see one feature that had the least resemblance, but the Dean immediately burst into a fit of laughter. You fancy, says he, that you are very polite, but you are much mistaken. That lady had rather be a Daphne drawn by me, than a Saccharissa by any other pencil. She confirmed what he had said with great earnestness, so that I had no other method of retrieving my error, than by whispering in her ear, as I was conducting her downstairs to dinner, that indeed I found her hand as dry and cold as lead. Remarks on the Life of Swift, Lond, 1752. p. 126. Death went upon a solemn day at Pluto's hall his court to pay, the phantom having humbly kissed his grisly monarch's sooty fist, presented him the weekly bills of doctors, fevers, plagues, and pills. Pluto, observing since the peace the burial article decrease, and vexed to see affairs miscarry, declared in council death must marry, vowed he no longer could support old bachelors about his court, the interest of his realm had need that death should get a numerous breed, young deathlings, who, by practice made proficient in their father's trade, with colonies might stock around his large dominions underground. A consult of coquettes below was called to rig him out a beau, from her own head Megara, 1, takes a periwig of twisted snakes, which in the nicest fashion curled like 2 peas, 2, of this upper world, with flower of sulphur powdered well, that graceful on his shoulders fell. An adder of the sable kind in line direct hung down behind, the owl, the raven, and the bat, clubbed for a feather to his hat, his coat, a usurer's velvet pall, bequeathed to Pluto, corpse and all. But, loath his person to expose bare, like a carcass picked by crows, a lawyer, o'er his hands and face stuck artfully a parchment case. No new flux rake showed fairer skin, nor Phyllis after lying in. With snuff was filled his ebon box, of shin bones rotted by the pox. 9 spirits of blaspheming fops, with aconite anoint his chops, and give him words of dreadful sounds, G, D, D, in his blood, and B, D and W, D, S. Thus furnished out, he sent his train to take a house in Warwick Lane sad Smiley 3, the faculty, his humble friends, a complimental message sends. Their president in scarlet gown harangued, and welcomed him to town. But death had business to dispatch, his mind was running on his match. And hearing much of Daphne's fame, his majesty of terrors came, fine as a colonel of the gods, to visit where she sat at cards. She, as he came into the room, thought him Adonis in his bloom. And now her heart with pleasure jumps, she scarce remembers what is trumps, for such a shape of skin and bone was never seen except her own. Charmed with his eyes, and chin, and snout, her pocket glass drew slyly out, and grew enamored with her phiz, as just the counterpart of his. She darted many a private glance, and freely made the first advance, was of her beauty grown so vain, she doubted not to win the swain, nothing she thought could sooner gain him, than with her wit to entertain him. She asked about her friends below, this meagre fop, that battered beau, whether some late departed toasts had got gallants among the ghosts. If Chloe were as sharper still as great as ever at quadrille. The ladies there must needs be rooks, for cards, we know, are Pluto's books. If Florimel had found her love, for whom she hanged herself above. How oft a week was kept a ball by Proserpine at Pluto's hall. She fancied those Elysian shades the sweetest place for masquerades. How pleasant on the banks of Styx, to troll it in a coach and six. What pride a female heart inflames. How endless are ambition's aims. Cease, haughty nymph, the fates decree death must not be a spouse for thee, for, when by chance the meagre shade upon thy hand his finger laid, thy hand as dry and cold as lead, his matrimonial spirit fled, he felt about his heart a damp, that quite extinguished Cupid's lamp, away the fright spectre scuds, and leaves my lady in the suds. Footnote 1, Megara, one of 3 Furies, beautifully described by Virgil, Aeneid 12, 846. Web. Footnote 2, periwigs with long tails. Footnote 3, where the College of Physicians was situated at that time. See Cunningham's Handbook of London. Web. Daphne knows, with equal ease, how to vex, and how to please, but the folly of her sex makes her soul delight to vex. Never woman more devised surer ways to be despised, paradoxes weakly wielding, always conquered, never yielding. To dispute, her chief delight, without one opinion right, thick her arguments she lays on, and with cavils combats reason, answers in decisive way, never hears what you can say, still her odd perverseness shows chiefly where she nothing knows, and, where she is most familiar, always peevisher and sillier, all her spirits in a flame when she knows she's most to blame. Send me hence 10,000 miles, from a face that always smiles, none could ever act that part, but a fury in her heart. Ye who hate such inconsistence, to be easy, keep your distance, or in folly still befriend her, but have no concern to mend her, lose not time to contradict her, nor endeavor to convict her. Never take it in your thought, that she'll own, or cure a fault. Into contradiction warm her, then, perhaps, you may reform her, only take this rule along, always to advise her wrong, and reprove her when she's right, she may then grow wise for spite. No, that scheme will ne'er succeed, she has better learned her creed, she's too cunning and too skilful, when to yield, and when be wilful. Nature holds her forth two mirrors, one for truth, and one for errors, that looks hideous, fierce, and frightful, this is flattering and delightful, that she throws away as foul, sits by this to dress her soul. Thus you have the case in view, Daphne, twixt the Dean and you, heaven forbid he should despise thee, but he'll never more advise thee. Riddles by D.R. Swift and His Friends. Written in or about the year 1724. The following notice is subjoined to some of these riddles, in the Dublin edition, about 9 or 10 years ago, i.e. about 1724, some ingenious gentlemen, friends to the author, used to entertain themselves with writing riddles, and send them to him and their other acquaintance, copies of which ran about, and some of them were printed, both here and in England. The author, at his leisure hours, fell into the same amusement, although it be said that he thought them of no great merit, entertainment, or use. However, by the advice of some persons, for whom the author hath a great esteem, and who were pleased to send us the copies, we have ventured to print the few following, as we have done 2 or 3 before, and which are allowed to be genuine, because we are informed that several good judges have a taste for such kind of compositions. Pethoks the Great. 1723. From Venus born, thy beauty shows, but who thy father, no man knows, nor can the skilful herald trace the founder of thy ancient race, whether thy temper, full of fire, discovers Vulcan for thy sire, the god who made Scamander boil, and round his margin singed the soil, from whence, philosophers agree, an equal power descends to thee winking Smiley. Whether from dreadful Mars you claim the high descent from whence you came, and, as a proof, show numerous scars by fierce encounters made in wars, those honorable wounds you bore from head to foot, and all before, and still the bloody field frequent, familiar in each leader's tent, or whether, as the learned contend, you from the neighboring Gaul descend, or from Parthenop, 1. The proud, where numberless thy votaries crowd, whether thy great forefathers came from realms that bear Vespacios' name, 2. For so conjectures would obtrude, and from thy painted skin conclude, whether, as Epicurus, 3, shows, the world from justling seeds arose, which, mingling with prolific strife in chaos, kindled into life, so your production was the same, and from contending atoms came. Thy fair indulgent mother crowned thy head with sparkling rubies round. Beneath thy decent steps the road is all with precious jewels strewed. The bird of Pallas, for, knows his post, thee to attend, where thou goest. Byzantians boast, that on the clod where once their sultan's horse hath trod, grows neither grass, nor shrub, nor tree, the same thy subjects boast of thee. The greatest lord, when you appear, will deign your livery to wear, in all the various colours seen of red and yellow, blue and green. With half a word when you require, the man of business must retire. The haughty minister of state, with trembling must thy leisure wait, and, while his fate is in thy hands, the business of the nation stands. Thou darest the greatest prince attack, canst hourly set him on the rack, and, as an instance of thy power, enclose him in a wooden tower, with pungent pains on every side, so Regulus, 5, in torments died. From thee our youth all virtues learn, dangers with prudence to discern, and well thy scholars are endued with temperance and with fortitude, with patience, which all ills supports, and secrecy, the art of courts. The glittering bow could hardly tell, without your aid, to read or spell, but, having long conversed with you, knows how to scroll a billet douse. With what delight, methinks, I trace your blood in every noble race, in whom thy features, shape, and mien, are to the life distinctly seen. The Britons, once a savage kind, by you were brightened and refined, descendants to the barbarous Huns, with limbs robust, and voice that stuns, but you have moulded them afresh, removed the tough superfluous flesh, taught them to modulate their tongues, and speak without the help of lungs. Proteus on you bestowed the boon to change your visage like the moon, you sometimes half a face produce, keep the other half for private use. How famed thy conduct in the fight with Hermes, son of players bright! Outnumbered, half encompassed round, you strove for every inch of ground, then, by a soldierly retreat, retired to your imperial seat. The victor, when your steps he traced, found all the realms before him waste, you, o'er the high triumphal arch pontific, made your glorious march, the wondrous arch behind you fell, and left a chasm profound as hell, you, in your capital secured, a siege as long as Troy endured. Footnote 1, Naples, anciently called Parthenop, from the name of the siren who threw herself into the sea for grief at the departure of Ulysses, and was cast up and buried there. Ovid, Met, 14, 101. WEB. Footnote 2, Americus Vespucius, the discoverer of America in 1497. See Hakluyt's Navigations, Voyages, etc. 7, 161, 8, 449. WEB. Footnote 3, Seal Cretius, Dero. Nat, lib. I. Web. Footnote 4, Bubo, The Owl. Dublin edition. Footnote 5, taken prisoner by the Carthaginians in the First Punic War, and ultimately tortured to death. See the story in Cicero, De Officiis 13, Hor. Calm, 3, 5. Web. On a pen. 1724 In youth exalted high in air, or bathing in the waters fair, nature to form me took delight, and clad my body all in white. My person tall, and slender waist, on either side with fringes graced, till me that tyrant man espied, and dragged me from my mother's side. No wonder now I look so thin. The tyrant stripped me to the skin, my skin he flayed, my hair he cropped, at head and foot my body lopped, and then, with heart more hard than stone, he picked my marrow from the bone. To vex me more, he took a freak to slit my tongue and make me speak, but, that which wonderful appears, I speak to eyes, and not to ears. He oft employs me in disguise, and makes me tell 1,000 lies. To me he chiefly gives in trust to please his malice or his lust. From me no secret he can hide, I see his vanity and pride, and my delight is to expose his follies to his greatest foes. All languages I can command, yet not a word I understand. Without my aid, the best divine in learning would not know a line. The lawyer must forget his pleading, the scholar could not show his reading. Nay, man my master is my slave, I give command to kill or save, can grant £10,000 a year, and make a beggar's brat appear. But, while I thus my life relate, I only hasten on my fate. My tongue is black, my mouth is furry, I hardly now can force a word. I die unpitied and forgot, and on some dunghill left to rot. On gold all-ruling tyrant of the earth, to vilest slaves I owe my birth. How is the greatest monarch blessed, when in my gaudy livery dressed? No haughty nymph has power to run from me, or my embraces shun. Stabbed to the heart, condemned to flame, my constancy is still the same. The favorite messenger of Jove, and Lemnian god, consulting strove to make me glorious to the sight of mortals, and the gods' delight. Soon would their altars' flame expire if I refused to lend them fire. By fate exalted high in place, lo, here I stand with double face, superior none on earth I find, but see below me all mankind yet, as it oft attends the great, I almost sink with my own weight. At every motion undertook, the vulgar all consult my look. I sometimes give advice in writing, but never of my own inditing. I am a courtier in my way, for those who raised me, I betray, and some give out that I entice to lust, to luxury, and dice. Who punishments on me inflict, because they find their pockets picked. By riding post, I lose my health, and only to get others' wealth. On the posteriors because I am by nature blind, I wisely choose to walk behind, however, to avoid disgrace, I let no creature see my face. My words are few, but spoke with sense, and yet my speaking gives offense, or, if to whisper I presume, the company will fly the room. By all the world I am oppressed, and my oppression gives them rest. Through me, those soar against my will, instructors every art instill. By thousands I am sold and bought, who neither get nor lose a groat, for none, alas, by me can gain, but those who give me greatest pain. Shall man presume to be my master, who's but my caterer and taster? Yet, though I always have my will, I'm but a mere depender still, an humble hanger-on at best, of whom all people make a jest. In me detractors seek to find two vices of a different kind. I'm too profuse, some censures cry, and all I get, I let it fly, while others give me many a curse, because too close I hold my purse. But this I know, in either case, they dare not charge me to my face. 'Tis true, indeed, sometimes I save, sometimes run out of all I have, but, when the year is at an end, computing what I get and spend, my goings out, and comings in, I cannot find I lose or win, and therefore all that know me say, I justly keep the middle way. I'm always by my betters led, I last get up, and first abed, though, if I rise before my time, the learned in sciences sublime consult the stars, and thence foretell good luck to those with whom I dwell. On a horn the joy of man, the pride of brutes, domestic subject for disputes, of plenty thou the emblem fair, adorned by nymphs with all their care. I saw thee raised to high renown, supporting half the British crown, and often have I seen thee grace the chaste Diana's infant face, and whensoe'er you please to shine, less useful is her light than thine. Thy numerous fingers know their way, and oft in Celia's tresses play. To place thee in another view, I'll show the world strange things and true, what lords and dames of high degree may justly claim their birth from thee. The soul of man with spleen you vex, of spleen you cure the female sex. Thee for a gift the courtier sends with pleasure to his special friends, he gives, and with a generous pride, contrives all means the gift to hide, nor oft can the receiver know, whether he has the gift or no. On airy wings you take your flight, and fly unseen both day and night, conceal your form with various tricks, and few know how or where you fix, yet some, who ne'er bestowed thee, boast that they to others give thee most. Meantime, the wiser questions start, if thou a real being art, or but a creature of the brain, that gives imaginary pain. But the sly giver better knows thee, who feels true joys when he bestows thee. On a corkscrew though I, alas, a prisoner be, my trade is prisoners to set free. No slave his lord's commands obeys with such insinuating ways. My genius piercing, sharp, and bright, wherein the men of wit delight. The clergy keep me for their ease, and turn and wind me as they please. A new and wondrous art I show of raising spirits from below, in scarlet some, and some in white, they rise, walk round, yet never fright. In at each mouth the spirits pass, distinctly seen as through a glass, o'er head and body make a rout, and drive at last all secrets out, and still, the more I show my art, the more they open every heart. A greater chemist none than I who, from materials hard and dry, have taught men to extract with skill more precious juice than from a still. Although I'm often out of case, I'm not ashamed to show my face. Though at the tables of the great I near the sideboard take my seat, yet the plain squire, when dinner's done, is never pleased till I make one. He kindly bids me near him stand, and often takes me by the hand. I twice a day a hunting go, nor ever fail to seize my foe, and when I have him by the pole, I drag him upwards from his hole. Though some are of so stubborn kind, I'm forced to leave a limb behind. I hourly wait some fatal end, for I can break, but scorn to bend. The gulf of all human possessions, 1724 come hither, and behold the fruits, vain man, of all thy vain pursuits. Take wise advice, and look behind, bring all past actions to thy mind. Here you may see, as in a glass, how soon all human pleasures pass. How will it mortify thy pride, to turn the true impartial side? How will your eyes contain their tears, when all the sad reverse appears? This cave within its womb confines the last result of all designs. Here lie deposited the spoils of busy mortals' endless toils. Here, with an easy search, we find the foul corruptions of mankind. The wretched purchase here behold of traitors, who their country sold. This gulf insatiate imbibes the lawyer's fees, the statesman's bribes. Here, in their proper shape and mien, fraud, perjury, and guilt are seen. Necessity, the tyrant's law, all human race must hither draw, all prompted by the same desire, the vigorous youth and aged sire. Behold the coward and the brave, the haughty prince, the humble slave, physician, lawyer, and divine, all make oblations at this shrine. Some enter boldly, some by stealth, and leave behind their fruitless wealth. For, while the bashful sylvan maid, as half ashamed and half afraid, approaching finds it hard to part with that which dwelled so near her heart, the courtly dame, unmoved by fear, profusely pours her offering here. A treasure here of learning lurks, huge heaps of never-dying works, labors of many an ancient sage, and millions of the present age. In at this gulf all offerings pass and lie an undistinguished mass. Deucalion, 1, to restore mankind, was bid to throw the stones behind. So those who hear their gifts convey are forced to look another way, for few, a chosen few, must know the mysteries that lie below. Sad charnel house, a dismal dome, for which all mortals leave their home. The young, the beautiful, and brave, here buried in one common grave, where each supply of dead renews unwholesome damps, offensive dews, and lo, the writing on the walls points out where each new victim falls, the food of worms and beasts obscene, who round the vault luxuriant reign. See where those mangled corpses lie, condemned by female hands to die. A comely dame once clad in white, lies there consigned to endless night. By cruel hands her blood was spilt, and yet her wealth was all her guilt. And here 6 virgins in a tomb, all beauteous offspring of one womb, oft in the train of Venus seen, as fair and lovely as their queen. In royal garments each was dressed, each with a gold and purple vest. I saw them of their garments stripped, their throats were cut, their bellies ripped, twice were they buried, twice were born, twice from their sepulchres were torn, but now dismembered here are cast, and find a resting place at last. Here oft the curious traveller finds the combat of opposing winds, and seeks to learn the secret cause, which alien seems from nature's laws, why at this cave's tremendous mouth, he feels at once both north and south, whether the winds, in caverns pent, through clefts or pugnant force a vent, or whether, opening all his stores, fierce Pholus in tempest roars. Yet, from this mingled mass of things, in time a new creation springs. These crude materials once shall rise to fill the earth, and air, and skies, in various forms appear again, of vegetables, brutes, and men. So Jove pronounced among the gods, Olympus trembling as he nods. Footnote 1, Ovid, Metam, I, 383. Louisa, 1, to Strephon. 1724. Strephon, how can you despise her, who without thy pity dies? To Strephon I have still been true, and of as noble blood as you, fair issue of the genial bed, a virgin in thy bosom bred, embraced thee closer than a wife, when thee I leave my life. Why should my shepherd take amiss, that oft I wake thee with a kiss? Yet you of every kiss complain, ah! Is not love a pleasing pain? A pain which every happy night you cure with ease and with delight, with pleasure, as the poet sings, too great for mortals less than kings. Chloe, when on thy breast I lie, observes me with revengeful eye. If Chloe o'er thy heart prevails, she'll tear me with her desperate nails, and with relentless hands destroy the tender pledges of our joy. Nor have I bred a spurious race, they all were born from thy embrace. Consider, Strephon, what you do, for, should I die for love of you, I'll haunt thy dreams, a bloodless ghost, and all my kin, a numerous host, who down direct our lineage bring from victors o'er the Memphian king, renowned in sieges and campaigns, who never fled the bloody plains, who in tempestuous seas can sport, and scorn the pleasures of a court, from whom great Sylla, too, found his doom, who scourged to death that scourge of Rome, shall on thee take a vengeance dire, thou like Alcides, 3. Shalt expire, when his envenomed shirt he wore, and skin and flesh in pieces tore. Nor less that shirt, my rival's gift, cut from the piece that made her shift, shall in thy dearest blood be dyed, and make thee tear thy tainted hide. Footnote 1, the solution is, Phter hears is morbus pedicularis. With this piece may be read Peter Pindar's epic, the Lusiad. W.E.B. Footnote 2. Plutarch tells how Sylla's body was so corrupted with these vermin, that they streamed from him into every place. Paesonisth to kai lautran kai eponema kai scission anapeme plasti tu rheumatosi keenan kai tes phthras tos utan exanthei. Vita Silax v. W.E.B. Footnote 3. Hercules, who died from wearing the shirt, given him by his wife as a charm against his infidelities, stained with the blood of Nessus, the centaur, whom Hercules had slain with a poisoned arrow. Ovid, Epist. Heroid. Diana Herculi and Matam, lib. 9, 101. Web. A maypole. 1725 deprived of root, and branch and rind, yet flowers I bear of every kind, and such is my prolific power, they bloom in less than half an hour, yet standers by may plainly see they get no nourishment from me. My head with giddiness goes round, and yet I firmly stand my ground. All over naked I am seen, and painted like an Indian queen. No couple beggar in the land e'er joined such numbers hand in hand. I joined them fairly with a ring, nor can our parson blame the thing. And though no marriage words are spoke, they part not till the ring is broke, yet hypocrite fanatics cry, I'm but an idol raised on high, and once a weaver in our town, a damned Cromwellian, knocked me down. I lay a prisoner 20 years, and then the jovial cavaliers to their old post restored all three, I mean the church, the king, and me. On the moon I with borrowed silver shine, what you see is none of mine. First I show you but a quarter, like the bow that guards the Tartar, then the half, and then the whole, ever dancing round the pole. What will raise your admiration? I am not one of God's creation, but sprung, and I this truth maintain, like Pallas, from my father's brain. And after all, I chiefly owe my beauty to the shades below. Most wondrous forms you see me wear, a man, a woman, lion, bear, a fish, a fowl, a cloud, a field, all figures heaven or earth can yield, like Daphne sometimes in a tree, yet am not one of all you see. On a circle I'm up and down, and round about, yet all the world can't find me out, though hundreds have employed their leisure, they never yet could find my measure. I'm found almost in every garden, nay, in the compass of a farthing. There's neither chariot, coach, nor mill, can move an inch except I will. On ink I am jet black, as you may see, the son of pitch and gloomy night, yet all that know me will agree, I'm dead except I live in light. Sometimes in panegyric high, like lofty Pindar, I can soar, and raise a virgin to the sky, or sink her to a pocky whore. My blood this day is very sweet, tomorrow of a bitter juice, like milk, teas cried about the street, and so applied to different use. Most wondrous is my magic power, for with one color I can paint, I'll make the devil a saint this hour, next make a devil of a saint. Through distant regions I can fly, provide me but with paper wings, and fairly show a reason why there should be quarrels among kings, and, after all, you'll think it odd, when learned doctors will dispute, that I should point the word of God, and show where they can best confute. Let lawyers bawl and strain their throats, tease I that must the lands convey, and strip their clients to their coats, nay, give their very souls away. On the 5 senses all of us in one you'll find, brethren of a wondrous kind, yet among us all no brother knows one tittle of the other, we in frequent councils are, and our marks of things declare, where, to us unknown, a clerk sits, and takes them in the dark. He's the register of all in our ken, both great and small, by us forms his laws and rules, he's our master, we his tools, yet we can with greatest ease turn and wind him where we please. One of us alone can sleep, yet no watch the rest will keep, but the moment that he closes, every brother else reposes. If wine's brought or victuals dressed, one enjoys them for the rest. Pierce us all with wounding steel, one for all of us will feel. Though 10,000 cannons roar, add to them 10,000 more, yet but one of us is found who regards the dreadful sound. Do what is not fit to tell, there's but one of us can smell. Fontanella, 1. To Florinda, when on my bosom thy bright eyes, Florinda, dart their heavenly beams, I feel not the least love surprise, yet endless tears flow down in streams. There's naught so beautiful in thee, but you may find the same in me. The lilies of thy skin compare, in me you see them full as white. The roses of your cheeks, I dare affirm, can't glow to more delight. Then, since I show as fine a face, can you refuse a soft embrace? Ah! Lovely nymph, thou art in thy prime. And so am I, while thou art here, but soon will come the fatal time, when all we see shall disappear. 'Tis mine to make a just reflection, and yours to follow my direction. Then catch admirers while you may, treat not your lovers with disdain, for time with beauty flies away, and there is no return again. To you the sad account I bring, life's autumn has no second spring. Footnote 1, a fountain. An echo never sleeping, still awake, pleasing most when most I speak, the delight of old and young, though I speak without a tongue. Naught but one thing can confound me, many voices joining round me, then I fret, and rave, and gabble, like the labourers of Babel. Now I am a dog, or cow, I can bark, or I can low, I can bleat, or I can sing, like the warblers of the spring. Let the lovesick bard complain, and I mourn the cruel pain, let the happy swain rejoice, and I join my helping voice, both are welcome, grief or joy, I with either sport and toy. Though a lady, I am stout, drums and trumpets bring me out, then I clash, and roar, and rattle, join in all the din of battle. Jove, with all his loudest thunder, when I'm vexed, can't keep me under, yet so tender is my ear, that the lowest voice I fear, much I dread the courtier's fate, when his merit's out of date, for I hate a silent breath, and a whisper is my death. On a shadow in a glass, by something formed I nothing am, yet everything that you can name, in no place have I ever been, yet everywhere I may be seen, in all things false, yet always true, I'm still the same, but ever new. Lifeless, life's perfect form I wear, can show a nose, eye, tongue, or ear, yet neither smell, see, taste, or hear. All shapes and features I can boast, no flesh, no bones, no blood, no ghost, all colors, without paint, put on, and change like the chameleon. Swiftly I come, and enter there, where not a chink lets in the air, like thought, I'm in a moment gone, nor can I ever be alone, all things on earth I imitate faster than nature can create, sometimes imperial robes I wear, anon in beggar's rags appear, a giant now, and straight an elf, I'm every one, but ne'er myself, ne'er sad I mourn, ne'er glad rejoice, I move my lips, but want a voice, I ne'er was born, nor e'er can die, then, Pruth, tell me what am I? Most things by me do rise and fall, and, as I please, they are great and small, invading foes without resistance, with ease I make to keep their distance, again, as I'm disposed, the foe will come, though not afoot they go. Both mountains, woods, and hills, and rocks and gamesome goats, and fleecy flocks, and lowing herds, and piping swains, come dancing to me o'er the plains. The greatest whale that swims the sea does instantly my power obey. In vain from me the sailor flies, the quickest ship I can surprise, and turn it as I have a mind, and move it against tide and wind. Nay, bring me here the tallest man, I'll squeeze him to a little span, or bring a tender child, and pliant, you'll see me stretch him to a giant, nor shall they in the least complain, because my magic gives no pain. On time ever eating, never cloying, all devouring, all destroying, never finding full repast, till I eat the world at last. On the gallows there is a gate, we know full well, that stands twixt heaven, and earth, and hell, where many for a passage venture, yet very few are fond to enter, although 'tis open night and day, they for that reason shun this way, both dukes and lords abhor its wood, they can't come near it for their blood. What other way they take to go, another time I'll let you know. Yet commoners with greatest ease can find an entrance when they please. The poorest hither march in state, or they can never pass the gate, like Roman generals triumphant, and then they take a turn and jump on tea. If gravest parsons here advance, they cannot pass before they dance. There's not a soul that does resort here, but strips himself to pay the porter. On the vowels we are little airy creatures, all of different voice and features, one of us in glass is set, one of us you'll find in jet. T'other you may see in tin, and the fourth a box within. If the fifth you should pursue, it can never fly from you. On snow from heaven I fall, though from earth I begin, no lady alive can show such a skin. I'm bright as an angel, and light as a feather, but heavy and dark, when you squeeze me together. Though candor and truth in my aspect I bear, yet many poor creatures I help to ensnare. Though so much of heaven appears in my make, the foulest impressions I easily take. My parent and I produce one another, the mother the daughter the mother. On a cannon begotten, and born, and dying with noise, the terror of women, and pleasure of boys, like the fiction of poets concerning the wind, I'm chiefly unruly when strongest confined. For silver and gold I don't trouble my head, but all I delight in is pieces of lead, except when I trade with a ship or a town, why then I make pieces of iron go down. One property more I would have you remark, no lady was ever more fond of a spark. The moment I get one, my soul's all afire, and I roar out my joy, and in transport expire. On a pair of dice we are little brethren twain, arbiters of loss and gain, many to our counters run, some are made, and some undone, but men find it to their cost, few are made, but numbers lost. Though we play them tricks forever, yet they always hope our favor. On a candle, to Lady Carteret of all inhabitants on earth, to man alone I owe my birth, and yet the cow, the sheep, the bee, are all my parents more than he. I, a virtue, strange and rare, make the fairest look more fair, and myself, which yet is rarer, growing old, grow still the fairer. Like sots, alone I'm dull enough, when dosed with smoke, and smeared with snuff, but, in the midst of mirth and wine, I with double lustre shine. Emblem of the fair am I, polished neck, and radiant eye, in my eye my greatest grace, emblem of the Cyclops race, metals I like them subdue, slave like them to Vulcan too, emblem of a monarch old, wise, and glorious to behold, wasted he appears, and pale, watching for the public weal, emblem of the bashful dame, that in secret feeds her flame, often aiding to impart all the secrets of her heart. Various is my bulk and hue, big like Bess, and small like Sue, now brown and burnished like a nut. At other times a very slut, often fair, and soft, and tender, taper, tall, and smooth, and slender, like Flora, decked with various flowers, like Phoebus, guardian of the hours. But whatever be my dress, greater be my size or less, swelling be my shape or small, like thyself I shine in all. Clouded if my face is seen, my complexion wan and green, languid like a lovesick maid, steel affords me present aid. Soon or late, my date is done, as my thread of life is spun. Yet to cut the fatal thread oft revives my drooping head, yet I perish in my prime, seldom by the death of time, die like lovers as they gaze, die for those I live to please, pine unpitied to my urn, nor warm the fair for whom I burn, unpitied, unlamented too, die like all that look on you. To Lady Carteret, by D.R. Delany I reach all things near me, and far off to boot, without stretching a finger, or stirring a foot, I take them all into, to add to your wonder, though many and various, and large and asunder, without jostling or crowding they pass side by side, through a wonderful wicket, not half an inch wide, then I lodge them at ease in a very large store, of no breadth or length, with 1,000 things more. All this I can do without witchcraft or charm, though sometimes they say, I bewitch and do harm, though cold, I inflame, and though quiet, invade, and nothing can shield from my spell but a shade. A thief that has robbed you, or done you disgrace, in magical mirror, I'll show you his face. Nay, if you'll believe what the poets have said, they'll tell you I kill, and can call back the dead. Like conjurers safe in my circle I dwell, I love to look black too, it heightens my spell, though my magic is mighty in every hue, who see all my power must see it in you. Answered by D.R. Swift with half an eye your riddle I spy, I observe your wicket hemmed in by a thicket, and whatever passes is strained through glasses. You say it is quiet, I flatly deny it. It wanders about, without stirring out, no passion so weak but gives it a tweak, love, joy, and devotion, set it always in motion. And as for tragic effects of its magic, which you say it can kill, or revive at its will, the dead are all sound, and they live above ground, after all you have writ, It cannot be wit, which plainly does follow, since it flies from Apollo. Its cowardice such it cries at a touch, 'tis a perfect milksop, grows drunk with a drop. Another great fault, it cannot bear salt, and a hair can disarm it of every charm. To Lady Carteret, by Dr. Swift. From India's burning clime I'm brought, with cooling gales like zephyrs fraught. Not Iris, when she paints the sky, can show more different hues than I, nor can she change her form so fast. I'm now a sail, and now a mast. I here am red, and there am green, a beggar there, and here a queen. I sometimes live in house of hair, and oft in hand of lady fair. I please the young, I grace the old, and am at once both hot and cold. Say what I am then, if you can, and find the rhyme, and you're the man. Answered by Dr. Sheridan. Your house of hair, and lady's hand, at first did put me to a stand. I have it now, 'tis plain enough, your hairy business is a muff. Your engine fraught with cooling gales, at once so like your masts and sails. Your thing of various shape and hue must be some painted toy, I knew, and for the rhyme to you're the man, what fits it better than a fan? A riddle. I'm wealthy and poor, I'm empty and full, I'm humble and proud, I'm witty and dull. I'm foul and yet fair, I'm old, and yet young, I lie with Mollker, and toast Mrs. Long. Answer, by Mr. F. R. In rigging he's rich, though in pocket he's poor, he cringes to courtiers, and cocks to the cits, like 20 he dresses, but looks like 80. He's a wit to the fools, and a fool to the wits. Of wisdom he's empty, but full of conceit, he paints and perfumes while he rots with the scab. 'Tis a beau you may swear by his sense and his gait, he boasts of a beauty and lies with a drab. A letter to Dr. Helsham. Sir, pray discruciate what follows. The dullest beast, and gentleman's liquor, when young is often due to the vicar. 1. The dullest of beasts, and swine's delight, make up a bird very swift of flight. 2. The dullest beast, when high in stature, and another of royal nature, for breeding is a useful creature. 3. The dullest beast, and a party distressed, when too long, is bad at best. 4. The dullest beast, and the saddle it wears, is good for partridge, not for hares. 5. The dullest beast, and kind voice of a cat, will make a horse go, though he be not fat. 6. The dullest of beasts and of birds in the air, is that by which all Irishmen swear. 7. The dullest beast, and famed college fortigues, is a person very unfit for intrigues. 8. The dullest beast, and a cobbler's tool, with a boy that is only fit for school, in summer is very pleasant and cool. 9. The dullest beast, and that which you kiss, may break a limb of master or miss. 10. Of serpent kind, and what at distance kills, poor Mistress Dingley ofteth felt its bills. 11. The dullest beast, and eggs unsound, without it I rather would walk on the ground. 12. The dullest beast, and what covers a house, without it a writer is not worth a louse. 13. The dullest beast, and scandalous vermin, of roast or boiled, to the hungry is charming. 14. the dullest beast, and what's covered with crust, there's nobody but a fool that would trust. 15. The dullest beast, and mending highways, is to a horse an evil disease. 16. The dullest beast, and a hole in the ground, will dress a dinner worth £5. 17. The dullest beast, and what doctors pretend, the cook-maid often has by the end. 18. The dullest beast, and fish for Lent, may give you a blow you'll forever repent. 19. The dullest beast, and a shameful jeer, without it a lady should never appear. 20. Wednesday night. I writ all these before I went to bed. Pray explain them for me, because I cannot do it. Footnote 1, a swine. Footnote 2, a swallow. Footnote 3, a stallion. Footnote 4, a sail. Footnote 5, a spaniel. Footnote 6, a spur. Footnote 7, a soul. Footnote 8, a sloven. Footnote 9, a salad. Footnote 10, a slip. Footnote 11, a sparrow. Footnote 12, a saddle. Footnote 13, a style. Footnote 14, a slice. Footnote 15, a spy. Footnote 16, a spavin. Footnote 17, a spit. Footnote 18, a skewer. Footnote 19, a salt. Footnote 20, a smock. Probator aliter a long-eared beast, and a field house for cattle, among the coals doth often rattle. 1. A long-eared beast, a bird that prates, the bridegroom's first gift to their mates, is by all pious Christians thought, in clergymen the greatest fault. 2. A long-eared beast, and woman of Ender, if your wife be a scold, that will mend her. 3. With a long-eared beast, and medicine's use, cooks make their fowl look tight and spruce. 4. A long-eared beast, and holy fable, strengthens the shoes of half the rabble. 5. A long-eared beast, and Rhenish wine, lies in the lap of ladies fine. 6. A long-eared beast, and Flanders College, is Dr. T.L., to my knowledge. 7. A long-eared beast, and building night, censorious people do in spite. 8. A long-eared beast, and bird of night, we sinners art too apt to slight. 9. A long-eared beast, and shameful vermin, a judge will eat, though clad in ermine. 10. A long-eared beast, and Irish cart, can leave a mark, and give a smart. 11. A long-eared beast, in mud to lie, no bird in air so swift can fly. 12. A long-eared beast, and a sputtering old wig, I wish he were in it, and dancing a jig. 13. A long-eared beast, and liquor to write, is a damnable smell both morning and night. 14. A long-eared beast, and the child of a sheep, at whist they will make a desperate sweep. 15. A beast long-eared, and till midnight you stay, will cover a house much better than clay. 16. A long-eared beast, and the drink you love best, you call him a sloven, in earnest for jest. 17. A long-eared beast, and the 16th letter, I'd not look at all unless I looked better. 18. A long-eared beast give me, and eggs unsound, or else I will not ride 1 inch of ground. 19. A long-eared beast, another name for jeer. To ladies' skins there nothing comes so near. 20. A long-eared beast, and kind noise of a cat, is useful in journeys. Take notice of that. 21. A long-eared beast, and what seasons your beef, on such an occasion the law gives relief. 22. A long-eared beast, a thing that force must drive in, bears up his house, that's of his own contriving. 23. Footnote 1. A shovel. Footnote 2. Aspiring. Footnote 3. A switch. Footnote 4. A skewer. Footnote 5. A sparable, a small nail in a shoe. Footnote 6. A shock. Footnote 7. A sloven. Footnote 8. Asperse. Pierce was an architect, who built the Parliament House, Dublin. Footnote 9. A sole. Footnote 10. A slice. Footnote 11. A scar. Footnote 12. A swallow. Footnote 13. A sty. Footnote 14. A sink. Footnote 15. A slam. Footnote 16. A slate. Footnote 17. A swine. Footnote 18. A skew. Footnote 19. A saddle. Footnote 20. A smock. Footnote 21. A spur. Footnote 22. A salt. Footnote 23. A snail. Poems composed at Market Hill on cutting down the thorn at Market Hill. 1. 1727 at Market Hill, as well appears by chronicle of ancient date, there stood for many hundred years a spacious thorn before the gate. Hither came every village maid, and on the boughs her garland hung, and here, beneath the spreading shade, secure from satyrs sat and sung. Sir Archibald, too, that valorous knight, the lord of all the fruitful plain, would come to listen with delight, for he was fond of rural strain. Sir Archibald, whose favourite name shall stand for ages on record, by Scottish bards of highest fame, wise Hawthornden and Stirling's lord. 3. But time with iron teeth, I ween, has cankered all its branches round, no fruit or blossom to be seen, its head reclining toward the ground. This aged, sickly, sapless thorn, which must, alas, no longer stand, behold the cruel Dean in scorn cuts down with sacrilegious hand. Dame Nature, when she saw the blow, astonished gave a dreadful shriek, and Mother Tellus trembled so, she scarce recovered in a week. The sylvan powers, with fear perplexed, in prudence and compassion sent, for none could tell whose turn was next, sad omens of the dire event. The magpie, lighting on the stock, stood chattering with incessant din, and with her beak gave many a knock, to rouse and warn the nymph within. The owl foresaw, in pensive mood, the ruin of her ancient seat, and fled in haste, with all her brood, to seek a more secure retreat. Last trotted forth the gentle swine, to ease her itch against the stump, and dismally was heard to whine, all as she scrubbed her measly rump. The nymph who dwells in every tree, if all be true that poets chant, condemned by fate's supreme decree, must die with her expiring plant. Thus, when the gentle spiner found the thorn committed to her care, received its last and deadly wound, she fled, and vanished into air. But from the root a dismal groan first issuing struck the murderer's ears, and, in a shrill revengeful tone, this prophecy he trembling hears: "Thou chief contriver of my fall, relentless Dean, to mischief born, my kindred oft thine hide shall gall, thy gown and cassock oft be torn. And thy confederate dame, who brags that she condemned me to the fire, shall rend her petticoats to rags, and wound her legs with every briar. Nor thou, Lord Arthur, shall escape, to thee I often called in vain, against that assassin in crape, yet thou couldst tamely see me slain, nor, when I felt the dreadful blow, or chid the Dean, or pinched thy spouse, since you could see me treated so, an old retainer to your house. May that fell Dean, by whose command was formed this Machiavellian plot, not leave a thistle on thy land, then who will own thee for a Scot? Pigs and fanatics, cows and teagues, through all my empire I foresee, to tear thy hedges join in leagues, sworn to revenge my thorn and me. And thou, the wretch ordained by fate, Neil Garhigan, Hibernian clown, with hatchet blunter than thy pate, to hack my hallowed timber down, when thou, suspended high in air, diest on a more ignoble tree, for thou shalt steal thy landlord's mare, then, bloody caitiff, think on me. Footnote 1. A village near the seat of Sir Arthur Aitchison, where the Dean made a long visit. The tree, which was a remarkable one, was much admired by the knight. Yet the Dean, in one of his unaccountable humours, gave directions for cutting it down in the absence of Sir Arthur, who was, of course, highly incensed. By way of making his peace, the Dean wrote this poem, which had the desired effect. Footnote 2. Sir Archibald Aitchison, Secretary of State for Scotland. Footnote 3. Drummond of Hawthornden, and Sir William Alexander, Earl of Stirling, who were both friends of Sir Archibald, and famous for their poetry. Footnote 4. Sir Arthur Aitchison. To Dean Swift, by Sir Arthur Aitchison. 1728 Good cause have I to sing and vapour, for I am landlord to the Drapier. He, that of every ear's the charmer, now condescends to be my farmer, and grace my villa with his strains, lives such a bard on British plains. No, not in all the British court, for none but wightlings there resort, whose names and works, though dead, are made immortal by the Dunshad, and, sure as monument of brass, their fame to future times shall pass. How, with a weakly warbling tongue, of brazen knight they vainly sung, a subject for their genius fit, he dares defy both sense and wit. What dares he not? He can, we know it, a laureate make that is no poet, a judge, without the least pretence to common law, or common sense, a bishop that is no divine, and coxcombs in red ribbons shine, nay, he can make, what's greater far, a middle state twixt peace and war, and say, there shall, for years together, be peace and war, and both, and neither. Happy, O Market Hill! At least, that court and courtiers have no taste, you never else had known the Dean, but, as of old, obscurely lain, all things gone on the same dull track, and Drapier's Hill been still drum lack, but now your name with pen surest vies, and winged with fame shall reach the skies. Dean Swift at Sir Arthur Aitchison's in the north of Ireland. The Dean would visit Market Hill. Our invitation was but slight. I said, why let him, if he will, and so I bade Sir Arthur write. His manners would not let him wait, lest we should think ourselves neglected, and so we see him at our gate 3 days before he was expected. After a week, a month, a quarter, and day succeeding after day, says not a word of his departure, though not a soul would have him stay. I've said enough to make him blush, methinks, or else the devil's in tea, but he cares not for it a rush, nor for my life will take the hint. But you, my dear, may let him know, in civil language, if he stays, how deep and foul the roads may grow, and that he may command the chaise. Or you may say, my wife intends, though I should be exceeding proud, this winter to invite some friends, and, sir, I know you hate a crowd. Or, Mr. Dean, I should with joy beg you would here continue still, but we must go to an ecloy winking sad smiley one, or Mr. Moore will take it ill. The house accounts are daily rising, so much his stay doth swell the bills, my dearest life, it is surprising, how much he eats, how much he swills. His brace of puppies how they stuff. And they must have 3 meals a day, yet never think they get enough, his horses to eat all our hay. Oh! If I could, how I would maul his tallow face and wainscot paws, his beetle brows, and eyes of wall, and make him soon give up the cause. Must I be every moment chid with, too, Skinnerbonia, snipe, and lean? Oh! That I could but once be rid of this insulting tyrant Dean. Footnote 1. The seat of Aitchison Moore, Esquire, in the county of Tyrone. Footnote 2. The Dean used to call Lady Aitchison by those names. See My Lady's Lamentation next page. WEB. On a very old glass at Market Hill, frail glass. Thou mortal art as well as I, though none can tell which of us first shall die. Answered extempore by Dr. Swift, we both are mortal, but thou, frailer creature, mayest die, like me, by chance, but not by nature. Epitaph in Berkeley churchyard, Gloucestershire. Here lies the Earl of Suffolk's fool, men called him Dicky Pierce, his folly served to make folks laugh, when wit and mirth were scarce. Poor Dick, alas! is dead and gone, what signifies to cry? Dickies enough are still behind, to laugh at by and by. Buried, the 18th of June, 1728, aged 63. My Ladies, 1. Lamentation and complaint against the Dean. The 28th of July, 1728. Sure never did man see a wretch like poor Nancy, so teased day and night by a Dean and a knight. To punish my sins, Sir Arthur begins, and gives me a wipe, with Skinny and Snipe sad smiley too, his malice is plain, hallooing the Dean. The Dean never stops, when he opens his chops, I'm quite overrun with rebus and pun. Before he came here, to sponge for good cheer, I sat with delight, from morning till night, with two bony thumbs could rub my old gums, or scratching my nose and jogging my toes, but at present, forsooth, I must not rub a tooth. When my elbows he sees held up by my knees, my arms, like two props, supporting my chops, and just as I handle moving all like a pendulum, he trips up my props, and down my chin drops from my head to my heels, like a clock without wheels, I sink in the spleen, a useless machine. If he had his will, I should never sit still, he comes with his whims, I must move my limbs, I cannot be sweet without using my feet, to lengthen my breath, he tires me to death. By the worst of all squires, through bogs and through briars, where a cow would be startled, I'm in spite of my heart led, and, say what I will, hold up every hill, till, daggled and tattered, my spirits quite shattered, I return home at night, and fast, out of spite, for I'd rather be dead, than it e'er should be said, I was better for him, in stomach or limb. But now to my diet, no eating in quiet, he's still finding fault, too sour or too salt, the wing of a chick I hardly can pick, but trash without measure I swallow with pleasure. Next, for his diversion, he rails at my person. What court breeding this is! He takes me to pieces, from shoulder to flank I'm lean and am lank, my nose, long and thin, grows down to my chin will not stay, but meets it halfway, my fingers, prolix, are 10 crooked sticks, he swears my elbows are 2 iron crows, or sharp-pointed rocks, and wear out my smocks. To scape them, Sir Arthur is forced to lie farther, or his sides they would gore like the tusks of a boar. Now changing the scene but still to the Dean, he loves to be bitter at a lady illiterate, if he sees her but once, he'll swear she's a dunce, can tell by her looks a hater of books, through each line of her face her folly can trace, which spoils every feature bestowed her by nature, but sense gives a grace to the homeliest face, wise books and reflection will mend the complexion, a civil divine. I suppose, meaning mine. No lady who wants them, can ever be handsome. I guess well enough what he means by this stuff, he haws and he hums, at last out it comes, what, madam? No walking, no reading, nor talking. You're now in your prime, make use of your time. Consider, before you come to 80, how the hussies will flee where'er you appear. That silly old puss would fain be like us, what a figure she made in her tarnished brocade. And then he grows mild, come, be a good child, if you are inclined to polish your mind, be adored by the men till 80, and kill with the spleen the jades of 16, I'll show you the way, read 6 hours a day. The wits will frequent ye, and think you but 20. To make you learn faster, I'll be your schoolmaster and leave you to choose the books you peruse. 3. Thus was I drawn in, forgive me my sin. At breakfast he'll ask an account of my task. Put a word out of joint, or miss but a point, he rages and frets, his manners forgets, and as I am serious, is very imperious. No book for delight must come in my sight, but, instead of new plays, dull Bacon's essays, and pour every day on that nasty Pantheon. For, if I be not a drudge, let all the world judge. 'Twere better be blind, than thus be confined. But while in an ill tone, I murder poor Milton, the Dean you will swear, is at study or prayer. He's all the day sauntering, with labourers bantering, among his colleagues, a parcel of Teagues, whom he brings in among us and bribes with mundungus. He little believes how they laugh in their sleeves. Hail, fellow, well met, all dirty and wet, find out, if you can, who's master, who's man, who makes the best figure, the Dean or the digger, and which is the best at cracking a jest. Now see how he sits perplexing his wits in search of a motto to fix on his grotto. How proudly he talks of zigzags and walks, and all the day raves of cradles and caves, and boasts of his feats, his grottos and seats, shows all his gewgaws, and gapes for applause, a fine occupation for one in his station. A hole where a rabbit would scorn to inhabit, dug out in an hour, he calls it a bower. But, oh, how we laugh, to see a wild calf come, driven by heat, and foul the green seat, or run helter-skelter, to his arbour for shelter, where all goes to ruin the Dean has been doing. The girls of the village come flocking for pillage, pull down the fine briars and thorns to make fires, but yet are so kind to leave something behind. No more need be said on't, I smell when I tread on't. Dear friend, Dr. Ginny, if I could but win ye, or Walmsley or Whaley, to come hither daily, since fortune, my foe, will needs have it so, that I'm, by her frowns, condemned to black gowns, no squire to be found the neighbourhood round, for, under the rose, I would rather choose those, if your wives will permit ye, come here out of pity, to ease a poor lady, and beg her a play-day. So may you be seen no more in the spleen, may Walmsley give wine like a hearty divine. May Whaley disgrace dull Daniel's way face. And may your 3 spouses let you lie at friends' houses. Footnote 1, Lady Aitchison. Footnote 2, see ante, 94 pw. WEB. Footnote 3, added from the Dean's manuscript. Footnote 4, the Pantheon containing the mythological systems of the Greeks and Romans, by Andrew Tooke, A.M., first published, 1713. The little work became very popular. The copy I have is of the 36th edition, with plates, 1831. It is still in demand, as it deserves to be. Compare Leigh Hunt's remark on the illustrations to the Pantheon cited by Mr. Coleridge in his notes to Don Juan Canto I. St. Kingsley, Byron's Works, edit. 1903. WEB. A Pastoral Dialogue. 1728. Dermot, Sheila, a nymph and swain, Sheila and Dermot hight, who wont to weed the court of Gosford Knight, winking sad smiley one, while each with stubbed knife removed the roots, that raised between the stones their daily shoots, as at their work they sate in counter view, with mutual beauty smit, their passion grew. Sing, heavenly muse, in sweetly flowing strain, the soft endearments of the nymph and swain. Dermot, my love to Sheila is more firmly fixed, than strongest weeds that grow those stones betwixt. My spud these nettles from the stones can part, no knife so keen to weed thee from my heart. Sheila, my love for gentle Dermot faster grows, than yon tall dock that rises to thy nose. Cut down the dock, 'twill sprout again, but, oh, love rooted out, again will never grow. Dermot, no more that briar thy tender leg shall rake, I spare the thistles for Sir Arthur's, too. Sake, sharp are the stones, take thou this rushy mat, the hardest bum will bruise with sitting squat. Sheila, thy breeches, torn behind, stand gaping wide, this petticoat shall save thy dear backside, nor need I blush, although you feel it wet, Dermot, I vow, 'tis nothing else but sweat. Dermot, at an old stubborn root I chanced to tug, when the Dean threw me this tobacco plug, a longer harpy orth, 3, never did I see, this, dearest Sheila, thou shalt share with me. Sheila, in at the pantry door, this morn I slipped, and from the shelf a charming crust I whipped, Dennis, was out, and I got hither safe, and thou, my dear, shall have the bigger half. Dermot, when you saw Taddy at long bullets play, you sate and loused him all a sunshine day, how could you, Sheila, listen to his tales, or crack such lice as his between your nails? Sheila, when you with Una stood behind a ditch, I peeped and saw you kiss the dirty bitch, Dermot, how could you touch these nasty sluts? I almost wished this spud were in your guts. Dermot, if Una once I kissed forbear to chide, her aunt's my gossip by my father's side, but, if I ever touch her lips again, may I be doomed for life to weed in rain. Sheila, Dermot, I swear, though Taddy's locks could hold 10,000 lice, and every louse was gold, him on my lap you never more shall see, or may I lose my weeding knife, and thee. Dermot, oh, could I earn for thee, my lovely lass, a pair of brogues, 5, to bear thee dry to mass. But see, where Nora with the sewins, 6, comes, then let us rise, and rest our weary bums. Footnote 1, Sir Arthur Aitchison, whose great-grandfather was Sir Archibald, of Gosford, in Scotland. Footnote 2, who was a great lover of Scotland. Footnote 3, Halfpennyworth. Footnote 4, Sir Arthur's butler. Footnote 5, shoes with flat low heels. Footnote 6, a sort of flummery. The grand question debated, whether Hamilton's Bourne, 1, should be turned into a barrack or malt house. 1729. The preface to the English edition. The author of the following poem is said to be Dr. J.S.D. SPD, who writ it, as well as several other copies of verses of the like kind, by way of amusement, in the family of an honourable gentleman in the north of Ireland, where he spent a summer, about 2 or 3 years ago. 2. a certain very great person. 3. Then in that kingdom, having heard much of this poem, obtained a copy from the gentleman, or, as some say, the lady in whose house it was written, from whence I know not by what accident several other copies were transcribed full of errors. As I have a great respect for the supposed author, I have procured a true copy of the poem, the publication whereof can do him less injury than printing any of those incorrect ones which run about in manuscript, and would infallibly be soon in the press, if not thus prevented. Some expressions being peculiar to Ireland, I have prevailed on a gentleman of that kingdom to explain them, and I have put the several explanations in their proper places. First edition. Thus spoke to my lady the knight, too, full of care, let me have your advice in a weighty affair. This Hamilton's born, while it sticks in my hand I lose by the house what I get by the land, but how to dispose of it to the best bidder, for a barrack, 6, or malt house, we now must consider. First, let me suppose I make it a malt house, here I have computed the profit will fall to us, there's £900 for labour and grain, I increase it to 12, so 300 remain, a handsome addition for wine and good cheer, 3 dishes a day, and 3 hogsheads a year, with a dozen large vessels my vault shall be stored, no little scrub joint shall come on my board, and you and the Dean no more shall combine to stint me at night to 1 bottle of wine, nor shall I, for his humour, permit you to purloin a stone and a quarter of beef from my sirloin. If I make it a barrack, the crown is my tenant, my dear, I have pondered again and again on in poundage and drawbacks I lose half my rent, whatever they give me, I must be content, or join with the court in every debate, and rather than that, I would lose my estate. Thus ended the knight, thus began his meek wife, it must, and it shall be a barrack, my life. I'm grown a mere mopus, no company comes but a rabble of tenants, and rusty dull rums. 5. With parsons what lady can keep herself clean? I'm all overdaubed when I sit by the Dean. But if you will give us a barrack, my dear, the captain I'm sure will always come here, I then shall not value his deanship a straw, for the captain, I warrant, will keep him in awe, or, should he pretend to be brisk and alert, will tell him that chaplains should not be so pert, that men of his coat should be minding their prayers, and not among ladies to give themselves airs. Thus argued my lady, but argued in vain, the knight his opinion resolved to maintain. But Hannah, 6, who listened to all that was past, and could not endure so vulgar a taste, as soon as her ladyship called to be dressed, cried, Madam, why surely my masters possessed Sir Arthur the maltster. How fine it will sound! I'd rather the born were sunk underground. But, madam, I guessed there would never come good, when I saw him so often with Darby and Wood. 7. And now my dream's out, for I was dreamed that I saw a huge rat, oh dear, how I screamed And after, methought, I had lost my new shoes, and Molly, she said, I should hear some ill news. Dear madam, had you but the spirit to tease, you might have a barrack whenever you please, and, madam, I always believed you so stout, that for 20 denials you would not give out. If I had a husband like him, I protest, till he gave me my will, I would give him no rest, and, rather than come in the same pair of sheets with such a cross man, I would lie in the streets. But, madam, I beg you, contrive and invent, and worry him out, till he gives his consent. Dear madam, we know of a barrack I think, and I were to be hanged, I can't sleep a wink, for if a new crotchet comes into my brain, I can't get it out, though I'd never so fain. I fancy already a barrack contrived at Hamilton's Bourne, and the troop is arrived, of this to be sure, Sir Arthur has warning, and waits on the captain betimes the next morning. Now see, when they meet, how their honours behave, noble captain, your servant, Sir Arthur, your slave, you honour me much, the honour is mine. 'Twas a sad rainy night, but the morning is fine. Pray, how does my lady? My wife's at your service. I think I have seen her picture by Jervas. Good morrow, good captain, I'll wait on you down, you shan't stir a foot, you'll think me a clown. For all the world, captain, not half an inch farther, you must be obeyed, your servant, Sir Arthur. My humble respects to my lady unknown. I hope you will use my house as your own. Go bring me my smock, and leave off your prate, thou'st certainly gotten a cup in thy pate. Pray, madam, be quiet, what was it I said? You had like to have put it quite out of my head. Next day to be sure, the captain will come, at the head of his troop, with trumpet and drum. Now, madam, observe how he marches in state, the man with the kettle drum enters the gate, dub, dub, a dub, dub. The trumpeters follow. Tantara, tantara, while all the boys holler. See now comes the captain all daubed with gold lace, oh la! The sweet gentleman. Look in his face, and see how he rides like a lord of the land, with the fine flaming sword that he holds in his hand, and his horse, the dear creature, it prances and rears, with ribbons in knots at its tail and its ears. At last comes the troop, by word of command, drawn up in our court, when the captain cries, "Stand!" Your ladyship lifts up the sash to be seen, for sure I had dizened you out like a queen. The captain, to show he is proud of the favour, looks up to your window, and cocks up his beaver is cocked. Pray, madam, mark that, for a captain of horse never takes off his hat, because he has never a hand that is idle, for the right holds the sword, and the left holds the bridle winking smiley. Then flourishes thrice his sword in the air, as a compliment due to a lady so fair. How I tremble to think of the blood it has spilt. Then he lowers down the point, and kisses the hilt. Your ladyship smiles, and thus you begin, "Pray, captain, be pleased to alight and walk in." The captain salutes you with conge profound, and your ladyship curtsies half-way to the ground. Kit, run to your master, and bid him come to us, I'm sure he'll be proud of the honour you do us, and, captain, you'll do us the favour to stay, and take a short dinner here with us today. You're heartily welcome, but as for good cheer, you come in the very worst time of the year. If I had expected so worthy a guest, Lord, Madam. Your ladyship sure is in jest, you banter me, Madam. The kingdom must grant, you officers, Captain, are so complaisant. Hist, hussy, I think I hear somebody coming. No, madam, 'tis only Sir Arthur a humming. To shorten my tale, for I hate a long story, the captain at dinner appears in his glory. The dean and the doctor, 8, have humbled their pride, for the captain's entreated to sit by your side, and, because he's their betters, you carve for him first. The parsons for envy are ready to burst. The servants, amazed, are scarce ever able to keep off their eyes, as they wait at the table, and Molly and I have thrust in our nose, to peep at the captain in all his fine clothes. Dear madam, be sure he's a fine-spoken man, do but hear on the clergy how glib his tongue ran, and, madam says he, if such dinners you give, you'll ne'er want for parsons as long as you live. I ne'er knew a parson without a good nose, but the devil's as welcome, wherever he goes. G.D.D.N. They bid us reform and repent, but, Z.S. by their looks, they never keep Lent. Mr. Curate, for all your grave looks, I'm afraid you cast a sheep's eye on her ladyship's maid. I wish she would lend you her pretty white hand in mending your cassock, and smoothing your band, for the dean was so shabby, and looked like a ninny, that the captain supposed he was curate to Ginny. Whenever you see a cassock and gown, 100 to 1 but it covers a clown. Observe how a parson comes into a room, G.D.D.N. He hobbles as bad as my groom, a scholard, when just from his college broke loose, can hardly tell how to cry bo to a goose. Your novids, and blue Turks, and amas, 9, and stuff by G, they don't signify this pinch of snuff. To give a young gentleman right education, the army's the only good school in the nation. My schoolmaster called me a dunce and a fool, but at cuffs I was always the cock of the school. I never could take to my book for the blood o' me, and the puppy confessed he expected no good o' me. He caught me one morning coquetting his wife, but he mauled me. I ne'er was so mauledy in my life. 10. So I took to the road, and, what's very odd, the first man I robbed was a parson, by G. Now, madam, you'll think it a strange thing to say, but the sight of a book makes me sick to this day. Never since I was born did I hear so much wit, and, madam, I laughed till I thought I should split. So then you looked scornful, and sniffed at the dean, as who should say, now, am I skinny, 11, and lean? But he durst not so much as once open his lips, and the doctor was plaguily down in the hips. Thus merciless Hannah ran on in her talk, till she heard the dean call, will your ladyship walk? Her ladyship answers, I'm just coming down then, turning to Hannah, and forcing a frown, although it was plain in her heart she was glad, cried, hussy, why sure the wench is gone mad. How could these chimeras get into your brains? Come hither and take this old gown for your pains. But the dean, if this secret should come to his ears, will never have done with his jibes and his jeers, for your life, not a word of the matter I charge ye, give me but a barrack, a fig for the clergy. Footnote 1. A bourne was a place near the house, enclosed with mud or stone walls, to keep the cattle from being stolen in the night, now little used. Dublin edition. Footnote 2. Sir Arthur Aitchison, at whose seat this was written. Footnote 3. John, Lord Carteret, then Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, since Earl of Granville, in right of his mother. Footnote 4. The army in Ireland was lodged in strong buildings, called barracks. See verses on his own death and notes, volume I, 247. Web. Footnote 5. A cant word in Ireland for a poor country clergyman. Footnote 6. My lady's waiting woman. Footnote 7. Two of Sir Arthur's managers. Footnote 8. Dr. Ginny, a clergyman in the neighborhood. Footnote 9. Ovid's, Plutarch's, Homer's. Footnote 10. These 4 lines were added by Swift in his own copy of the Miscellanies, edit. 1732. Web. Footnote 11. Nicknames for My Lady, see ante, pp 94, 95. Web. Drapier's Hill. 1. 1730. We give the world to understand, our thriving Dean has purchased land, a purchase which will bring him clear above his rent £4 a year. Provided to improve the ground, he will but add £200, and from his endless hoarded store, to build a house, 500 more. Sir Arthur, too, shall have his will, and call the mansion Drapier's Hill, that, when a nation, long enslaved, forgets by whom it once was saved, when none the Drapier's praise shall sing, his signs aloft no longer swing, his medals and his prints forgotten, and all his handkerchiefs, too, are rotten, his famous letters made waste paper. This hill may keep the name of Drapier, in spite of envy, flourish still, and Drapier's vie with Cooper's Hill. Footnote 1. The Dean gave this name to a farm called Drumlack, which he took of Sir Arthur Aitchison, whose seat lay between that and Market Hill, and intended to build a house upon it, but afterwards changed his mind. Footnote 2. Medals were cast, many signs hung up, and handkerchiefs made, with devices in honor of the Dean, under the name of M.B. Drapier. See verses on his own death volume I. Web. The Dean's reasons for not building at Drapier's Hill. I will not build on yonder mount, and, should you call me to account, consulting with myself, I find it was no levity of mind. Waiter, I promised or intended, no fault of mine, the scheme is ended. Nor can you tax me as unsteady, I have 100 causes ready, all risen since that flattering time, when Drapier's Hill appeared in rhyme. I am, as now too late I find, the greatest cully of mankind, the lowest boy in Martin's school may turn and wind me like a fool. How could I form so wild a vision, to seek, in deserts, fields Elysian, to live in fear, suspicion, variance, with thieves, fanatics, and barbarians? But here my lady will object, your deanship ought to recollect, that, near the Knight of Gosford, one, placed, whom you allow a man of taste, your intervals of time to spend with so conversable a friend, it would not signify a pin whatever climate you were in. 'Tis true, but what advantage comes to me from all a usurer's plums, though I should see him twice a day, and am his neighbor cross the way, if all my rhetoric must fail to strike him for a pot of ale? Thus, when the learned and the wise conceal their talents from our eyes, and from deserving friends withhold their gifts, as misers do their gold, their knowledge to themselves confined is the same avarice of mind, nor makes their conversation better, than if they never knew a letter. Such is the fate of Gosford's knight, who keeps his wisdom out of sight, whose uncommunicative heart will scarce one precious word impart, still wrapped in speculations deep, his outward senses fast asleep, who, while I talk, a song will hum, or with his fingers beat the drum, beyond the skies transports his mind, and leaves a lifeless corpse behind. But, as for me, who ne'er could clamber high, to understand Malebranche or Cambrai, who send my mind, as I believe, less than others do, on errands sleeveless, can listen to a tale humdrum, and with attention read Tom Thumb, my spirits with my body progging, both hand in hand together jogging, sunk over head and ears in matter. Nor can of metaphysics smatter, am more diverted with a quibble than dream of words intelligible, and think all notions too abstracted are like the ravings of a cracked head. What intercourse of minds can be betwixt the knight sublime and me, if when I talk, as talk I must, it is but prating to a bust? Where friendship is by fate designed, it forms a union in the mind, but here I differ from the knight in every point, like black and white, for none can say that ever yet we both in one opinion met, not in philosophy, or ale, in state affairs, or planting kale, in rhetoric, or picking straws, in roasting larks, or making laws, in public schemes, or catching flies, in parliaments, or pudding pies. The neighbors wonder why the knight should in a country life delight, who not one pleasure entertains to cheer the solitary scenes. His guests are few, his visits rare, nor uses time, nor time will spare, nor rides, nor walks, nor hunts, nor fowls, nor plays at cards, or dice, or bowls, but seated in an easy chair, despises exercise and air. His rural walks he ne'er adorns, here poor Pomona sits on thorns, and there neglected Flora settles her bum upon a bed of nettles. Those thankless and officious cares I used to take in friends' affairs, from which I never could refrain, and have been often chid in vain, from these I am recovered quite, at least in what regards the knight. Preserve his health, his store increase, may nothing interrupt his peace. But now let all his tenants round first milk his cows, and after, pound, let every cottager conspire to cut his hedges down for fire. The naughty boys about the village his crabs and sloes may freely pillage, he still may keep a pack of knaves to spoil his work, and work by halves. His meadows may be dug by swine, it shall be no concern of mine, for why should I continue still to serve a friend against his will? Footnote 1. Sir Arthur Aitchison's great-grandfather was Sir Archibald, of Gosford, in Scotland. The revolution at Market Hill 1730. From distant regions fortune sends an odd triumvirate of friends, where Phoebus pays a scanty stipend, where never yet a codling ripened. Hither the frantic goddess draws 3 sufferers in a ruined cause, by faction banished. Here unite, a Dean, 1, a Spaniard, 2, and a knight winking sad smiley. 3, unite, but on conditions cruel. The Dean and Spaniard find it too well, condemned to live in service hard, on either side his honour's guard, the Dean to guard his honour's back. Must build a castle at Drumlack winking sad smiley. 4, the Spaniard, sore against his will, must raise a fort at Market Hill. And thus the pair of humble gentry at north and south are posted sentry, while in his lordly castle fixed, the knight triumphant reigns betwixt, and, what the wretches most resent, to be his slaves, must pay him rent, attend him daily as their chief, decant his wine, and carve his beef. O Fortune! 'Tis a scandal for thee to smile on those who are least worthy, weigh but the merits of the 3, his slaves have 10 times more than he. Proud Baronet of Nova Scotia! The Dean and Spaniard must reproach ye, of their 2 fames the world enough rings, where are thy services and sufferings? What if for nothing once you kissed against the grain, a monarch's fist? What if, among the courtly tribe, you lost a place and saved a bribe? And then in surly mood came here, to £1,500 a year, and fierce against the Whigs harangued. You never ventured to be hanged. How dare you treat your betters thus? Are you to be compared with us? Come, Spaniard, let us from our farms call forth our cottagers to arms, our forces let us both unite, attack the foe at left and right, from Market Hills, 5, exalted head, full northward let your troops be laid, while I from Drapier's Mount descend, and to the south my squadrons bend. New River walk, with friendly shade, shall keep my host in ambuscade, while you, from where the basin stands, shall scale the rampart with your bands. Nor need we doubt the fort to win, I hold intelligence within. True, Lady Anne no danger fears, brave as the Upton fan she wears winking sad smiley. 6, then, lest upon our first attack her valiant arm should force us back, and we of all our hopes deprived, I have a stratagem contrived. By these embroidered high heel shoes she shall be caught as in a noose, so well contrived her toes to pinch, she'll not have power to stir an inch. These gaudy shoes must Hannah, 7, place direct before her lady's face. The shoes put on, our faithful portress admits us in, to storm the fortress, while tortured Madam bound remains, like Montezuma, 8, in golden chains, or like a cat with walnuts shod, stumbling at every step she trod. Sly hunters thus, in Borneo's isle, to catch a monkey by a while, the mimic animal amuse, they place before him gloves and shoes, which, when the brute puts awkward on, all his agility is gone, in vain to frisk or climb he tries, the huntsman sees the grinning prize. But let us on our first assault secure the larder and the vault. The valiant Dennis, 9, you must fix on, and I'll engage with Peggy Dixon's sad smiley. 10, then, if we once can seize the key and chest that keeps my lady's tea, they must surrender at discretion. And, soon as we have gained possession, we'll act as other conquerors do, divide the realm between us two, then, let me see, we'll make the knight our clerk, for he can read and write. But must not think, I tell him that, like Lorimer, 11, to wear his hat, yet, when we dine without a friend, we'll place him at the lower end. Madam, whose skill does all in dress lie, may serve to wait on Mrs. Leslie, but, lest it might not be so proper that her own maid should overtop her, to mortify the creature more, we'll take her heels 5 inches lower. For Hannah, when we have no need of her, 'twill be our interest to get rid of her, and when we execute our plot, 'tis best to hang her on the spot, as all your politicians wise, dispatch the rogues by whom they rise. Footnote 1, Dr. Swift. Footnote 2, Colonel Henry Leslie, who served and lived long in Spain. Dublin edition. Footnote 3, Sir Arthur Aitchison. Footnote 4, the Irish name of a farm the Dean took of Sir Arthur Aitchison, and was to build on, but changed his mind, and called it Drapier's Hill. See the poem so named, and the Dean's reasons for not building at Drapier's Hill ante, p. 107. W.E.B. Footnote 5, a village near Sir Arthur Aitchison's. Footnote 6, a parody on the phrase, as brave as his sword. Scott. Footnote 7, my lady's waiting maid. Footnote 8, Montezuma or Mutezuma, the last emperor of Mexico and the richest, taken prisoner by Hernando Cortés, about 1511, who also obtained possession of the whole empire. Hakluyt's Navigations etc., vols. 8, 9. W.E.B. Footnote 9, the butler. Footnote 10, the housekeeper. Footnote 11, the agent. Robin and Harry. 1. 1730 Robin to beggars with a curse, throws the last shilling in his purse, and when the coachman comes for pay, the rogue must call another day. Grave Harry, when the poor are pressing, gives them a penny and God's blessing, but always careful of the main, with twopence left, walks home in rain. Robin from noon to night will prate, run out in tongue, as in estate, and, ere a 12-month and a day, will not have one new thing to say. Much talking is not Harry's vice, he need not tell a story twice, and, if he always be so thrifty, his fund may last to 55. It so fell out that cautious Harry, as soldiers use, for love must marry, and, with his dame, the ocean crossed all for love, or the world well lost. 2. Repairs a cabin gone to ruin, just big enough to shelter 2 in, and in his house, if anybody come, will make them welcome to his modicum, where Goody Julia milks the cows, and boils potatoes for her spouse, or darns his hose, or mends his breeches, while Harry's fencing up his ditches. Robin, who ne'er his mind could fix, to live without a coach and 6, to patch his broken fortunes, found a mistress worth £5,000, swears he could get her in an hour, if Gaffer Harry would endow her, and sell, to pacify his wrath, a birthright for a mess of broth. Young Harry, as all Europe knows, was long the quintessence of beau, but, when espoused, he ran the fate that must attend the married state, from gold brocade and shining armor, was metamorphosed to a farmer, his grazier's coat with dirt besmeared, nor twice a week will shave his beard. Old Robin, all his youth a sloven, at 52, when he grew loving, clad in a coat of Padua soy, a flaxen wig, and waistcoat gay, powdered from shoulder down to flank, in courtly style addresses frank, twice 10 years older than his wife, is doomed to be a beau for life, supplying those defects by dress, which I must leave the world to guess. Footnote 1. A lively account of these two gentlemen occurs in Dr. King's Anecdotes of his own times, p. 137. It seek, who confirms the peculiarities which Swift has enumerated in the text. Scott. Footnote 2. The title of Dryden's play, founded on the story of Antony and Cleopatra. W.E.B. A panegyric on the Dean in the person of a lady in the North, L. 1730. Resolved my gratitude to show, thrice reverend Dean, for all I owe. Too long I have my thanks delayed, your favours left too long unpaid, but now, in all our sex's name, my artless muse shall sing your fame. Indulgent you to female kind, to all their weaker sides are blind. 9 more such champions as the Dean would soon restore our ancient reign. How well to win the ladies' hearts, you celebrate their wit and parts. How have I felt my spirits raised, by you so oft, so highly praised. Transformed by your convincing tongue to witty, beautiful, and young, I hope to quit that awkward shame, affected by each vulgar dame, to modesty a weak pretence, and soon grow pert on men of sense, to show my face with scornful air, let others match it if they dare. Impatient to be out of debt, oh, may I never once forget the bard who humbly deigns to choose me for the subject of his muse. Behind my back, before my nose, he sounds my praise in verse and prose. My heart with emulation burns, to make you suitable returns. My gratitude the world shall know, and see, the printer's boy below, ye hawkers all, your voices lift, a panegyric on Dean Swift. And then, to mend the matter still, by Lady Anne of Market Hill. 2. I thus begin, my grateful muse salutes the Dean in different views, Dean, butler, usher, jester, tutor, Robert and Darby's, 3, coadjutor, and, as you in commission sit, to rule the dairy next to Kit winking sad smiley for, in each capacity I mean to sing your praise. And first as Dean, envy must own, you understand your precedence, and support your grandeur, nor of your rank will bate an ace, except to give Dean Daniel, 5, place. In you such dignity appears, so suited to your state and years. With ladies what a strict decorum, with what devotion you adore em. Treat me with so much complaisance, as fits a princess in romance. By your example and assistance, the fellows learn to know their distance. Sir Arthur, since you set the pattern, no longer calls me snipe and slattern, nor dares he, though he were a duke, offend me with the least rebuke. Proceed we to your preaching. 5. Next. How nice you split the hardest text! How your superior learning shines above our neighboring dull divines! At beggars' opera not so full pit is seen as when you mount our pulpit. Consider now your conversation, regardful of your age and station. You ne'er were known by passion sturdy to give the least offensive word, but still, we ne'er you silence break, watch every syllable you speak, your style so clear, and so concise, we never ask to hear you twice. But then a parson so genteel, so nicely clad from head to heel, so fine a gown, a band so clean, as well become St. Patrick's Dean, such reverential or express, that cowboys know you by your dress. Then, if our neighboring friends come here, how proud are we when you appear, with such address and graceful port, as clearly shows you bred at court. Now raise your spirits, Mr. Dean, I lead you to a nobler scene. When to the vault you walk in state, in quality of butlers. 6. Mate, you next to Dennis. 7. Bear the sway, to you we often trust the key, nor can he judge with all his art so well, what bottle holds a quart, what pints may best for bottles pass, just to give every man his glass, when proper to produce the best, and what may serve a common guest. With Dennis you did ne'er combine, not you, to steal your master's wine, except a bottle now and then, to welcome brother serving men, but that is with a good design, to drink Sir Arthur's health and mine, your master's honour to maintain, and get the like returns again. Your ushers. 8. Post must next be handled, how blessed am I by such a man led, under whose wise and careful guardship I now despise fatigue and hardship, familiar grown to dirt and wet, though draggled round, I scorn to fret, from you my chamber damsels learn my broken hose to patch and darn. Now as a jester I accost you, which never yet one friend has lost you. You judge so nicely to a hair, how far to go, and when to spare, by long experience grown so wise, of every taste to know the size. There's none so ignorant or weak to take offence at what you speak. 9. We know you joke, tease all a case, whether with Dermot, or his grace, with Teague Murphy, or an earl, a duchess, or a kitchen girl. With such dexterity you fit their several talents with your wit, that Moll the chambermaid can smoke, and Garhigan. 10. Take every joke. I now become your humble suitor, to let me praise you as my tutor. 11. Poor I, a savage. 12. Bred and born, by you instructed every morn, already have improved so well, that I have almost learned to spell. The neighbors who come here to dine, admire to hear me speak so fine. How enviously the ladies look, when they surprise me at my book. And sure as they're alive at night, as soon as gone will show their spite. Good Lord! What can my lady mean, conversing with that rusty dean? She's grown so nice, and so penurious. 13. With Socrates and Epicurus. How could she sit the livelong day, yet never ask us once to play? But I admire your patience most, that when I'm duller than a post, nor can the plainest word pronounce. You neither fume, nor fret, nor flounce, are so indulgent, and so mild, as if I were a darling child. So gentle is your whole proceeding, that I could spend my life in reading. You merit new employments daily, our thatcher, ditcher, gardener, bailey. And to a genius so extensive no work is grievous or offensive, whether your fruitful fancy lies to make for pigs convenient sties, or ponder long with anxious thought to banish rats that haunt our vault, nor have you grumbled, reverend Dean, to keep our poultry sweet and clean, to sweep the mansion house they dwell in, and cure the rank unsavory smelling. Now enter as the dairy handmaid, such charming butter, 14, never man made. Let others with fanatic face talk of their milk for babes of grace, from tubs their snuffling nonsense utter, thy milk shall make us tubs of butter. The bishop with his foot may burn it, 15, but with his hand the dean can churn it. How are the servants overjoyed to see thy deanship thus employed! Instead of poring on a book, providing butter for the cook. 3 morning hours you toss and shake the bottle till your fingers ache, hard is the toil, nor small the art, the butter from the whey to part. Behold a frothy substance rise, be cautious or your bottle flies. The butter comes, our fears are ceased, and out you squeeze an ounce at least. Your reverence thus, with like success, nor is your skill or labour less, when bent upon some smart lampoon, will toss and turn your brain till noon, which in its jumblings round the skull, dilates and makes the vessel full, while nothing comes but froth at first. You think your giddy head will burst, but squeezing out 4 lines in rhyme, are largely paid for all your time. But you have raised your generous mind to works of more exalted kind. Palladio was not half so skilled in the grandeur or the art of building. 2 temples of magnific size attract the curious traveller's eyes, that might be envied by the Greeks, raised up by you in 20 weeks. Here gentle goddess Closine receives all offerings at her shrine. In separate cells, the he's and she's, here pay their vows on bended knees, for 'tis profane when sexes mingle, and every nymph must enter single, and when she feels an inward motion, come filled with reverence and devotion. The bashful maid, to hide her blush, shall creep no more behind a bush, here unobserved she boldly goes, as who should say, to pluck a rose. 16. Ye, who frequent this hallowed scene, be not ungrateful to the Dean, but duly, ere you leave your station, offer to him a pure libation, or of his own or Smedley's lay, or billet douse, or lock of hay, and, oh, may all who hither come, return with unpolluted thumb. Yet, when your lofty domes I praise I sigh to think of ancient days. Permit me then to raise my style, and sweetly moralize a while. The bounteous goddess Closine, to temples why do we confine? Forbid in open air to breathe, why are thine altars fixed beneath? When Saturn ruled the skies alone, that golden age to gold unknown, this earthly globe, to thee assigned received the gifts of all mankind. 10,000 altars smoking round, were built to thee with offerings crowned and here thy daily votaries placed their sacrifice with zeal and haste. The margin of a purling stream sent up to thee a grateful steam, though sometimes thou wert pleased to wink, if naiads swept them from the brink, or where appointing lovers rove, the shelter of a shady grove, or offered thee in some flowery vale, were wafted by a gentle gale. There many a flower abstessive grew, thy favourite flowers of yellow hue, the crocus and the daffodil, the cowslip soft, and sweet jonquil. But when at last usurping Jove old Saturn from his empire drove, then Gluttony, with greasy paws her napkin pinned thee up to her jaws, with watery chops, and wagging chin, braced like a drum her oily skin, wedged in a spacious elbow chair, and on her plate a treble share, as if she ne'er could have enough, taught harmless man to cram and stuff. She sent her priests in wooden shoes from haughty Gaul to make ragouts, instead of wholesome bread and cheese, to dress their soups and fricassees, and, for our home-bred British cheer, botargo, catsup, and caviar. This bloated harpy, sprung from hell, confined thee, goddess, to a cell, sprung from her womb that impious line, contemners of thy rites divine. First, lolling sloth, in woolen cap, taking her after-dinner nap, pale dropsy, with a sallow face, her belly burst, and slow her pace, and lordly gout, wrapped up in fur, and wheezing asthma, loath to stir, voluptuosities, the child of wealth, infecting thus our hearts by stealth. None seek thee now in open air, to thee no verdant altars rear, but, in their cells and vaults obscene, present a sacrifice unclean, from whence unsavoury vapours rose, offensive to thy nicer nose. Ah! Who, in our degenerate days, as nature prompts, his offering pays. Here nature never difference made between the sceptre and the spade. Ye great ones, why will ye disdain to pay your tribute on the plain? Why will you place in lazy pride your altars near your couch's side, when from the homeliest earthenware are sent up offerings more sincere, than where the haughty Duchess locks her silver vase in cedar box? Yet some devotion still remains among our harmless northern swains, whose offerings, placed in golden ranks, adorn our crystal rivers' banks, nor seldom grace the flowery downs, with spiral tops and coppel, 27, crowns, or gilding in a sunny morn the humble branches of a thorn. So poets sing, with golden bow the Trojan hero paid his vow. 28, hither, by luckless error led, the crude consistence oft I tread, here when my shoes are out of case, unweeting gild the tarnished delace, here, by the sacred bramble tinged, my petticoat is doubly fringed. Be witness for me, nymph divine, I never robbed thee with design, nor will the zealous Hannah pout to wash thy injured offering out. But stop, ambitious muse, in time, nor dwell on subjects too sublime. In vain on lofty heels I tread, aspiring to exalt my head, with hoop expanded wide and light, in vain I tempt too high a flight. Mephibosheth, 29, in a midnight dream, 30, accosting, said, Go shake your cream. 31, be humbly minded, know your post, sweeten your tea, and watch your toast. Thee best befits a lowly style, teach Dennis how to stir the guile winking sad smiley 32, with Peggy Dixon, 33, thoughtful sit, contriving for the pot and spit. Take down thy proudly swelling sails, and rub thy teeth and pare thy nails, at nicely carving show thy wit, but ne'er presume to eat a bit. Turn every way thy watchful eye, and every guest be sure to ply. Let never at your board be known an empty plate, except your own. Be these thy arts winking sad smiley 34, nor higher aim than what befits a rural dame. But Closina, goddess bright, sleek, claims her as his right, and Smedley, 35, flower of all divines, shall sing the Dean in Smedley's lines. Footnote 1. The Lady of Sir Arthur Aitchison. Footnote 2. A village near Sir Arthur Aitchison's house where the author passed 2 summers. Dublin edition. Footnote 3. The names of 2 overseers. Footnote 4. My Lady's footman. Footnote 4. Dr. Daniel, Dean of Down, who wrote several poems. Footnote 5. The author preached but once while he was there. Footnote 6. He sometimes used to direct the butler. Footnote 7. The butler. Footnote 8. He sometimes used to walk with the lady. See ante, p. 96. Footnote 9. The neighboring ladies were no great understanders of raillery. Footnote 10. The clown that cut down the old thorn at Market Hill. Footnote 11. See ante, My Lady's Lamentation p. 97. Web. Footnote 12. Lady Aitchison was daughter of Philip Savage, MP for Wexford, and Chancellor of the Exchequer in Ireland. Web. Footnote 13. Understood here as dainty, particular. Web. Footnote 14. A way of making butter for breakfast, by filling a bottle with cream, and shaking it till the butter comes. Footnote 15. It is a common saying, when the milk burns, that the devil or the bishop has set his foot in it. Footnote 16. See volume I, p. 203. Web. Footnote 27. Fragments of stone. Footnote 28. Verg. Inido's lib 6. Footnote 29. Cynthius aurum velitit admanuot. Verg. Ecloga 6, 3. Footnote 30. Post medium noctum visus, cum somnia vera. HOR. Sat. I. X. 33. Footnote 31. In the bottle to make butter. Footnote 32. The quantity of ale or beer brewed at one time. Footnote 33. Mrs. Dixon, the housekeeper. Footnote 34. Hac tibi erant arts. Verg. In 6, 852. Footnote 35. A very stupid, insolent, factious, deformed, conceited person, a vile pretender to poetry, preferred by the Duke of Grafton for his wit. 12 Articles. 1. I lest it may more quarrels breed, I will never hear you read. 2. By disputing, I will never, to convince you once endeavor. 3. When a paradox you stick to, I will never contradict you. 4. When I talk and you are heedless, I will show no anger needless. When your speeches are absurd, I will ne'er object a word. 6. When you furious argue wrong, I will grieve and hold my tongue. 7. Not a jest or humorous story will I ever tell before ye, to be chidden for explaining, when you quite mistake the meaning. 8. Never more will I suppose, you can taste my verse or prose. 9. You no more at me shall fret, while I teach and you forget. You shall never hear me thunder, when you blunder on, and blunder. 11. Show your poverty of spirit, and in dress place all your merit. Give yourself 10,000 airs, that with me shall break no squares. 2. 12. Never will I give advice, till you please to ask me thrice, which if you in scorn reject, 'twill be just as I expect. Thus we both shall have our ends, and continue special friends. Footnote 1, addressed to Lady Aitchison. W.E.B. Footnote 2, that is, will do no harm, we shall not disagree. At blank blank square, for we will break no squares by naming streets. Don Juan, Canto 13, STXXV. See Mr. Coleridge's note on this, Byron's Works, edit. 1903. W.E.B. Political poetry parody on the Recorder of Blessington's address to Queen Anne. Mr. William Crowe, Recorder of Blessington's address to Her Majesty, as copied from the London Gazette. To the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, the humble address of the Sovereign, Recorder, Burgesses, and Freemen, of the Borough of Blessington. May it please your Majesty, though we stand almost last on the roll of boroughs of this your Majesty's Kingdom of Ireland, and therefore, in good manners to our elder brothers, press but late among the joyful crowd about your royal throne, yet we beg leave to assure your Majesty, that we come behind none in our good affection to your sacred person and government, insomuch, that the late surprising accounts from Germany have filled us with a joy not inferior to any of our fellow subjects. We heard with transport that the English warmed the field to that degree, that 30 squadrons, part of the vanquished enemy, were forced to fly to water, not able to stand their fire, and drank their last draught in the Danube, for the waste they had before committed on its injured banks, thereby putting an end to their masters' long-boasted victories. A glorious push indeed, and worthy a general of the Queen of England. And we are not a little pleased, to find several gentlemen in considerable posts of your Majesty's army, who drew their first breath in this country, sharing in the good fortune of those who so effectually put in execution the command of your gallant, enterprising general, whose twin battles have, with his own title of Marlborough, given immortality to the otherwise perishing names of Schellenberg and Hogstedt, actions that speak him born under stars as propitious to England as that he now wears, on both which he has so often reflected lustre, as to have now abundantly repaid the glory they once lent him. Nor can we but congratulate with a joy proportioned to the success of your Majesty's fleet, our last campaign at sea, since by it we observe the French obliged to steer their wonted course for security, to their ports, and Gibraltar, the Spaniards' ancient defense, bravely stormed, possessed, and maintained by your Majesty's subjects. May the supplies for reducing the exorbitant power of France be such, as may soon turn your wreaths of laurel into branches of olive, that, after the toils of a just and honourable war, carried on by a confederacy of which your Majesty is most truly, as of the faith, styled defender, we may live to enjoy, under your Majesty's auspicious government, the blessings of a profound and lasting peace, a peace beyond the power of him to violate, who, but for his own unreasonable conveniency, destructive always of his neighbours, never yet kept any. And, to complete our happiness, may your Majesty again prove to your own family, what you have been so eminently to the true Church, a nursing mother. So wish, and so pray, may it please your Majesty, your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, and devoted humble servants. This address was presented the 17th of January, 1704-5. Mr. William Crowe's address to Her Majesty, turned into metre from a town that consists of a church and a steeple, with 3 or 4 houses, and as many people, there went an address in great form and good order, composed, as Tease said, by Will Crowe, the recorder. 1, and thus it began to an excellent tune. Forgive us, good madam, that we did not as soon as the rest of the cities and towns of this nation wish your Majesty joy on this glorious occasion. Not that we're less hearty or loyal than others, but having a great many sisters and brothers, our borough in riches and years far exceeding, we let them speak first, to show our good breeding. We have heard with much transport and great satisfaction of the victory obtained in the late famous action, when the field was so warm that it soon grew too hot for the French and Bavarians, who had all gone to pot, but that they thought best in great haste to retire, and leap into the water for fear of the fire. But says the good river, ye fools, plague confound ye, do ye think to swim through me, and that I'll not drown ye? Who have ravished ye, and murdered ye, and played ye such damned pranks, and trod down the grass on my much injured banks? Then, swelling with anger and rage to the brink, he gave the poor monsieur his last draught of drink. So it plainly appears they were very well banged, and that some may be drowned, who deserved to be hanged. Great Marlborough well pushed, 'twas well pushed indeed. Oh, how we adore you, because you succeed. And now I may say it, I hope without blushing, that you have got twins, by your violent pushing, twin battles I mean, that will ne'er be forgotten, but live and be talked of, when we're dead and rotten. Let other nice lords skulk at home from the wars, prank up and adorn with garters and stars, which but twinkle like those in a cold frosty night, while to yours you are adding such lustre and light, that if you proceed, I'm sure very soon 'twill be brighter and larger than the sun or the moon, a blazing star, I foretell, 'twill prove to the Gaul, that portends of his empire the ruin and fall. Now God bless your Majesty, and our Lord Merorth, too, and send him in safety and health to his borough. Footnote 1, subsequently MP for Blessington. In the Irish Parliament, he suffered some injustice from Wharton, when Lord Lieutenant, he lost his senses, and died in 1710. See Journal to Stella, Prose Works 2, pp. 39, 54, and Character of the Earl of Wharton, Prose Works v. p. 27. Web. Footnote 2, Murrogh Boyle, 1st Viscount Blessington, author of a tragedy, The Lost Princess. He died in 1712. Web. Jack Frenchman's Lamentation, 1, an excellent new song to the tune of I Tell Thee, Dick, Where I Have Been. 2. Ye commons and peers, pray lend me your ears, I'll sing you a song, if I can, how Louis le Grand was put to a stand, by the arms of our gracious Queen Anne. How his army so great, had a total defeat, and close by the river Dender, where his grandchildren twain, for fear of being slain, galloped he off with the popish pretender. To a steeple on high, the battle to spy, up mounted these clever young men winking sad smiley three, but when from the spire, they saw so much fire, most cleverly came down again. Then on horseback they got all on the same spot, by advice of their cousin Vendersm, O Lord. Cried out he, unto young Burgundy, would your brother and you were at home. While this he did say, without more delay, away the young gentry fled, whose heels for that work, were much lighter than cork, though their hearts were as heavy as lead. Not so did behave young Hanover brave, for, in this bloody field I assure ye, when his war horse was shot he valued it not, but fought it on foot like a fury. Full firmly he stood, as became his high blood, which runs in his veins so blue, for this gallant young man, being akin to Queen Anne, did as, were she a man, she would do. What a racket was here, I think 'twas last year, for a little misfortune in Spain. For by letting M win, we have drawn the puts in, to lose all their worth this campaign. Though Bruges and Ghent to Monsieur we lent, with interest they shall repay M, while Paris may sing, with her sorrowful king, Nunc Dimittis instead of Te Deum. From this dream of success, they'll awaken, we guess, at the sound of great Marlborough's drums. They may think, if they will, of Arnonzar still, but tease Blenheim wherever he comes. O Lewis, 5, perplexity, what general next? Thou'st hitherto changed in vain, he has beat M all round, if no new one's found, he shall beat M over again. We'll let Tallard out, if he'll take t'other bout, and much he's improved, let me tell ye, with Nottingham ale at every meal, and good beef and pudding in belly. But as losers at play, their dice throw away, while the winners do still win on, let who will command, thou hadst better disband, for, old bully, thy doctors, 6, are gone. Footnote 1. This ballad, upon the Battle of Oudenarde, was very popular, and the tune is often referred to as that of Ye Commons and Peers. Scott. Footnote 2. A ballad upon a wedding by Sir John Suckling, occasioned by the marriage of Roger Boyle, 1st Lord Orrery, with Lady Margaret Howard, daughter to the Earl of Suffolk. Suckling's Works, edit. Hazlitt, Volume I, p. 42. Web. Footnote 3. In the Dutch accounts of the Battle of Oudenarde, it is said that the Dukes of Burgundy and Berry, with the Chevalier de Saint George, viewed the action at a distance from the top of a steeple, and fled, when the fate of the day turned against the French. Vendôme commanded the French upon that occasion. Scott. Footnote 4. The Electoral Prince of Hanover, afterwards George II, behaved with great spirit in the engagement, and charged, at the head of Bulow's dragoons, with great intrepidity. His horse was shot under him, and he then fought as stated in the text. Smollett's History of England 2, 125. Web. Footnote 5, Louis XIV. Footnote 6, a cant word for false dice. Scott. The Garden Plot 1709. When Naboth's vineyard, 1, looked so fine, the king cried out, would this were mine. And yet no reason could prevail to bring the owner to a sale. Jezebel saw, with haughty pride, how Ahab grieved to be denied, and thus accosted him with scorn, shall Naboth make a monarch mourn? A king, and weep? The ground's your own, I'll vest the garden in the crown. With that she hatched a plot, and made poor Naboth answer with his head, and when his harmless blood was spilt, the ground became his forfeit guilt. Footnote 1. This seems to allude to some oppressive procedure by the Earl of Wharton in relation to Swift's garden, which he called Naboth's vineyard, meaning a possession coveted by another person able to possess himself of it. I Kings, chap. Xi, verses 1-10. For some particulars of the garden, see Prose Works 11, 415. Web. Sid Harmey's rod Poor Hall, renowned for comely hair, whose hands, perhaps, were not so fair, yet had a Jezebel as near, whole, of small scripture conversation, yet, how a Hungerford's, 1, quotation, by some strange accident had got the story of this garden plot, wisely foresaw he might have reason to dread a modern bill of treason, if Jezebel should please to want his small addition to her grant, therefore resolved, in humble sort, to begin first, and make his court, and, seeing nothing else would do, gave a third part, to save the other two. Footnote 1. Probably John Hungerford, a member of the October Club. Prose Works v. 209. Web. The Virtues of Sid Harmey, 1, The Magician's Rod. 1710, 2. The rod was but a harmless wand, while Moses held it in his hand, but, soon as he laid it down, 'twas a devouring serpent grown. Our great magician, Harmey Sid, reverses what the prophet did. His rod was honest English wood, that senseless in a corner stood, till metamorphosed by his grasp, it grew an all-devouring asp, would hiss, and sting, and roll, and twist, by the mere virtue of his fist, but, when he laid it down, as quick resumed the figure of a stick. So, to her midnight feasts, the hag rides on a broomstick for a nag, that, rayed by magic of her breech, o'er sea and land conveys the witch, but with the morning dawn resumes the peaceful state of common brooms. They tell us something strange and odd, about a certain magic rod. 3. That, bending down its top, divines we know the soil has golden mines, where there are none, it stands erect, scorning to show the least respect, as ready was the wand of Cid to bend where golden mines were hid, in Scottish hills found precious ore, for, where none e'er looked for it before, and by a gentle bow divine how well a culley's purse was lined, to a forlorn and broken rake, stood without motion like a stake. The rod of Hermes, 5, was renowned for charms above and underground, to sleep could mortal eyelids fix, and drive departed souls to styx. That rod was a just type of Cid's, which o'er a British senate's lids could scatter opium full as well, and drive as many souls to hell. Cid's rod was slender, white, and tall, which oft he used to fish withal, a place was fastened to the hook, and many score of gudgeons took, yet still so happy was his fate, he caught his fish and saved his bait. Cid's brethren of the conjuring tribe, a circle with their rod describe, which proves a magical redoubt, to keep mischievous spirits out. Cid's rod was of a larger stride, and made a circle thrice as wide, where spirits thronged with hideous din, and he stood there to take them in. But when th enchanted rod was broke, they vanished in a stinking smoke. Achilles' scepter was of wood, like Cid's, but nothing near so good, though down from ancestors divine transmitted to the hero's line. Thence, through a long descent of kings, came an heirloom, 6, as Homer sings. Though this description looks so big, that scepter was a sapless twig, which, from the fatal day, when first it left the forest where 'twas nursed, as Homer tells us o'er and o'er, nor leaf, nor fruit, nor blossom bore. Cid's scepter, full of juice, did shoot in golden boughs, and golden fruit, and he, the dragon never sleeping, guarded each fair Hesperian pippin. No hobby horse, with gorgeous top, the dearest in Charles Mather's 7 shop, or glittering tinsel of Mayfair, could with this rod of Cid compare. 8. Dear Cid, then why wert thou so mad to break thy rod like naughty lad? 9. You should have kissed it in your distress, and then returned it to your mistress, or made it a new market switch. 10. And not a rod for thine own breech. But since old Cid has broken this, his next may be a rod in piss. Footnote 1. Cid Hame Ben Engli, the supposed inspirer of servants. See Don Quixote last chapter. Web. Footnote 2. When Swift came to London, in 1710, about the time the ministry was changed, his reception from Lord Treasurer Godolphin was, as he wrote to Archbishop King, the 9th of September, altogether different from what he ever received from any great man in his life, altogether short, dry, and morose. To Stella he writes that this coldness had enraged him so that he was almost vowing revenge. On the treasurer's enforced retirement, Swift's resentment took effect in the above lampoon, which was read at Harley's, on the 15th of October, 1710, and ran prodigiously but was not then suspected for Swift's. See Journal to Stella, September the 9th and October 15. Web. Footnote 3. The Virgula Divina, said to be attracted by minerals. Swift. Footnote 4, supposed to allude to the Union. Swift. Footnote 5, Mercury's caduceus, by which he could settle all disputes and differences. Web. Footnote 6, Godolphin's favour arose from his connection with the family of Marlborough by the marriage of his son to the Duke's daughter, Henrietta Churchill. Web. Footnote 7, an eminent toyman in Fleet Street. Scott. Footnote 8, the allusion is to Godolphin's name, Sidney, and to his staff of office. Web. Footnote 9, a letter was sent him by the groom of the Queen's stables to desire he would break his staff, which would be the easiest way both to Her Majesty and him. Mr. Smith, Chancellor of the Exchequer, happening to come in a little after, my lord broke his staff, and flung the pieces in the chimney, desiring Mr. Smith to witness that he had obeyed the Queen's commands. Swift to Archbishop King, September 9th, 1710. Web. Footnote 10, Lord Godolphin is satirized by Pope for a strong attachment to the turf. See his Moral Essays Epist. I. 81-5. Who would not praise Patricio's high desert, his hand unstained, his uncorrupted heart he thanks you not, his pride is in piquet, Newmarket fame, and judgment at a bet. The famous speech-maker of England, or Baron, alias Baron, Lovell's charge at the Assizes at Exon, the 5th of April, 1710 Rhizome tenatus, Horat. Ars Poetica, 5. From London to Exon, by special direction, came down the world's wonder, Sir Salathiel Blunder, with a coif on his head as heavy as lead, and thus opened and said, Gentlemen of the Grand Inquest, Her Majesty, Market, appointed this circuit for me and my brother, before any other, to execute laws, as you may suppose, upon such as offenders have been. So then, not to scatter more words on the matter, we're beginning just now to begin. But hold, first and foremost, I must enter a clause, as touching and concerning our excellent laws, which here I aver, are better by far than them all put together abroad and beyond sea, for I ne'er read the like, nor e'er shall. I fancy the laws of our land don't abet, but withstand, inquisition and thrall, and whatever may gall, and fire withal, and sword that devours wherever it scours. They preserve liberty and property, for which men pull and haul so, and they are made for the support of good government also. Her Majesty, knowing the best way of going to work for the weal of the nation, builds on that rock, which all storms will mock, since religion is made the foundation. And, I tell you to boot, she resolves resolutely, no promotion to give to the best man alive, in church or in state. I'm an instance of that, but only to such of a good reputation for temper, morality, and moderation. Fire. Fire. A wildfire, which greatly disturbs the Queen's peace lies running about, and if you don't put it out, that's positive, will increase, and any may spy, with half of an eye, that it comes from our priests and papistical fry. Ye have one of these fellows, with fiery bellows, come hither to blow and to puff here, who having been tossed from pillar to post, at last vents his rascally stuff here, which to such as are honest must sound very oddly, when they ought to preach nothing but what's very godly, as here from this place we charge you to do, as ye'll answer to man, besides ye know who. Ye have a diocesan, but I don't know the man. The man's a good liver, they tell me, however, and fiery never. Now, ye underpullers, that wear such black colours, how well would it look, if his measures ye took, thus for head and for rump together to jump, for there's none deserve places, I speak to their faces, but men of such graces, and I hope he will never prefer any asses, especially when I'm so confident on't, for reasons of state, that her Majesty won't know. I myself I was present and by, at the great trial, where there was a great company, of a turbulent preacher, who, cursedly hot, turned the 5th of November, even the gunpowder plot, into impudent railing, and the devil knows what, exclaiming like fury, it was at Paul's, London, how church was in danger, and like to be undone, and so gave the lie to gracious Queen Anne, and, which is far worse, to our Parliament men, and then printed a book, into which men did look. True, he made a good text, but what followed next was naught but a dunghill of sordid abuses, instead of sound doctrine, with proofs to and uses. It was high time of day that such inflammation should be extinguished without more delay, but there was no engine could possibly do till the Commons played theirs, and so quite put it out. So the man was tried for before highest court. Now it's plain to be seen, it's his principles I mean, where they suffered this noisy and his lawyers to bellow, which over the blade a poor punishment had for that racket he made. By which ye may know they thought as I do, that he is but at best an inconsiderable fellow. Upon this I find here, and everywhere, that the country rides rusty, and is all out of gear, and for what? May I not in opinion vary, and think the contrary, but it must create unfriendly debate, and disunion straight, when no reason in nature can be given of the matter, any more than for shapes or for different stature. If you love your dear selves, your religion or queen, ye ought in good manners to be peaceable men, for nothing disgusts her like making a bluster, and your making this riot, is what she could cry at, since all her concerns for our welfare and quiet. I would ask any man of them all that maintain their passive obedience with such mighty vehemence, that damned doctrine, I trow. What he means by it, to trump it up now. Or to tell me in short, what need there is for tea. Ye may say, I am hot, I say I am not, only warm, as the subject on which I am got. There are those alive yet, if they do not forget, may remember what mischiefs it did church and state, or at least must have heard the deplorable calamities it drew upon families, about 60 years ago and upward. And now, do ye see, whoever they be, that make such an oration in our Protestant nation, as though church was all on a fire, with whatever cloak they may cover their talk, and wheedle the folk, that the oaths they have took, as our governors strictly require, I say they are men, and I'm a judge, ye all know, that would our most excellent laws overthrow, for the greater part of them to church never go, or, what's much the same, it by very great chance is, if ere they partake of her wise ordinances. Their aim is, no doubt, were they made to speak out, to pluck down the Queen, that they make all this rout, and to set up, moreover, a bastardly brother, or at least to prevent the House of Hanover. Ye gentlemen of the jury, what means all this fury, of which I'm informed by good hands, I assure ye, this insulting of persons by blows and rude speeches, and breaking of windows, which, you know, maketh breaches. Ye ought to resent it, and in duty present it, for the law is against it, not only the actors engaged in this job, but those that encourage and set on the mob, too, a poor word, and which I ne'er mention, but must in this place, for the sake of distinction. I hear that some bailiffs and some justices have strove what they could, all this rage to suppress, and I hope many more will exert the like power, since none will, depend on get a jot of preferment. But men of this kidney, as I told you before, I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, some hot-headed fellows must needs take a whim, and so were so weak, 'twas a mighty mistake, to pull down and abuse border houses and stews, who, tried by the laws of the realm for high treason, were hanged, drawn, and quartered for that very reason. When the time came about for us all to set out, we went to take leave of the Queen, where were great men of worth, great heads and so forth, the greatest that ever were seen, and she gave us a large and particular charge. Good part on't indeed is quite out of my head, but I remember she said, we should recommend peace and good neighborhood, wheresoever we came, and so I do here, for that every one, not only men and their wives, should do all that they can to lead peaceable lives, and told us, withal, that she fully expected a special account how ye all stood affected, when we've been at St. James's, you'll hear of the matter. Again then I charge ye, ye men of the clergy, that ye follow the track all of your own Bishop Blackall, and preach, as ye should, what's savoury and good, and together all cling, as it were, in a string, not falling out, quarrelling one with another. Now we're treating with Monsieur, that son of his mother. Then proceeded on the common matters of the law, and concluded, once more, and no more, since few words are best, I charge you all present, by way of request, if ye honour, as I do, our dear royal widow, or have any compassion for church or the nation, and would live a long while in continual smile, and eat roast and boil, and not be forgotten, when ye are dead and rotten, that ye would be quiet, and peaceably dwell, and never fall out, but P.S. all in a quill. Footnote 1. Dr. Offspring Blackall. He was made Bishop of Exeter in 1707, and died in 1716. Scott. Footnote 2. Swift hated the word mob and insisted that the proper word to use was rabble. See Letters of Swift edit. Birkbeck Hill, p. 55, and Prose Works 9, p. 35, n. W.E.B. Parody on the Recorder's speech to His Grace the Duke of Ormond, 4th July, 1711. This city can omit no opportunity of expressing their hearty affection for Her Majesty's person and government, and their regard for your Grace, who has the honor of representing her in this kingdom. We retain, my Lord, a grateful remembrance of the mild and just administration of the government of this kingdom by your noble ancestors, and, when we consider the share your Grace had in the happy revolution, in 1688, and the many good laws you have procured us since, particularly that for preventing the farther growth of popery, we are assured that liberty and property, that happy constitution in church and state, to which we were restored by King William of glorious memory, will be inviolably preserved under your Grace's administration. And we are persuaded that we cannot more effectually recommend ourselves to your Grace's favor and protection, than by assuring you that we will, to the utmost of our power, contribute to the honor and safety of Her Majesty's government, the maintenance of the succession in the illustrious House of Hanover, and that we shall at all times oppose the secret and open attempts of the Pretender, and all his abettors. The Recorder's speech explained by the Tories an ancient metropolis, famous of late for opposing the Church, and for nosing the state, for protecting sedition and rejecting order, made the following speech by their mouth. The Recorder, first, to tell you the name of this place of renown, some still call it Dublin, but most Forster's town. The speech may it please your Grace, we cannot omit this occasion to tell, that we love the Queen's person and government well. Then next, to your Grace we this compliment make, that our worships regard you, but 'tis for her sake, though our mouth be a Whig, and our head a dissenter, yet salute you we must, cause you represent her, nor can we forget, sir, that some of your line did with mildness and peace in this government shine. But of all your exploits, we'll allow but one fact, that your Grace has procured us a Popery Act. By this you may see that the least of your actions does conduce still the most to our satisfactions. And lastly, because in the year 88 you did early appear in defense of our right, we give no other proof of your zeal to your Prince, so we freely forget all your services since. It's then only we hope, that whilst you rule o'er us, you'll tread in the steps of King William the Glorious, whom we're always adoring, though hand over head, for we owe him allegiance, although he be dead, which shows that good zeal may be founded in spleen, since a dead prince we worship, to lessen the Queen. And as for Her Majesty, we will defend her against our hobgoblin, the Popish Pretender. Our valiant militia will stoutly stand by her, against the sly Jack, and the sturdy Highflyer. She is safe when thus guarded, if Providence bless her, and Hanover's sure to be next her successor. Thus ended the speech, but what heart would not pity his Grace, almost choked with the breath of the city. Ballad to the tune of Commons and Peers. A wonderful age is now on the stage, I'll sing you a song, if I can. How modern Whigs dance 41 jigs. 1. But God bless our gracious Queen Anne. The Kirk with applause is established by laws as the orthodox church of the nation. The bishops do own it's as good as their own. And this, sir, is called e-moderation. It's no riddle now to let you see how a church by oppression may speed, nor is 't banter or jest, that the kirk faith is best on the other side of the Tweed. For no soil can suit with every fruit, even so, sir, it is with religion. The best church by far is what grows where you are, were it Mahomet's ass or his pigeon. Another strange story that vexes the Tory, but sure there's no mystery in it, that a pension and place give communicants grace, who design to turn tail the next minute. For if it be not strange, that religion should change, as often as climates and fashions, then sure there's no harm, that one should conform to serve their own private occasions. Another new dance, which of late they advance, is to cry up the birth of Pretender, and those that dare own the Queen heir to the crown, are traitors, not fit to defend her. The subjects most loyal that hates the blood royal, and they for employments have merit, who swear Queen and steeple were made by the people, and neither have right to inherit. The monarchy's fixed, by making on tea mixed, and by non-resistance o'erthrown, and preaching obedience destroys our allegiance, and thus the Whigs prop up the throne. That viceroy, too, is best, that would take off the test, and made a sham speech to attempt it, but being true blue, when he found 'twould not do, swore, damn him, if ever he meant it. 'Tis no news that Tom Double the nation should bubble, nor is 't any wonder or riddle, that a Parliament rump should play hop, step, and jump, and dance any jig to his fiddle. But now, sir, they tell, how Sacheverell, by bringing old doctrines in fashion, like a dandy rogue, brought religion in vogue, and so opened the eyes of the nation. Then let's pray without spleen, may God bless the Queen, and her fellow monarchs the people, may they prosper and thrive, whilst I am alive, and so may the church with the steeple. Footnote 1. Alluding to the year 1641, when the Great Rebellion broke out. Scott. Footnote 2, Lord Wharton. Atlas, or, the Minister of State, 1, to the Lord Treasurer Oxford, 1710 Atlas, we read in ancient song, was so exceeding tall and strong, he bore the skies upon his back, just as the pedlar does his pack, but, as the pedlar overpressed unloads upon a stall to rest, or, when he can no longer stand desires a friend to lend a hand, so Atlas, lest the ponderous spheres should sink, and fall about his ears, got Hercules to bear the pile, that he might sit and rest a while. Yet Hercules was not so strong, nor could have borne it half so long. Great statesmen are in this condition, and Atlas is a politician, a premier minister of state, Alcides one of second rate. Suppose then Atlas ne'er so wise, yet, when the weight of kingdoms lies too long upon his single shoulders, sink down he must, or find upholders. Footnote 1. In these free, and yet complimentary verses, Swift cautions Oxford against his greatest political error, that affectation of mystery, and wish of engrossing the whole management of public affairs, which first disgusted, and then alienated, Harcourt and Bolingbroke. On this point our author has spoken very fully in the Free Thoughts upon the present state of affairs. Scott. See Prose Works v. 391. WEB. Lines written extempore on Mr. Harley's being stabbed mand addressed to his physician, 1710-11, 1. On Britain Europe's safety lies. Britain is lost if Harley dies. Harley depends upon your skill. Think what you save, or what you kill. Footnote 1. For details of Guiscard's murderous attack on Harley, see Journal to Stella, March 8, 1710-11, Prose Works 2. WEB. An excellent new song being the intended speech of a famous orator against peace. 1711. An orator dismal of Nottinghamshire, who has 40 years let out his conscience to hire, out of zeal for his country, and want of a place, is come up, 6 at armis, to break the Queen's peace. He has vamped an old speech, and the court, to their sorrow, shall hear him harangue against Prior tomorrow. When once he begins, he never will flinch, but repeats the same note a whole day like a finch. 1. I have heard all the speech repeated by Hoppy, and, mistakes to prevent, I've obtained a copy. The speech whereas, notwithstanding I am in great pain, to hear we are making a peace without Spain, but, most noble senators, 'tis a great shame, there should be a peace, while I'm not in game. The Duke showed me all his fine house, and the Duchess from her closet brought out a full purse in her clutches. I talked of a peace, and they both gave a start. His Grace swore by G.D., and her Grace let A.F.T. My long old-fashioned pocket was presently crammed, and sooner than vote for a peace I'll be damned. But some will cry turncoat, and rip up old stories, how I always pretended to be for the Tories. I answer, the Tories were in my good graces, till all my relations were put into places. But still I'm in principle ever the same, and will quit my best friends, while I'm not in game. When I and some others subscribed our names to a plot for expelling my master King James, I withdrew my subscription by help of a blot, and so might discover or gain by the plot. I had my advantage, and stood at defiance, for Daniel, too, was got from the den of the lions. I came in without danger, and was I to blame? For, rather than hang, I would be not in game. I swore to the Queen, that the Prince of Hanover during her sacred life would never come over. I made use of a trope, that an heir to invite, was like keeping her monument always in sight. But, when I thought proper, I altered my note, and in her own hearing I boldly did vote, that her Majesty stood in great need of a tutor, and must have an old or a young coadjutor. For why, I would fain have put all in a flame, because, for some reasons, I was not in game. Now my new benefactors have brought me about, and I'll vote against peace, with Spain or without, though the court gives my nephews, and brothers, and cousins, and all my whole family, places by dozens, yet, since I know where a full purse may be found, and hardly pay 18 pence tax in the pound, since the Tories have thus disappointed my hopes, and will neither regard my figures nor tropes, I'll speech against peace while dismal's my name, and be a true Whig, while I'm not in game. Footnote 1. Lord Nottingham's family name. Footnote 2. This was the Earl's Christian name. The Windsor Prophecy. 1. About 3 months ago, at Windsor, a poor knight's widow was buried in the cloisters. In digging the grave, the sexton struck against a small leaden coffer, about half a foot in length, and 4 inches wide. The poor man, expecting he had discovered a treasure, opened it with some difficulty, but found only a small parchment, rolled up very fast, put into a leather case, which case was tied at the top, and sealed with St. George, the impression on black wax, very rude and Gothic. The parchment was carried to a gentleman of learning, who found in it the following lines, written in a black Old English letter, and in the orthography of the age, which seems to be about 200 years ago. I made a shift to obtain a copy of it, but the transcriber, I find, hath in many parts altered the spelling to the modern way. The original, as I am informed, is now in the hands of the ingenious Dr. Woodward, F.R.S., where, I suppose, the curious will not be refused the satisfaction of seeing it. The lines seem to be a sort of prophecy, and written in verse, as old prophecies usually are, but in a very hobbling kind of measure. Their meaning is very dark, if it be any at all, of which the learned reader can judge better than I. However it be, several persons were of opinion that they deserved to be published, both as they discover somewhat of the genius of a former age, and may be an amusement to the present. Swift. The subject of this virulent satire was Elizabeth, Baroness Percy, daughter and heiress of Jocelyn, Earl of Northumberland, who died in 1670. She was born in 1666. In 1679 she was married to Henry Cavendish, Earl of Ogle, who died in 1680. In 1681, she married Thomas Thynne, a man of great wealth, a friend of the Duke of Monmouth and the Issachar of Dredon's Absalom and Achitophel. A few months afterwards, in February 1681-2, Thynne was assassinated in the Haymarket by foreigners, who were devoted friends of Count Königsmarck, and appear to have acted under his direction. The Count had been in London shortly before Lady Ogle's marriage to Thynne, and had then paid his addresses to her. He fled the day after the murder, but was brought back, and was tried with the principals as an accessory, but was acquitted. 4 months after the murder of Thynne, his widow was married to Charles Seymour, Duke of Somerset, on the 30th of May, 1682, and ultimately became the favourite and friend of Queen Anne, and a zealous partisan of the Whig party. Hence Swift's prophecy. See State Trials Volume 9, and Notes and Queries 1st S. v. 269. WEB. When a holy black Swede, the son of Bob, 2, with a saint, 3, at his chin and a seal at his fob, shall not see 1, 4, New Year's Day in that year, then let old England make good cheer, Windsor, 5, and Bristol, 5, then shall be joined together in the Low Country. 5. Then shall the tall black Daintree bird, 6, speak against peace right many a word, and some shall admire his coneying wit, for many good groats his tongue shall slit. But spite of the harpy, 7, that crawls on all four, there shall be peace, pardie, and war no more, but England must cry alack and well a day, if the stick be taken from the Dead Sea. 8. And, dear England, if aught I understand, beware of carrots. 9. From Northumberland. Carrots sown thin a deep root may get, if so be they are in Somerset, their conings. 10. Mark thou, for I have been told, they assassin when young, and poison when old. Root out these carrots, O thou. 11. Whose name is backwards and forwards always the same, and keep thee close to thee always that name which backwards and forwards is. 12. Almost the same. And, England, wouldst thou be happy still, burn those carrots under a hill. 13. Footnote 1. Although Swift was advised by Mrs. Masham not to let the prophecy be published and he acted on her advice, many copies were printed and given about, but not sold. To Stella, Swift writes, I doubt not but you will have the prophecy in Ireland, although it is not published here, only printed copies given to friends. See Journal to Stella, 26, the 27th of December, 1711, and January the 4th, 1711-12. WEB. Footnote 2. Dr. John Robinson, Bishop of Bristol, one of the plenipotentiaries at Utrecht. Scott. Footnote 3. He was Dean of Windsor, and Lord Privy Seal. Footnote 4. The new style, which was not adopted in Great Britain and Ireland till it was brought in by Lord Chesterfield in 1752, was then observed in most parts of Europe. The bishop set out from England the latter end of December, OS. And on his arrival at Utrecht, by the variation of the style, he found January somewhat advanced. Footnote 5, alluding to the deanery and bishopric being possessed by the same person, then at Utrecht. Footnote 6, Earl of Nottingham. Footnote 7, Duke of Marlborough. Footnote 8, the Treasurer's Wand, taken from Harley, whose second title was Lord Mortimer. Footnote 9, the Duchess of Somerset. 1. Footnote 10, Count Königsmarck. 2. Footnote 11, Anna. Footnote 12, Masham. Footnote 13, Lady Masham's maiden name. Embedded footnote 1, she had red hair, post, 165. Embedded footnote 2, or Königsmarck. Karina, 1, a ballad, 1711-12. This day, the year I dare not tell, Apollo played the midwife's part, into the world Karina fell, and he endued her with his art. But Cupid with a satyr comes, both softly to the cradle creep, both stroke her hands, and rub her gums, while the poor child lay fast asleep. Then Cupid thus, this little maid of love shall always speak and write, and I pronounce the satyr said, the world shall feel her scratch and bite. Her talent she displayed betimes, for in a few revolving moons, she seemed to laugh and squall in rhymes, and all her gestures were lampoons. At 6 years old, the subtle jade stole to the pantry door, and found the butler with my lady's maid, and you may swear the tale went round. She made a song, how little miss was kissed and slobbered by a lad, and how, when master went to pee, miss came, and peeped at all he had. At 12, a wit and a coquette, marries for love, half whore, half wife, cuckolds, elopes, and runs in debt, turns authoress, and is curls for life. Her commonplace book all gallant is, of scandal now a cornucopia, she pours it out in Atalantis or Memoirs of the New Utopia. Footnote 1. This ballad refers to some details in the life of Mrs. de la Riviere Manley, a political writer, who was born about 1672, and died in July 1724. The work by which she became famous was Secret Memoirs and Manners of Several Persons of Quality of Both Sexes, from the New Atalantis. She was Swift's amanuensis and assistant in the Examiner and succeeded him as editor. In his journal to Stella, the 26th of January, 1711-12, he writes, "Poor Mrs. Manley, the author, is very ill of a dropsy and sore leg. The printer tells me he is afraid she cannot live long. I am heartily sorry for her. She has very generous principles for one of her sort, and a great deal of good sense and invention. She is about 40, very homely and very fat." Swift's subsequent severe attack upon her in these verses can only be accounted for, but cannot be excused by, some change in his political views. See the Tatler Numbers 35, 63, edit. 1786. Web. The Fable of Midas. 1. 1711-12 collated with Stella's copy. Forster. Midas, we are in story told, 2. Turned everything he touched to gold, he chipped his bread, the pieces round glittered like spangles on the ground, a codling, ere it went his lip in, would straight become a golden pippin. He called for drink, you saw him sup potable gold in golden cup, his empty paunch that he might fill, he sucked his victuals through a quill. Untouched it passed between his grinders, ought he had been happy for gold finders, he cocked his hat, you would have said Mambrinos. 3. Helm adorned his head, whene'er he chanced his hands to lay on magazines of corn or hay, gold ready coined appeared instead of paltry provender and bread, hence, we are by wise farmers told, for old hay is equal to old gold. Sad smiley 5, and hence a critic deep maintains we learn to weigh our gold by grains. This fool had got a lucky hit, and people fancied he had wit. Two gods their skill in music tried and both chose Midas to decide, he against Ph. Elig. Bus harp decreed, and gave it £4 oaten reed. The god of wit, to show his grudge, clapped his ears upon the judge, a goodly pair, erect and wide, which he could neither gild nor hide. And now the virtue of his hands was lost among Pactolus' sands, against whose torrent while he swims the golden scurf peels off his limbs, fame spreads the news, and people travel from far, to gather golden gravel. Midas, exposed to all their jeers, had lost his art, and kept his ears. This tale inclines the gentle reader to think upon a certain leader, to whom, from Midas down, descends that virtue in the fingers' ends. What else by perquisites are meant, by pensions, bribes, and 3%. By places and commissions sold, and turning dung itself to gold. By starving in the midst of store, as t'other Midas did before. None e'er did modern Midas choose subject or patron of his muse, but found him thus their merit scan, that Phoebus must give place to Pan, he values not the poet's praise, nor will exchange his plums, 6, for bays. To Pan alone rich misers call, and there's the jest, for Pan is all. Here English wits will be to seek, howe'er, 'tis all one in the Greek. Besides, it plainly now appears our Midas, too, has asses' ears, where every fool his mouth applies, and whispers in 1,000 lies. Such gross delusions could not pass through any ears but of an ass. But gold defiles with frequent touch, there's nothing fouls the hand so much, and scholars give it for the cause of British Midas' dirty paws, which, while the Senate strove to scour, they washed away the chemic power. 7, while he his utmost strength applied, to swim against this popular tide, the golden spoils flew off apace, here fell a pension, there a place, the torrent merciless imbibes commissions, perquisites, and bribes, by their own weight sunk to the bottom, much good may he do that have caught and Midas now neglected stands, with asses' ears, and dirty hands. Footnote 1. This cutting satire upon the Duke of Marlborough was written about the time when he was deprived of his employments. See Journal to Stella, 14th of February, 1711-12, Prose Works 2, 337. Footnote 2, Ovid, Met. Lib 11, Hyginus, Fab. 191. Web. Footnote 3, Armont and Mambrino, two Saracens of great valor, had each a golden helmet. Orlando Furioso took Armont's, and his friend Rinaldo that of Mambrino. Orlando Furioso, Canto I, Street 28. And readers of Don Quixote may remember how the knight argued with Sancho Panza that the barber's basin was the helmet of Mambrino. Don Quixote Pt. I, Book 3, Chapter 7. Web. Footnote 4, Stella. Footnote 5. The Duke of Marlborough was accused of having received large sums, as perquisites, from the contractors, who furnished bread, forage, etc., to the army. Scott. Footnote 6. Scott prints this word plumes, substituting a false meaning for the real point of the poem. Forster. Footnote 7. The result of the investigations of the House of Commons was the removal of the Duke of Marlborough from his command, and all his employments. Scott. Toland's invitation to Dismal, 1. To dine with the Calf's Head Club, written AD 1712. Stella. Imitated from Horace, Lib. I, Epist. 5. Toland, the Deist, distinguished himself as a party writer in behalf of the Whigs. He wrote a pamphlet on the demolition of Dunkirk, and another called The Art of Reasoning, in which he directly charged Oxford with the purpose of bringing in the Pretender. The Earl of Nottingham, here, as elsewhere, called dismal from his swarthy complexion, was bred a rigid high churchman, and was only induced to support the Whigs, in their resolutions against a peace, by their consenting to the bill against occasional conformity. He was so distinguished for regularity, as to be termed by Rowe the sober Earl of Nottingham, of sober sire descended. Hor. Odes, 2, 4. From these points of his character, we may estimate the severity of the following satire, which represents this pillar of high church principles as invited by the Republican Toland to solemnize the 30th of January, by attending the Calf's Head Club. Scott. If, dearest Dismal, you for once can dine upon a single dish, and tavern wine, Toland to you this invitation sends, to eat the calf's head with your trusty friends. Suspend a while your vain ambitious hopes, leave hunting after bribes, forget your tropes. Tomorrow we our mystic feast prepare, where thou, our latest proselyte, shall share, when we, by proper signs and symbols, tell, how by brave hands the royal traitor fell. The meat shall represent the tyrant's head, the wine, his blood our predecessors shed, whilst in eluding him some artist sings, we toast, confusion to the race of kings. At monarchy we nobly show our spite, and talk, what fools call treason, all the night. Who, by disgraces or ill fortune sunk, feels not his soul enlivened when he's drunk. Wine can clear up Godolphin's cloudy face, and fill Jack Smith with hopes to keep his place. By force of wine, Evan Scarborough is brave, Hal, too, grows more pert, and Somers not so grave. Wine can give Portland wit, and Cleveland sense, Montague learning, Bolton eloquence, Cholmondeley, when drunk, can never lose his wand, and Lincoln then imagines he has land. My province is, to see that all be right, glasses and linen clean, and pewter bright, from our mysterious club to keep out spies, and Tories, dressed like waiters, in disguise. You shall be coupled as you best approve, seated at table next the man you love. Sunderland, Orford, Boyle, and Richmond's grace will come, and Hampden shall have Walpole's place. Wharton, unless prevented by a whore, will hardly fail, and there is room for more. But I love elbow room whene'er I drink, and honest Harry is too apt to stink. Let no pretence of busness make you stay, yet take one word of counsel. 3. By the way, if Guernsey calls, send word you're gone abroad, he'll tease you with King Charles, and Bishop Laud, or make you fast, and carry you to prayers. But, if he will break in, and walk upstairs, steal by the back door out, and leave him there, then order Squash to call a hackney chair. Footnote 1, collated with Stella's copy. Forster. See Journal to Stella, 1st of July, 1712, Prose Works 2, 375, and 9, 256, 287. Web. Footnote 2, Right Honourable Henry Boyle. Scott. Footnote 3, Scott Prince Comfort. Forster. Peace and Dunkirk, being an excellent new song upon the surrender of Dunkirk to General Hill, 1712 to the tune of The King Shall Enjoy His Own Again. Spite of Dutch friends and English foes, poor Britain shall have peace at last. Holland got towns, and we got blows, but Dunkirk's ours, we'll hold it fast. We have got it in a string, and the Whigs may all go swing, for among good friends I love to be plain, all their false deluded hopes will, or ought to end in ropes, but the Queen shall enjoy her own again. Sunderland's run out of his wits, and dismal double dismal looks, Wharton can only swear by fits, and strutting Hal is off the hooks, old Godolphin, full of spleen, made false moves, and lost his queen. Harry looked fierce, and shook his ragged mane, but a prince of high renown swore he'd rather lose a crown, than the Queen should enjoy her own again. Our merchant ships may cut the line, and not be snapped by privateers. And commoners who love good wine will drink it now as well as peers. Landed men shall have their rent, yet our stocks rise cent per cent. The Dutch from hence shall no more millions drain, we'll bring on us no more debts, nor with bankrupts fill gazettes, and the Queen shall enjoy her own again. The towns we took ne'er did us good, what signified the French to beat? We spent our money and our blood, to make the Dutchman proud and great, but the Lord of Oxford swears, Dunkirk never shall be theirs. The Dutch-hearted Whigs may rail and complain, but true Englishmen may fill a good health to General Hill, for the Queen now enjoys her own again. Horace, Epist. I. 7. Imitation of Horace, to Lord Oxford, A.D. 1713. 1. Harley, the nation's great support, returning home one day from court, his mind with public cares possessed, all Europe's business in his breast, observed a parson near Whitehall, cheapening gold authors on a stall. The priest was pretty well in case, and showed some humour in his face, looked with an easy, careless mien, a perfect stranger to the spleen, of size that might a pulpit fill, but more inclining to sit still. My lord, who, if a man may say loves mischief better than his meat, was now disposed to crack a jest and bid friend Lewis, to go in quest. This Lewis was a cunning shaver, and very much in Harley's favour. In quest who might this parson be, what was his name, of what degree, if possible, to learn his story, and whether he were Whig or Tory. Lewis his patron's humour knows, away upon his errand goes, and quickly did the matter sift, found out that it was Dr. Swift, a clergyman of special note for shunning those of his own coat, which made his brethren of the gown take care betimes. 3. To run him down, no libertine, nor over nice, addicted to no sort of vice, went where he pleased, said what he thought, not rich, but owed no man a groat, in state opinions la mode, he hated Wharton like a toad, had given the faction many a wound, and libelled all the junto round, kept company with men of wit, who often fathered what he writ. His works were hawked in every street, but seldom rose above a sheet. Of late, indeed, the paper stamp did very much his genius cramp, and, since he could not spend his fire, he now intended, to retire, Said Harley, I desire to know from his own mouth. If this be so, step to the doctor straight, and say, I'd have him dine with me today. Swift seemed to wonder what he meant, nor could believe my lord had sent, so never offered he once to stir, but coldly said, Your servant, sir. Does he refuse me? Harley cried he does, with insolence and pride. Some few days after, Harley spies the doctor fastened by the eyes at Charing Cross, among the rout, where painted monsters are hung out. He pulled the string, and stopped his coach, beckoning the doctor to approach. Swift, who could, neither fly nor hide, came sneaking to, the chariot side, and offered many a lame excuse. He never meant the least abuse. My lord, the honour you designed extremely proud, but I had dined, I am sure I never should neglect, no man alive has more respect. Well, I shall think of that no more, if you'll be sure to come at 4. The doctor now obeys the summons, likes both his company and commons, displays his talent, sits till 10, next day invited, comes again, soon grows domestic, seldom fails, either at morning or at meals, came early, and departed late, in short, the gudgeon took the bait. My lord would carry on the jest, and down to Windsor takes his guest. Swift much admires the place and air, and longs to be a canon there, in summer round the park to ride, in winter, never to reside. A canon, that's a place too mean. No, doctor, you shall be a dean, 24 canons round your stall, and you the tyrant o'er them all. You need but cross the Irish seas, to live in plenty, power, and ease. Poor Swift departed, and, what's worse, with borrowed money in his purse, travels at least 100 leagues, and suffers numberless fatigues. Suppose him now a dean complete, demurely, lolling in his seat, and silver verge, with decent pride, stuck underneath his cushioned side. Suppose him gone through all vexations, patents, instalments, abjurations, first fruits, and tenths, and chapter treats, dues, payments, fees, demands, and cheats. The wicked laird contriving to hinder clergymen from thriving. Now all the doctor's money's spent, his tenants wrong him in his rent, the farmers spitefully combine, force him to take his tithes in kine, and parvise all, 9, discounts arrears by bills, for taxes and repairs. Poor Swift, with all his losses vexed, not knowing where to turn him next, above £1,000 in debt, takes horse, and in a mighty fret rides day and night at such a rate, he soon arrives at Harley's gate, but was so dirty, pale, and thin, old Reed, 10, would hardly let him in. Said Harley, Welcome, Reverend Dean. What makes your worship look so lean? Why, sure you won't appear in town in that old wig and rusty gown. I doubt your heart is set on pelf so much that you neglect yourself. What? I suppose, now stocks are high, you've some good purchase in your eye. Or is your money out at use? Truce, good my lord, I beg a truce. The doctor in a passion cried, Your raillery is misapplied. Experience I have, 11. Dearly bought, you know I am not worth a groat, but you resolved to have your jest, and 'twas a folly to contest. Then, since you now have done your worst, pray leave me where you found me first. Footnote 1. Collated with Stella's copy. Forster. Footnote 2. Erasmus Lewis, Esquire, the Treasurer's Secretary. Footnote 3. By time. Stella. Footnote 4. Is now contented, Stella. Footnote 5. The. Stella. Footnote 6. Would. Stella. Footnote 7. By. Stella. Footnote 8. Devoutly is the word in Stella's transcript, but it must be admitted that demurely is more in keeping. Forster. Footnote 9. The Dean's agent, a Frenchman. Footnote 10. The Lord Treasurer's porter. Footnote 11. I have experienced. Stella. The author upon himself, 1713. A few of the first lines were wanting in the copy sent us by a friend of the author's from London. Dublin edition. *** by an old, pursued, a crazy prelate, 1, and a royal prude winking sad smiley 2, by dull divines, who look with envious eyes on every genius that attempts to rise, and pausing o'er a pipe, with doubtful nod, give hints, that poets ne'er believe in God. So clowns on scholars as on wizards look, and take a folio for a conjuring book. Swift had the sin of wit, no venial crime, nay, 'twas affirmed he sometimes dealt in rhyme. Humour and mirth had place in all he writ, he reconciled divinity and wit, he moved and bowed and talked with too much grace, nor showed the parson in his gait or face, despised luxurious wines and costly meat, yet still was at the tables of the great, frequented lords, saw those that saw the Queen, at Child's or Truby's. 3. Never once had been, where town and country vicars flock in tribes, secured by numbers from the layman's jibes, and deal in vices of the graver sort, tobacco, censure, coffee, pride, and port. But, after sage monitions from his friends, his talents to employ for nobler ends, to better judgments willing to submit, he turns to politics his dangerous wit. And now, the public interest to support, by Harley Swift invited, comes to court, in favour grows with ministers of state, admitted private, when superiors wait, and Harley, not ashamed his choice to own, takes him to Windsor in his coach alone. At Windsor Swift no sooner can appear, but street John comes, and whispers in his ear, the waiters stand in ranks, the yeomen cry, make room, as if a duke were passing by. Now Finch, for, alarms the lords, he hears for certain this dangerous priest is got behind the curtain. Finch, famed for tedious elocution, proves that Swift oils many a spring which Harley moves. Walpole and Ilaby, 5, to clear the doubt, inform the Commons, that the secret's out. A certain doctor is observed of late to haunt a certain minister of state, from whence with half an eye we may discover the peace is made, and Perkin must come over. York is from Lambeth sent, to show the Queen a dangerous treatise. 6. writ against the spleen, which, by the style, the matter, and the drift, T's thought could be the work of none but Swift. Poor York! The harmless tool of others' hate, he sues for pardon, 7, and repents too late. Now angry Somerset her vengeance vows on Swift's reproaches for her spouse sad smiley 8, from her red locks her mouth with venom fills, and thence into the royal ear instills. The Queen incensed, his services forgot, leaves him a victim to the vengeful Scot. 9. Now through the realm a proclamation spread, to fix a price on his devoted head. 10. While innocent, he scorns ignoble flight, his watchful friends preserve him by a sleight. By Harley's favour once again he shines, is now caressed by candidate divines, who change opinions with the changing scene. Lord, how were they mistaken in the Dean? Now Delaware, 11, again familiar grows, and in Swift's ear thrusts half his powdered nose. The Scottish nation, whom he durst offend, again apply that Swift would be their friend. 12. By faction tired, with grief he waits a while, his great contending friends to reconcile, performs what friendship, justice, truth require, what could he more, but decently retire. Footnote 1, Dr. John Sharp, who, for some unbecoming reflections in his sermons, had been suspended, the 14th of May, 1686, was raised from the deanery of Canterbury, to the Archbishopric of York, the 5th of July, 1691, and died February 2nd, 1712-13. According to Dr. Swift's account, the Archbishop had represented him to the Queen as a person that was not a Christian. The great lady, the Duchess of Somerset, had supported the aspersion, and the Queen, upon such assurances, had given away the bishopric contrary to Her Majesty's first intentions, which were in favour of Swift. See Orrery's remarks on the life of Swift p. 48. Web. Footnote 2, Queen Anne. Footnote 3, coffee houses frequented by the clergy. In the preceding poem, Swift gives the same trait of his own character, a clergyman of special note for shunning those of his own coat. His feeling towards his order was exactly the reverse of his celebrated misanthropical expression of hating mankind, but loving individuals. On the contrary, he loved the Church, but disliked associating with individual clergymen. Scott. See his letter to Pope, the 29th of September, 1725. In Pope's Works, edit. Elwyn and Cawthorpe, 7, 53, and the unjust remarks of the commentators. Web. Footnote 4, Daniel Finch, Earl of Nottingham, who made a speech in the House of Lords against the author. Footnote 5, John Illaby, then MP for Ripon. They both spoke against him in the House of Commons. Scott. Footnote 6, The Tale of a Tub. Footnote 7, he sent a message to the author to desire his pardon, and that he was very sorry for what he had said and done. Footnote 8, insert murder D. The Duchess's first husband, Thomas Thynne, Esquire, was assassinated in Pall Mall by banditti, the emissaries of Count Königsmarck. As the motive of this crime was the Count's love to the lady, with whom Thynne had never cohabited, Swift seems to throw upon her the imputation of being privy to the crime. See the Windsor Prophecy ante, p. 150. Web. Footnote 9, the Duke of Argyll. Footnote 10, for writing the public spirit of the Whigs. Footnote 11, then Lord Treasurer of the household, who cautiously avoided Swift while the proclamation was impending. Footnote 12, he was visited by the Scots lords more than ever. The Faggot, 1, written in the year 1713, when the Queen's ministers were quarrelling among themselves. Observe the dying father speak, try, lads, can you this bundle break? Then bids the youngest of the 6 take up a well-bound heap of sticks. They thought it was an old man's maggot, and strove, by turns, to break the faggot. In vain, the complicated ones were much too strong for all their hands. See, said the sire, how soon 'tis done, then took and broke them one by one. So strong you'll be, in friendship tidy, so quickly broke, if you divide. Keep close then, boys, and never quarrel. Here ends the fable, and the moral. This tale may be applied in few words, to treasurers, controllers, stewards, and others, who, in solemn sort, appear with slender wands at court, not firmly joined to keep their ground, but lashing one another round, while wise men think they ought to fight with quarter-staffs instead of white, or constable, with staff of peace, should come and make the clattering cease, which now disturbs the Queen and Court, and gives the Whigs and rabble sport. In history we never found the consuls' fasces, too, were unbound, those Romans were too wise to think on tea, except to lash some grand delinquent. How would they blush to hear it said, the praetor broke the consul's head? Or consul in his purple gown, came up and knocked the praetor down. Come, courtiers, every man his stick. Lord Treasurer, 3, for once be quick, and that they may the closer cling, take your blue ribbon for a string. Come, trimming Harcourt, 4, bring your mace, and squeeze it in, or quit your place. Dispatch, or else that rascal Northey, 5, will undertake to do it for thee, and be assured, the court will find him prepared to leap o'er sticks, or bind them. To make the bundle strong and safe, great Ormond, lend thy general's staff, and, if the crozier could be crammed in a fig for Maria, King, and Hampden, you'll then defy the strongest Whig with both his hands to bend a twig, though with united strength they all pull, from Somers, 6, down to Craggs, 7, and Walpole. Footnote 1. This fable is one of the vain remonstrances by which Swift strove to close the breach between Oxford and Bolingbroke, in the last period of their administration, which, to use Swift's own words, was nothing else but a scene of murmuring and discontent, quarrel and misunderstanding, animosity and hatred, so that these two great men had scarcely a common friend left, except the author himself, who labored with unavailing zeal to reconcile their dissensions. Scott. With this exception, the notes are from the Dublin edition. WEB. Footnote 2. The bundle of rods carried before the consuls at Rome. Footnote 3. The dilatory Earl of Oxford. Footnote 4. Lord Chancellor. Footnote 5. Sir Edward Northey, Attorney General, brought in by Lord Harcourt, yet very desirous of the Great Seal. Footnote 6. Who had been at different times Lord Chancellor and President of the Council. Footnote 7. Afterwards Secretary of State. Imitation of part of the sixth satire of the second book of Horace. 1. 1714. I often wished that I had clear, for life, £600 a year, a handsome house to lodge a friend, a river at my garden's end, a terrace walk, and half a rood of land, set out to plant a wood. Well, now I have all this and more, I ask not to increase my store. Winking sad smiley too, but should be perfectly content, could I but live on this side Trent. Winking sad smiley 3, nor cross the channel twice a year, to spend 6 months with statesmen here. I must by all means come to town, 'tis for the service of the crown. Lewis, the Dean will be of use, send for him up, take no excuse. The toil, the danger of the seas, great ministers ne'er think of these, or let it cost £100, no matter where the money's found, it is but so much more in debt, and that they ne'er considered yet. Good Mr. Dean, go change your gown, let my lord know you're come to town. I hurry me in haste away, not thinking it is levee day, and find his honour in a pound, hemmed by a triple circle round, checkered with ribbons blue and green. How should I thrust myself between? Some wag observes me thus perplexed, and, smiling, whispers to the next, I thought the Dean had been too proud to justle here among a crowd. Another, in a surly fit, tells me I have more zeal than wit. So eager to express your love, you ne'er consider whom you shove, but rudely press before a duke. I own I'm pleased with this rebuke, and take it kindly meant, to show what I desire the world should know. I get a whisper, and withdraw, when 20 fools I never saw come with petitions fairly penned, desiring I would stand their friend. This humbly offers me his case, that begs my interest for a place. 100 other men's affairs, like bees, are humming in my ears. Tomorrow my appeal comes on, without your help, the cause is gone. The Duke expects my lord and you, about some great affair, at 2. Put my Lord Bolingbroke in mind, to get my warrant quickly signed. Consider, 'tis my first request. Be satisfied I'll do my best. Then presently he falls to tease, you may for certain, if you please, I doubt not if his lordship knew, and Mr. Dean, one word from you, for, 'tis, let me see, 3 years and more, October next it will be 4, since Harley bid me first attend, 5, and chose me for an humble friend, would take me in his coach to chat, and question me of this and that, as what's o'clock? And, how's the wind? Whose chariots that we left behind? or gravely try to read the lines writ underneath the country signs winking sad smiley six, and mark at Brentford how they spell here is good ale and bear to sell. Or, have you nothing new today to show from Parnell, Pope and Gay? Such tattle often entertains my lord and me as far as Staines, as once a week we travel down to Windsor, and again to town, where all that passes in turn numbers might be proclaimed at Charing Cross. Yet some I know with envy swell, because they see me used so well. How think you of our friend the Dean? I wonder what some people mean. My lord and he are grown so great, always together, tjte, what? They admire him for his jokes, see but the fortune of some folks. There flies about a strange report of mighty news arrived at court. I'm stopped by all the fools I meet, and catechized in every street. You, Mr. Dean, frequent the great, inform us, will the Emperor treat? Or do the prince and papers lie? Faith, sir, you know as much as I are, doctor, how you love to jest. 'Tis now no secret, I protest it's one to me. Then tell us, pray, when are the troops to have their pay? And, though I solemnly declare I know no more than my Lord Mayor, they stand amazed, and think me grown the closest mortal ever known. Thus in a sea of folly tossed, my choicest 7 hours of life are lost, yet always wishing to retreat. Oh, could I see my country seat! There leaning near a gentle brook, sleep, or peruse some ancient book, and there in sweet oblivion drown those cares that haunt the court and town. 8. Footnote 1. Collated with Stella's copy in the Duke of Bedford's volume. Forster. Footnote 2. Here followed 20 lines inserted by Pope when he published the Miscellanies. The version is here printed as written by Swift. Web. Footnote 3. Swift was perpetually expressing his deep discontent at his Irish preferment, and forming schemes for exchanging it for a smaller in England, and courted Queen Caroline and Sir Robert Walpole to effect such a change. A negotiation had nearly taken place between the Dean and Mr. Talbot for the living of Burfield, in Berkshire. Mr. Talbot himself informed me of this negotiation. Burfield is in the neighbourhood of Bucklebury, Lord Bolingbroke's seat. Wharton. Footnote 4. Very happily turned from Civis, Potts. Wharton. Footnote 5. The rise and progress of Swift's intimacy with Lord Oxford is minutely detailed in his journal to Stella. And the reasons why a man, that served the ministry so effectually, was so tardily, and so difficultly, and so poorly rewarded, are explained in Sheridan's Life of Swift. See also Cox's Memoirs of Walpole. Both Gay and Swift conceived everything was to be gained by the interest of Mrs. Howard, to whom they paid incessant court. Bowles. Footnote 6. Another of their amusements in these excursions consisted in Lord Oxford and Swift's counting the poultry on the road, and whichever reckoned 31 first, or saw a cat, or an old woman, won the game. Bolingbroke, overtaking them one day in their road to Windsor, got into Lord Oxford's coach, and began some political conversation, Lord Oxford said, "Swift, I am up, there is a cat." Bolingbroke was disgusted with this levity, and went again into his own carriage. This was Nugari et Disincti Luderia, Horat. Saturday, 2, I, 73, with a witness. Wharton. Footnote 7, Stella's transcript, sweetest. Forster. Footnote 8, thus far was translated by Dr. Swift in 1714. The remaining part of the satire was afterwards added by Pope, in whose works the whole is printed. See Pope's Works, edit. Elwyn and Corthope. Web. Horace, Book 2, Odi, paraphrased, addressed to Richard Steele, Esquires 1714. Dick, thou art resolved, as I am told, some strange arcana to unfold, and with the help of Buckley's pen, to vamp the good old cause again, which thou, such Burnet's shrewd advices, must furbish up, and nickname Crisis. Thou pompously wilt let us know what all the world knew long ago, ere since Sir William Gore was mayor, and Harley filled the Commons chair, that we a German prince must own, when Anne for heaven resigns her throne. But, more than that, thou lt keep a rout, with, who is in, and who is out, thou lt rail devoutly at the peace, and all its secret causes trace, the bucket play twixt Whigs and Tories, their ups and downs, with 50 stories of tricks the Lord of Oxford knows, and errors of our plene oppose. Thou lt tell of leagues among the great, portending ruin to our state, and of that dreadful coup d'éclat, which has afforded thee much chat. The Queen, forsooth, despotic, gave 12 coronets without thy leave. A breach of liberty, 'tis owned, for which no heads have yet atoned. Believe me, what thou est undertaken may bring in jeopardy thy bacon, for madmen, children, wits, and fools, should never meddle with edged tools. But, since thou est got into the fire, and canst not easily retire, thou must no longer deal in farce, nor pump to cobble wicked verse, until thou shall have eased thy conscience, of spleen, of politics, and nonsense, and, when thou est bid adieu to cares, and settled Europe's grand affairs, 'twill then, perhaps, be worth thy while for Drury Lane to shape thy style, to make a pair of jolly fellows, the son and father, join to tell us, how sons may safely disobey, and fathers never should say nay. By which wise conduct they grow friends at last, and so the story ends. 2. When first I knew thee, Dick, thou wert renowned for skill in Faustus' art, winking sad smiley 3, which made thy closet much frequented by buxom lasses. Some repented their luckless choice of husbands, others impatient to be like their mothers, received from thee profound directions how best to settle their affections. Thus thou, a friend to the distressed, didst in thy calling do thy best. But now the Senate, if things hit, and thou at Stockbridge, for, what not bit, must feel thy eloquence and fire, approve thy schemes, thy wit admire, thee with immortal honours crown, while, patriot-like, thou lt strut and frown. What though by enemies 'tis said, the laurel, which adorns thy head, must one day come in competition, by virtue of some sly petition, yet ma'am for that, hope still the best, nor let such cares disturb thy rest. Methinks I hear thee loud as trumpet, as bagpipes shrill or oyster strumpet, methinks I see thee, spruce and fine, with coat embroidered richly shine, and dazzle all the idle faces, as through the hall thy worship paces. Though this I speak but at a venture, supposing thou'st tick with hunter, methinks I see a blackguard rout attend thy coach, and hear them shout in approbation of thy tongue, which, in their style, is purely hung. Now you carry all before you. Nor dares one Jacobite or Tory pretend to answer one syllable, except the matchless hero Abel. 5. What though her highness and her spouse, in Antwerp, 6, keep a frugal house, yet, not forgetful of a friend, they'll soon enable thee to spend, if to Macartney, 7, thou wilt toast, and to his pious patron's ghost. Now, manfully thou'lt run a tilt on popes, for all the blood they've spilt, for massacres, and racks, and flames, for lands enriched by crimson streams, for inquisitions taught by Spain, of which the Christian world complain. Dick, we agree, all's true thou st said, as that my muse is yet a maid. But, if I may with freedom talk, all this is foreign to thy walk. Thy genius has perhaps a knack at trudging in a beaten track, but is for state affairs as fit as mine for politics and wit. Then let us both in time grow wise, nor higher than our talents rise. To some snug cellar let's repair, from duns and debts, and drown our care. Now quaff of honest ale a quart, now venture at a pint of port, with which inspired, we'll club each night some tender sonnet to indite, and with Tom D'Urfey, Phillips, Dennis, immortalize our dolls and jennies. Footnote 1, Samuel Buckley, publisher of The Crisis. Footnote 2. This is said to be a plot of a comedy with which Mr. Steele has long threatened the town. Swift. Footnote 3, alluding to Steele's advice in the Tatler to distressed females, in his character of Bickerstaff. Footnote 4, the borough which, for a very short time, Steele represented in Parliament. Footnote 5, Abel Roper, the printer and publisher of a Tory newspaper called The Post Boy, often mentioned by Swift, who contributed news to it. See Prose Works 2, 420, v. 290, 9, 183. Web. Footnote 6. The Duke and Duchess of Marlborough then resided at Antwerp. Footnote 7. General Macartney, second to Lord Mahon, in the fatal duel with the Duke of Hamilton. For an account of the duel, see Journal to Stella of 15 November, 1712, Prose Works 2, and X. XY, and 178. Web. Dennis Invitation to Steele, Horace, Book I, EP. V. John Dennis, The Sheltering Poet's Invitation to Richard Steele, the secluded party writer and member, to come and live with him, in the Mint 1714, fit to be bound up with the crisis if thou canst lay aside a spendthrift's air, and condescend to feed on homely fare, such as we minters, with ragouts unstored, will, in defiance of the law, afford, quit thy patrols with Toby's Christmas box, 1, and come to me at the 2 Fighting Cocks, since printing by subscription now is grown the stalest, idlest cheat about the town, and even Charles Gilden, who, a papist bred, has an alarm against that worship spread, is practising those beaten paths of cruising, and for new levies on proposals musing. 'Tis true, that Bloomsbury Square's a noble place, but what are lofty buildings in thy case? What's a fine house embellished to profusion, where shoulder dabbers are in execution? Or whence its timorous tenant seldom sallies, but apprehensive of insulting bailiffs? This once be mindful of a friend's advice, and cease to be improvidently nice. Exchange the prospects that delude thy sight, from Highgate's steep ascent and Hampstead's height, with verdant scenes, that, from St. George's Field, more durable and safe enjoyments yield. Here I, even I, that ne'er till now could find ease to my troubled and suspicious mind, but ever was with jealousies possessed, am in a state of indolence and rest, fearful no more of Frenchmen in disguise, nor looking upon strangers as on spies, 2, but quite divested of my former spleen, am unprovoked without, and calm within, and here I'll wait thy coming, till the sun shall its diurnal course completely run. Think not that thou of sturdy bub shalt fail, my landlord's cellar stocked with beer and ale, with every sort of malt that is in use, and every country's generous produce. The ready, for here Christian faith is sick, which makes us seldom trespass upon tick, instantly brings the choicest liquors out, whether we ask for home-brewed or for stout, for mead or cider, or, with dainties fed, ring for a flask or 2 of white or red, such as the drawer will not fail to swear was drunk by Pilkington, 3, when 3rd time mayor. That name, methinks, so popularly known for opposition to the Church and Crown, might make the Lusitanian grape to pass, and almost give a sanction to the glass, especially with thee, whose hasty zeal against the late rejected Commerce Bill made thee rise up, like an audacious elf, to do the Speaker honour, not thyself. But if thou sawest above the common prices, by virtue of subscription to thy crisis, and nothing can go down with thee but wines pressed from Burgundian and Campanian vines, bid them be brought, for, though I hate the French, I love their liquors, as thou lovest a wench, else thou must humble thy expensive taste, and, with us, hold contentment for a feast. The fire's already lighted, and the maid has a clean cloth upon the table laid, who never on a Saturday had struck, but for thy entertainment, up a buck. Think of this act of grace, which by your leave Susan would not have done on Easter Eve, had she not been informed over and over, 'twas for th ingenious author of the lover. For, cease, therefore, to beguile thyself with hopes, which is no more than making Sunday ropes, and quit the vain pursuit of loud applause, that must bewilder thee in faction's cause. Pruth, what is tea to thee who guides the state? Why Dunkirk's demolition is so late? Or why Her Majesty thinks fit to cease the din of war, and hush the world to peace? The clergy too, without thy aid, can tell what texts to choose, and on what topics dwell, and, uninstructed by thy babbling, teach their flocks celestial happiness to reach. Rather let such poor souls as you and I say that the holidays are drawing nigh, and that tomorrow's sun begins the week, which will abound with store of ale and cake, with hams of bacon, and with powdered beef, stuffed to give field itinerants relief. Then I, who have within these precincts kept, and ne'er beyond the chimney sweepers stepped, will take a loose, and venture to be seen, since 'twill be Sunday, upon Shanks's green, there, with erected looks and phrase sublime, to talk of unity of place and time, and with much malice, mixed with little satire, explode the wits on t'other side oth water. Why has my Lord Godolphin's special grace invested me with a queen's waiter's place, if I, bear of festival delights, am not allowed to spend the perquisites? He's but a short remove from being mad, who at a time of jubilee is sad, and, like a griping usurer, does spare his money to be squandered by his heir, fluttered away in liveries and in coaches, and washy sorts of feminine debauches. As for my part, waiter the world may think, I'll bid adieu to gravity, and drink, and, though I can't put off a woeful mien, will be all mirth and cheerfulness within, as, in despite of a censorious race, I most incontinently suck my face. What mighty projects does not he design, whose stomach flows, and brain turns round with wine? Wine, powerful wine, can thaw the frozen sit, and fashion him to humour and to wit, makes even Summers to disclose his art by racking every secret from his heart, as he flings off the statesman's sly disguise, to name the cuckold's wife with whom he lies. 5. Evensarum, when he quaffs it stead of tea, fancies himself in Canterbury's sea, and when he carousing reels, imagines that he has regained the seals. By virtue of his juice, can fight, and Stanhope of commissioners make light. Wine gives Lord Wingham aptitude of parts, and swells him with his family's deserts, whom can it not make eloquent of speech, whom in extremest poverty not rich? Since, by the means of the prevailing grape, N can lick Maria's warmth not only ape, but, half seas o'er, by its inspiring bounties, can qualify himself in several counties. What I have promised, thou mayest rest assured shall faithfully and gladly be procured. Nay, I'm already better than my word. New plates and knives adorn the jovial board, and, lest you at their sight shouldst make wry faces, the girl has scoured the pots, and washed the glasses care so excellently well to clean 'em, that thou mayest see thine own dear picture in 'em. Moreover, due provision has been made, that conversation may not be betrayed. I have no company but what is proper to sit with the most flagrant Whig at supper. There's not a man among them but must please, since they're as like each other as our peace. Toland and Hare have jointly sent me word they'll come, and Kenneth thinks to make a third, provided he's no other invitation from men of greater quality and station. Room will for old Mikeson and J.S. be left, but their discourses smell so much of theft, there would be no abiding in the room, should two such ignorant pretenders come. However, by this trusty bearer write, if I should any other scabs invite, though, if I may my serious judgment give, I'm wholly for King Charles's number 5, that was the stint in which that monarch fixed who would not be with noisiness perplexed and that, if thou lt agree to think it best, shall be our tale of heads, without one other guest. I've nothing more, now this is said, to say, but to request thou lt instantly away, and leave the duties of thy present post, to some well-skilled retainer in a host, doubtless he'll carefully thy place supply, and o'er his grace's horses have an eye. While thou, who slunk through postern more than once, dost by that means avoid a crowd of duns, and, crossing o'er the Thames at Temple Stairs, leave St. Philip's with good words to cheat their ears. Footnote 1. Allusion to a pamphlet written against Steele, under the name of Toby, Edward King, Abel Roper's kinsman and shopman. Footnote 2. Dennis had a notion that he was much dreaded by the French for his writings, and actually fled from the coast, on hearing that some unknown strangers had approached the town, where he was residing, never doubting that they were the messengers of Gallic vengeance. At the time of the Peace of Utrecht, he was anxious for the introduction of a clause for his special protection, and was hardly consoled by the Duke of Marlborough's assurances that he did not think such a precaution necessary in his own case, although he had been almost as obnoxious to France as Mr. Dennis. Scott. Footnote 3. Sir Thomas Pilkington, a leading member of the Skinners Company, and a staunch Whig. He was elected Lord Mayor for the third time in 1690, and died in 1691. W.E.B. Footnote 4. A comedy by Steele. Footnote 5. See The Examiner, Prose Works 9, 171 n, for the grounds of this charge. W.E.B. In Sickness, written in October 1714, soon after the author's coming to live in Ireland, upon the Queen's death. 1. Swift. 'Tis true, then why should I repine to see my life so fast decline? But why obscurely here alone, where I am neither loved nor known? My state of health none care to learn, my life is here no soul's concern, and those with whom I now converse without a tear will tend my hearse. Removed from kind Arbuthnot's aid, who knows his art, but not his trade, preferring his regard for me before his credit, or his fee. Some formal visits, looks, and words, what mere humanity affords, I meet perhaps from 3 or 4, from whom I once expected more, which those who tend the sick for pay, can act as decently as they, but no obliging, tender friend, to help at my approaching end. My life is now a burthen grown to others, ere it be my own. Ye formal weepers for the sick, in your last offices be quick, and spare my absent friends the grief to hear, yet give me no relief, expired today, entombed tomorrow, when known, will save a double sorrow. Footnote 1. Queen Anne died the 1st of August, 1714. The Fable of the Bitches, 1, written in the year 1715, on an attempt to repeal the Test Act. A bitch, that was full pregnant grown by all the dogs and curs in town, finding her ripened time was come, her litter teeming from her womb, went here, and there, and everywhere, to find an easy place to lay her. At length to music's house, too, she came, and begged like one both blind and lame, my only friend, my dear, said she, you see 'tis mere necessity hath sent me to your house to whelp, I die if you refuse your help. With fawning whine, and rueful tone, with artful sigh, and feigned groan, with couchant cringe, and flattering tale, smooth bawdy, 3, did so far prevail, that music gave her leave to litter, but mark what followed faith, she bit her winking smiley. Whole baskets full of bits and scraps, and broth enough to fill her paps, for well she knew, her numerous brood, for want of milk, would suck her blood. But when she thought her pains were done, and now 'twas high time to be gone, in civil terms, my friend, said she, my house you've had on courtesy, and now I earnestly desire, that you would with your cubs retire, for, should you stay but 1 week longer, I shall be starved with cold and hunger. The guest replied, my friend, your leave I must a little longer crave, stay till my tender cubs can find their way, for now, you see, they are blind, but, when we've gathered strength, I swear, we'll to our barn again repair. The time passed on, and music came her kennel once again to claim, but Bawty, lost to shame and honor, set all her cubs at once upon her, made her retire, and quit her right, and loudly cried, a bite! Bite! The moral: thus did the Grecian wooden horse conceal a fatal armed force, no sooner brought within the walls, but Ilium's lost, and Priam falls. Footnote 1, see post, A Tale of a Nettle. Footnote 2, The Church of England. Footnote 3, a Scotch name for bitch, alluding to the kirk. Horace, Book 3, Ode 2, to the Earl of Oxford, late Lord Treasurer. Sent to him when in the Tower, 1716. These spirited verses, although they have not the affecting pathos of those addressed by Pope to the same great person, during his misfortunes, evince the firmness of Swift's political principles and personal attachment. Scott. See Moral Essays, Epistle v. Pope's Works edit. Elwyn and Cawthorpe, 3, 191. W.E.B. How blessed is he who for his country dies, since death pursues the coward as he flies. The youth in vain would fly from fate's attack, with trembling knees, and terror at his back, though fear should lend him pinions like the wind, yet swifter fate will seize him from behind. Virtue repulsed, yet knows not to repine, but shall with unattainted honor shine, nor stoops to take the staff, nor lays it down, just as the rabble please to smile or frown. Virtue, to crown her favorites, loves to try some new unbeaten passage to the sky, where Jove a seat among the gods will give to those who die, for meriting to live. Next faithful silenceth a sure reward, within our breast be every secret body. He who betrays his friend, shall never be under one roof, or in one ship, with me, for who with traitors would his safety trust, lest with the wicked, heaven involve the just. And though the villain scape a while, he feels slow vengeance, like a bloodhound, at his heels. On the church's danger good Halifax and pious Wharton cry, the church has vapours, there's no danger nigh. In those we love not, we no danger see, and were they hanged there would no danger be. But we must silent be, amidst our fears, and not believe our senses, but the peers. So ravishers, that know no sense of shame, first stop her mouth, and then debauch the dame. A poem on High Church is undone, as sure as a gun, for old Peter Patch is departed, and Ayres and Delaune, and the rest of that spawn, are tacking about broken-hearted. For strong Gill of Sarum, that decoctum amarum, has prescribed a dose of cant fail, which will make them resign their flasks of French wine, and spice up their Nottingham ale. It purges the spleen of dislike to the Queen, and has one effect that is odder: when easement they use, they always will choose the conformity bill for bumfoder. A poem occasioned by the hangings in the Castle of Dublin, in which the story of Phaethon is expressed not asking or expecting aught. One day I went to view the court, unbent and free from care or thought, though thither fears and hopes resort. A piece of tapestry took my eye, the faded colours spoke it old, but wrought with curious imagery, the figures lively seemed and bold. Here you might see the youth prevail, in vain are eloquence and wit, the boy persists, Apollo's frail, wisdom to nature does submit. There mounts the eager charioteer, soon from his seat he's downward hurled here Jove in anger doth appear, there all, beneath, the flaming world. What does this idle fiction mean? Is truth at court in such disgrace, it may not on the walls be seen, nor e'en in pictures show its face? No, no, 'tis not a senseless tale, by sweet-tongued Ovid dressed so fine winking sad smiley one, it does important truths conceal, and here was placed by wise design. A lesson deep with learning fraught, worthy the cabinet of kings, fit subject of their constant thought, in matchless verse the poet sings. Well should he weigh, who does aspire to empire, whether truly great, his head, his heart, his hand, conspire to make him equal to that seat. If only fond desire of sway, by avarice or ambition fed, make him affect to guide the day, alas! What strange confusions bred! If, either void of princely care, remiss he holds the slackened rein, if rising heats or mad career, unskilled he knows not to restrain, or if, perhaps, he gives a loose, in wanton pride to show his skill, how easily he can reduce and curb the people's rage at will. In wild uproar they hurry on, the great, the good, the just, the wise, law and religion overthrown, are first marked out for sacrifice. When, to a height their fury grown, finding, too late, he can't retire, he proves the real Phaethon, and truly sets the world on fire. Footnote 1, Metamorphosian lib 2. A Tale of a Nettle. 1. A man with expense and infinite toil, by digging and dunging, ennobled his soil, their fruits of the best your taste did invite, and uniform order still courted the sight. No degenerate weeds the rich ground did produce, but all things afforded both beauty and use, till from dunghill transplanted, while yet but a seed, a nettle reared up his inglorious head. The gardener would wisely have rooted him up, to stop the increase of a barbarous crop, but the master forbid him, and after the fashion of foolish good nature, and blind moderation, forbore him through pity, and chose as much rather, to ask him some questions first, how he came thither. Kind sir, quoth the nettle, a stranger I come, for conscience compelled to relinquish my home, cause I wouldn't subscribe to a mystery dark, that the prince of all trees is the Jesuit's bark, to an erroneous tenet I know, sir, that you, no more than myself, will allow to be true. To you, I for refuge and sanctuary sue, there's none so renowned for compassion as you, and, though in some things I may differ from these, the rest of your fruitful and beautiful trees, though your digging and dunging, my nature much harms, and I cannot comply with your garden in forms, yet I and my family, after our fashion, will peaceably stick to our own education. Be pleased to allow them a place for to rest for the rest of your trees we will never molest a kind shelter to us and protection afford, we'll do you no harm, sir, I'll give you my word. The good man was soon won by this plausible tale, so fraud on good nature doth often prevail. He welcomes his guest, gives him free toleration in the midst of his garden to take up his station, and into his breast doth his enemy bring, he little suspected the nettle could sting. Till flushed with success, and of strength to be feared around him a numerous offspring he reared. Then the master grew sensible what he had done, and fain he would have his new guest to be gone, but now 'twas too late to bid him turn out, a well-rooted possession already was got. The old trees decayed, and in their room grew a stubborn, pestilent, poisonous crew. The master, who first the young brood had admitted, they stung like ingrates, and left him unpitied. No help from manuring or planting was found, the ill weeds had eat out the heart of the ground. All weeds they let in, and none they refuse that would join to oppose the good man of the house. Thus one nettle uncropped increased to such store, that 'twas nothing but weeds what was garden before. Footnote 1. These verses relate to the proposed repeal of the Test Act, and may be compared with the fable of the bitch's auntie, p.181. Footnote 2, in allusion to the supremacy of Rome. Scott. A satirical elegy on the death of a late famous general. 1. His Grace. Impossible. What, dead? Of old age too, and in his bed. And could that mighty warrior fall, and so inglorious, after all? Well, since he's gone, no matter how, the last loud trump must wake him now, and, trust me, as the noise grows stronger, he'd wish to sleep a little longer. And could he be indeed so old as by the newspapers we're told? 60, I think, is pretty high, 'twas time in conscience he should die. This world he cumbered long enough, he burnt his candle to the snuff, and that's the reason, some folks think, he left behind so great a stink. Behold his funeral appears, nor widows' sighs, nor orphans' tears, wont at such times each heart to pierce, attend the progress of his hearse. But what of that? His friends may say, he had those honors in his day. True to his profit and his pride, he made them weep before he died. Come hither, all ye empty things, ye bubbles raised by breath of kings, who float upon the tide of state, come hither, and behold your fate. Let pride be taught by this rebuke, how very mean a thing's a duke, from all his ill-got honours flung, turn to that dirt from whence he sprung. 2. Footnote 1. The Duke of Marlborough died on the 16th of June, 1722. W.E.B. Footnote 2. See the Fable of Midas Ante, p. 150, and The Examiner, Prose Works 9, 95. W.E.B. Poems chiefly relating to Irish politics. Parody on the speech of Dr. Benjamin Pratt, 1. Provost of Trinity College. To the Prince of Wales. Illustrious Prince, we are come before ye, who, more than in our founders, glory to be by you protected, deign to descend and give us laws, for we are converts to your cause, from this day well affected. 2. The noble view of your high merits has charmed our thoughts and fixed our spirits, with zeal so warm and hearty, that we resolved to be devoted, at least until we be promoted, by your just power and party. Urged by a passionate desire of being raised a little higher, from lazy cloistered life, we cannot flatter you nor fawn, but fain would honored be with lawn, and settled by a wife. 3. For this we have before resorted, paid levees, for, punctually, and courted, our charge at home long quitting, but now we're come just in the nick, upon a vacant, 5. bishopric, this bait can't fail of hitting. Thus, sir, you see how much affection, not interest, sways in this election, but sense of loyal duty. For you surpass all princes far, as glowworms do exceed a star, in goodness, wit, and beauty. To you our Irish commons owe that wisdom which their actions show, their principles from ours springs, taught, ere the deal himself could dream on't, that of their illustrious house a stem on't, should rise the best of kings. The glad presages with our eyes behold a king, chaste, vigilant, and wise, in foreign fields victorious, who in his youth the Turks attacks, and, made them still to turn their backs, was ever king so glorious. Since Ormond's like a traitor gone, we scorn to do what some have done, for learning much more famous winking sad smiley 6, fools may pursue their adverse fate, and stick to the unfortunate, we laugh while they condemn us. For, being of that generous mind, to success we are still inclined, and quit the suffering side, if on our friends cross planets frown, we join the cry, and hunt them down, and sail with wind and tide. Hence 'twas this choice we long delayed, till our rash foes the rebels fled, whilst fortune held the scale, but, since, they are driven like mist before you, our rising sun, we now adore you, because you now prevail. Descend then from your lofty seat, behold attending muses wait with us to sing your praises, Calliope now strings up her lyre, and Clio, 7, Phoebus does inspire, the theme their fancy raises. If then our nursery you will nourish, we and our muses too will flourish, encouraged by your favor. We'll doctrines teach the times to serve, and more £5,000 deserve, by future good behavior. Now take our harp into your hand, the joyful strings, at your command, in doleful sounds no more shall mourn. We, with sincerity of heart, to all your tunes shall bear a part, unless we see the tables turn. If so, great sir, you will excuse us, for we and our attending muses may live to change our strain, and turn, with merry hearts, our tune, upon some happy 10th of June, to the King enjoys his own again. Footnote 1. Dr. Pratt's speech, which is here parodied, was made when the Duke of Ormond, Swift's valued friend, was attainted, and superseded in the office of Chancellor of Trinity College, which he had held from 1688 to 9, by the Prince of Wales, afterwards George II. There is great reason to suppose that the satire is the work of Swift, whose attachment to Ormond was uniformly ardent. Of this it may be worthwhile to mention a trifling instance. The Duke had presented to the Cathedral of St. Patrick's a superb organ, surmounted by his own armorial bearings. It was placed facing the nave of the church. But after Ormond's attainder, Swift, as Dean of St. Patrick's, received orders from government to remove the scutcheon from the church. He obeyed, but he placed the shield in the great aisle, where he himself and Stella lie buried, and where the arms still remain. The verses have suffered much by the inaccuracy of the noble transcriber, Lord Newtown Butler. The original speech will be found in the London Gazette of Tuesday, the 17th of April, 1716, and Scott's edition of Swift, Volume 12, p. 352. The Provost, it appears, was attended by the Reverend Dr. Howard, and Mr. George Berkeley, afterwards Bishop of Cloyne, both of them Fellows of Trinity College, Dublin. The speech was praised by Addison, in the Freeholder, No. 33. Web. Footnote 2. The Reverend Dr. Pratt had been formerly of the Tory party, to which circumstance the phrase, "from this day well affected" alludes. Scott. Footnote 3. The statutes of the university enjoin celibacy. Scott. Footnote 4. The Provost was a most constant attendant at the levees at St. James's Palace. Scott. Footnote 5. The see of Killaloe was then vacant, and to this bishopric the Reverend Dr. George Carr, chaplain to the Irish House of Commons, was nominated, by letters patent. Scott. Footnote 6, alluding to the sullen silence of Oxford upon the accession. Scott. Footnote 7, this is spelled Chloe, but evidently should be Cleo. Indeed, many errors appear in the transcription, which probably were mistakes of the transcriber. Scott. An excellent new song, 1, on a seditious pamphlet. 1720-21 to the tune of Packington's Pound. Brocades, and damasks, and tabbies, and gauzes, are, by Robert Ballantyne, lately brought over, with 40 things more. Now hear what the law says, whoe'er will not wear them is not the king's lover. Though a printer and dean, seditiously mean, our true Irish hearts from old England to wean, we'll buy English silks for our wives and our daughters, in spite of his deanship and journeyman waters. In England the dead in woolen are clad, the dean and his printer then let us cry fie on, to be clothed like a carcass would make a Teague mad, since a living dog better is than a dead lion. Our wives they grow sullen at wearing of woolen, and all we poor shopkeepers must our horns pull in. Then we'll buy English silks for our wives and our daughters, in spite of his deanship and journeyman waters. Whoever our trading with England would hinder, to inflame both the nations do plainly conspire, because Irish linen will soon turn to tinder, and wool it is greasy, and quickly takes fire. Therefore, I assure ye, our noble grand jury, when they saw the Dean's book, they were in a great fury. They would buy English silks for their wives and their daughters, in spite of his deanship and journeyman waters. This wicked rogue Waters, who always is sinning, and before coram nobis so oft has been called henceforward shall print neither pamphlets nor linen, and if swearing can duty shall be swingingly mauled, and as for the Dean, you know whom I mean, if the printer will peach him, he'll scarce come off clean. Then we'll buy English silks for our wives and our daughters, in spite of his deanship and journeyman waters. Footnote 1. This ballad alludes to the Dean's proposal for the use of Irish manufactures for which the printer was prosecuted with great violence. Lord Chief Justice Whitcht sent the jury repeatedly out of court, until he had wearied them into a special verdict. See Swift's letter to Pope, January 1721, and Prose Works 7, 13. Web. The run upon the bankers. 1. The bold encroachers on the deep gain by degrees huge tracts of land, till Neptune, with one general sweep, turns all again to barren strand. The multitude's capricious pranks are said to represent the seas, breaking the bankers and the banks, resume their own whene'er they please. Money, the life-blood of the nation, corrupts and stagnates in the veins, unless a proper circulation its motion and its heat maintains. Because 'tis lordly not to pay, Quakers and aldermen in state, like peers, have levees every day of duns attending at their gate. We want our money on the nail, the banker's ruined if he pays, they seem to act an ancient tale, the birds are met to strip the jays. Riches the wisest monarch sings, make pinions for themselves to fly, too, they fly like bats on parchment wings, and geese their silver plumes supply. No money left for squandering as bills turn the lenders into debtors, the wish of Nero, 3, now is theirs, that they had never known their letters. Conceive the works of midnight hags, tormenting fools behind their backs, thus bankers, o'er their bills and bags, sit squeezing images of wax. Conceive the whole enchantment broke, the which is left in open air, with power no more than other folk, exposed with all their magic ware. So powerful are a banker's bills, where creditors demand their due, they break up counters, doors, and tills, and leave the empty chests in view. Thus when an earthquake lets in light upon the god of gold and hell, Unable to endure the sight, he hides within his darkest cell. As when a conjurer takes a lease from Satan for a term of years, the tenants in a dismal case, whene'er the bloody bond appears. A baited banker thus desponds, from his own hand foresees his fall. They have his soul, who have his bonds. 'Tis like the writing on the wall. For, how will the caitiff wretch be scared, when first he finds himself awake at the last trumpet, unprepared, and all his grand account to make? For in that universal call, few bankers will to heaven be mounters. They'll cry, "Ye shops, upon us fall! Conceal and cover us, ye counters!" When other hands the scales shall hold, and they, in men's and angels' sight produced with all their bills and gold, weighed in the balance and found light. Footnote 1. This poem was printed some years ago, and it should seem, by the late failure of two bankers, to be somewhat prophetic. It was therefore thought fit to be reprinted. Dublin edition, 1734. Footnote 2. Solomon, Proverbs, chapter 23, v5. Footnote 3. Who, in his early days of empire, having to sign the sentence of a condemned criminal, exclaimed, "Quam velim nescior literas." Suetonius, 10, and Seneca, De Clementia, cited by Montin, De l'inconstance de numbers actions. Web. Footnote 4. Daniel, chapter v, verses 25, 26, 27, 28. Web. Upon the horrid plot discovered by Harlequin, the Bishop of Rochester's French dog, 1. In a dialogue between a Whig and a Tory, I asked a Whig the other night, how came this wicked plot to light? He answered that a dog of late informed a minister of state. Said I, from thence I nothing know, for are not all informers so? A villain who his friend betrays, we style him by no other phrase, and so a perjured dog denotes Porter, and Pendergast, and Oates, and 40 others I could name. Whig. But you must know this dog was lame. Tory. A weighty argument indeed. Your evidence was lame. Proceed, come, help your lame dog o'er the stile. Whig. Sir, you mistake me all this while. I mean a dog, without a joke, can howl, and bark, but never spoke. Tory. I'm still to seek, which dog you mean, whether cur plunket, or whelp skein, 2, an English or an Irish hound, or t'other puppy, that was drowned or mason, that abandoned bitch, then pray be free, and tell me which, for every stander-by was marking, that all the noise they made was barking. You pay them well. The dogs have got their dog's head in a porridge pot, and 'twas but just, for wise men say, that every dog must have his day. Dog Walpole laid a quart of nog on tea, he'd either make a hog or dog on tea, and looked since he has got his wish, as if he had thrown down a dish, yet this I dare foretell you from it, he'll soon return to his own vomit. Whig. Besides, this horrid plot was found by Nano, after he was drowned. Tory. Why then the proverb is not right, since you can teach dead dogs to bite. Whig. I proved my proposition full, but Jacobites are strangely dull. Now, let me tell you plainly, sir, our witness is a real cur, a dog of spirit for his years, has twice 2 legs, 2 hanging ears, his name is Harlequin, I wot, and that's a name in every plot, resolved to save the British nation. Though French by birth and education, his correspondence plainly dated, was all deciphered and translated, his answers were exceeding pretty, before the secret wise committee, confessed as plain as he could bark, then with his forefoot set his mark. Tory. Then all this while have I been bubbled, I thought it was a dog in doublet. The matter now no longer sticks, for statesmen never want dog tricks. But since it was a real cur, and not a dog in metaphor, I give you joy of the report, that he's to have a place at court. Whig. Yes, and a place he will grow rich in, a turnspit in the royal kitchen. Sir, to be plain, I tell you what, we had occasion for a plot, and when we found the dog begin it, we guessed the bishop's foot was in it. Tory. I own it was a dangerous project, and you have proved it by dog logic. Sure such intelligence between a dog and bishop ne'er was seen, till you began to change the breed, your bishops are all dogs indeed. Footnote 1. In Atterbury's trial a good deal of stress was laid upon the circumstance of a spotted little dog called Harlequin being mentioned in the intercepted correspondence. The dog was sent in a present to the bishop from Paris, and its leg was broken by the way. See State Trials 16. 320 and 376-7. WEB. Footnote 2. John Kelly, and Skin, or Skinner, were persons engaged in the plot. Nano, whose declaration was taken before the Lords of Council, and used in evidence against the bishop, is t'other puppy that was drowned, which was his fate in attempting to escape from the messengers. A quibbling elegy on Judge Boat, 1723 to mournful ditties. Clio, change thy note, since cruel fate has sunk our justice boat, why should he sink, where nothing seemed to press his lading little, and his ballast less. Tossed in the waves of this tempestuous world, at length, his anchor fixed and canvas furled to Lazy Hill, 1, retiring from his court, at his ring's end, 2, he founders in the port. With water, 3, filled he could no longer float, the common death of many a stronger boat. A post so filled on nature's laws entrenches, benches on boats are placed, not boats on benches. And yet our boat, how shall I reconcile it? Was both a boat, and in one sense a pilot. With every wind he sailed and well could tack, had many pendants, but abhorred a jackdaw, for, he's gone, although his friends began to hope, that he might yet be lifted by a rope. Behold the awful bench, on which he sat. He was as hard and ponderous wood as that, yet when his sand was out, we find at last, that death has overset him with a blast. Our boat is now sailed to the Stygian ferry, there to supply old Charon's leaky wherry. Charon in him will ferry souls to hell, a trade our boat, 5, has practiced here so well, and Cerberus has ready in his paws both pitch and brimstone, to fill up his flaws. Yet, spite of death and fate, I here maintain we may place boat in his old post again. The way is thus, and well deserves your thanks. Take the 3 strongest of his broken planks, fix them on high, conspicuous to be seen, formed like the triple tree near Stephen's green sad smiley 6, and, when we view it thus with thief at end on T, we'll cry, look, here's our boat, and there's the pendant. The epitaph here lies, Judge boat within a coffin. Pray, gentle folks, forbear your scoffing. A boat a judge? Yes, where's the blunder? A wooden judge is no such wonder. And in his robes you must agree, no boat was better decked than he. 'Tis needless to describe him fuller, in short, he was an able sculler. 7. Footnote 1, a street in Dublin, leading to the harbour. Footnote 2, a village near the sea. Footnote 3, it was said he died of a dropsy. Footnote 4, a cant word for a Jacobite. Footnote 5, in condemning malefactors, as a judge. Footnote 6, where the Dublin gallows stands. Footnote 7, query, whether the author meant scholar, and wilfully mistook, Dublin edition. Verses occasioned by Whitsh's 1. Motto on his coach. 1724 Libertas it natal solemn. 2. Fine words. I wonder where you stole 'em. Could nothing but thy chief reproach serve for a motto on thy coach? But let me now the words translate. Natal solemn, my estate, my dear estate, how well I love it. My tenants, if you doubt, will prove it. They swear I am so kind and good, I hug them till I squeeze their blood. Libertas bears a large import. First, how to swagger in a court, and, secondly, to show my fury against an uncomplying jury, and, thirdly, tease a new invention, to favor wood, and keep my pension, and, fourthly, tease to play an odd trick, get the Great Seal and turn out Broderick winking sad smiley 3, and, fifthly, you know whom I mean, to humble that vexatious dean, and, sixthly, for my soul to barter it for 50 times its worth to Carteret. For, now since your motto thus you construe, I must confess you've spoken once true. Libertas it natal solemn, you had good reason when you stole 'em. Footnote 1, that noted Chief Justice who twice prosecuted the Drapier, and dissolved the grand jury for not finding the bill against him. F. Footnote 2, this motto is repeatedly mentioned in the Drapier's letters. Scott. Footnote 3, Alan Broderick, Lord Middleton, was then Lord Chancellor of Ireland. See the Drapier's letters, prose works 6, 135. Web. Footnote 4, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. Prometheus, 1, onward the patentee's Irish halfpence, 2, 1724 when first the squire and tinker would gravely consulting Ireland's good, together mingled in a mass smith's dust, and copper, lead, and brass, the mixture thus by chemic art united close in every part, in fillets rolled or cut in pieces, appear like one continued species, and, by the forming engine struck, on all the same impression took. So, to confound this hated coin, all parties and religions join, Whigs, Tories, Trimmers, Hanoverians, Quakers, Conformists, Presbyterians, Scotch, Irish, English, French, unite, with equal interest, equal spite together mingled in a lump, do all in one opinion jump, and ever why one begins to find the same impression on his mind. A strange event. Whom gold incites to blood and quarrels, brass unites, so goldsmiths say, the coarsest stuff will serve for solder well enough, so by the kettle's loud alarms the bees are gathered into swarms, so by the brazen trumpet's bluster troops of all tongues and nations muster, and so the harp of Ireland brings whole crowds about its brazen strings. There is a chain let down from Jove, but fastened to his throne above, so strong that from the lower end, they say all human things depend. This chain, as ancient poets hold, when Jove was young, was made of gold. Prometheus once this chain purloined, dissolved, and into money coined, then whips me on a chain of brass. Venus, 3, was bribed to let it pass. Now while this brazen chain prevailed, Jove saw that all devotion failed, no temple to his godship raised, no sacrifice on altars blazed, in short, such dire confusion followed, earth must have been in chaos swallowed. Jove stood amazed, but looking round, with much ado the cheat he found. 'Twas plain he could no longer hold the world in any chain but gold, and to the god of wealth, his brother, sent Mercury to get another. Prometheus on a rock is laid, tied with the chain himself had made, on icy Caucasus to shiver, while vultures eat his growing liver. Ye powers of Grub Street, make me able discreetly to apply this fable, say, who is to be understood by that old thief Prometheus, would. For Jove, it is not hard to guess him, I mean his majesty, God bless him. This thief and blacksmith was so bold, he strove to steal that chain of gold, which links the subject to the king, and change it for a brazen string. But sure, if nothing else must pass betwixt the king and us but brass, although the chain will never crack, yet our devotion may grow slack. But Jove will soon convert, I hope, this brazen chain into a rope, with which Prometheus shall be tied, and high in air forever ride, where, if we find his liver grows, for want of vultures, we have crows. Footnote 1, corrected from Swift's own MS Notes. WEB. Footnote 2, to understand this and the following poems on Wood and his halfpence, they must be read in connection with the Drapier's Letters, Prose Works Volume 6. WEB. Footnote 3, Duchess of Kendal. Scott. Verses on the revival of the Order of the Bath. 1. During Walpole's administration, AD 1725, quoth King Robin, our ribbons I see are too few of street. Andrew's the green, and St. George's the blue. I must find out another of colour more gay, that will teach all my subjects with pride to obey. Though the exchequer be drained by prodigal donors, yet the king ne'er exhausted his fountain of honors. Men of more wit than money our pensions will fit, and this will fit men of more money than wit. Thus my subjects with pleasure will obey my commands, though as empty as Yunk, and as saucy as Sans, and he who'll leap over a stick for the king, is qualified best for a dog in a string. Footnote 1. See Gulliver's Travels, Prose Works 2, 40. Also my wit and wisdom of Lord Chesterfield and Life of Lord Chesterfield for a ballad on the order. Web. Epigram on Wood's brass money. Carteret was welcomed to the shore first with the brazen cannon's roar. To meet him next the soldier comes, with brazen trumps and brazen drums. Approaching near the town he hears the brazen bells salute his ears. But when Wood's brass began to sound, guns, trumpets, drums, and bells, were drowned. A simile on our want of silver, and the only way to remedy it. 1725. As when of old some sorceress threw o'er the moon's face a sable hue, to drive unseen her magic chair, at midnight, through the darkened air, wise people, who believed with reason that this eclipse was out of season, affirmed the moon was sick, and fell to cure her by a counter spell. 10,000 cymbals now begin to rend the skies with brazen din. The cymbals' rattling sounds dispel the cloud, and drive the hag to hell. The moon, delivered from her pain, displays her silver face again. Note here, that in the chemic style, the moon is silver all this while. So, if my simile you minded, which I confess is too long-winded, when late a feminine magician, 1. joined with a brazen politician, 2. exposed, to blind the nation's eyes, a parchment, 3. of prodigious size, concealed behind that ample screen, there was no silver to be seen. But to this parchment let the drapier oppose his counter-charm of paper, and ring Wood's copper in our ears so loud till all the nation hears, that sound will make the parchment shrivel and drive the conjurers to the devil, and when the sky is grown serene, our silver will appear again. Footnote 1. The Duchess of Kendal, who was to have a share of Wood's profits. Scott. Footnote 2. Sir Robert Walpole, nicknamed Sir Robert Brass, Volume I, p. 219. Web. Footnote 3. The patent for coining halfpence. Wooden insect. 1725. By long observation I have understood that two little vermin are kin to Will Wood. The first is an insect they call a woodlouse, that folds up itself in itself for a house, as round as a ball, without head, without tail, enclosed cap pie, in a strong coat of mail. And thus William Wood to my fancy appears in fillets of brass rolled up to his ears, and over these fillets he wisely has thrown, to keep out of danger, a doublet of stone. 1. The louse of the wood for a medicine is used or swallowed alive, or skilfully bruised. And, let but our mother Hibernia contrive to swallow Will Wood, either bruised or alive, she need be no more with the jaundice possessed, or sick of obstructions, and pains in her chest. The next is an insect we call a woodworm, that lies in old wood like a hare in her form, with teeth or with claws it will bite or will scratch, and chambermaids christen this worm a death watch, because like a watch it always cries click. Then woe be to those in the house who are sick, for, as sure as a gun, they will give up the ghost, if the maggot cries click when it scratches the post. But a kettle of scalding hot water injected infallibly cures the timber affected. The omen is broken, the danger is over, the maggot will die, and the sick will recover. Such a worm was Will Wood, when he scratched at the door of a governing statesman or favorite whore. The death of our nation he seemed to foretell, and the sound of his brass we took for our knell. But now, since the Drapier has heartily mauled him, I think the best thing we can do is to scald him, for which operation there's nothing more proper than the liquor he deals in, his own melted copper, unless, like the Dutch, you rather would boil this coiner of raps, too, in a cauldron of oil. Then choose which you please, and let each bring a faggot, for our fears at an end with the death of the maggot. Footnote 1. He was in jail for debt. Footnote 2. Counterfeit halfpence. Onward the Ironmonger. 1725 Salmoneus. 1. As the Grecian tale is, was a mad coppersmith of Ely's, up at his forge by morning peep, no creature in the lane could sleep, among a crew of roistering fellows would sit whole evenings at the ale-house, his wife and children wanted bread, while he went always drunk to bed. This vapouring scab must needs devise to ape the thunder of the skies, with brass 2 fiery steeds he shod, to make a clattering as they trod, of polished brass his flaming car like lightning dazzled from afar, and up he mounts into the box, and he must thunder, with a pox. Then furious he begins his march, drives rattling o'er a brazen arch, with squibs and crackers armed to throw among the trembling crowd below. All ran to prayers, both priests and laity, to pacify this angry deity, when Jove, in pity to the town, with real thunder knocked him down. Then what a huge delight were all in, to see the wicked varlet sprawling. They searched his pockets on the place, and found his copper all was base. They laughed at such an Irish blunder, to take the noise of brass for thunder. The moral of this tale is proper, applied to Wood's adulterate copper, which, as he scattered we, like dolts, mistook at first for thunderbolts, before the Drapier shot a letter, nor Jove himself could do it better, which lighting on the impostor's crown, like real thunder knocked him down. Footnote 1. Who imitated lightning with burning torches and was hurled into Tartarus by a thunderbolt from Jupiter. Hyginus, Fab. Vidiat crudelis dantem salmonia ponas dum flammas luiit sonitus imitatur Olympi. Verg. In 6, 585. And see the excursus of Heine on the passage. Web. Will Wood's petition to the people of Ireland, being an excellent new song, supposed to be made, and sung in the streets of Dublin, by William Wood, ironmonger and halfpennymonger. 1725 My dear Irish folks, come leave off your jokes, and buy up my halfpence so fine, so fair and so bright they'll give you delight. Observe how they glisten and shine. They'll sell to my grief as cheap as neck beef, 4 counters at cards to your wife, and every day your children may play span farthing or toss on the knife. Come hither and try, I'll teach you to buy a pot of good ale for a farthing. Come, 3pence a score, I ask you no more, and a fig for the drapier and harding. 1. When tradesmen have gold, the thief will be bold, by day and by night for to rob him. My copper is such, no robber will touch, and so you may daintily bob him. The little blackguard who gets very hard his halfpence for cleaning your shoes, when his pockets are crammed with mine, and bd, he may swear he has nothing to lose. Here's halfpence in plenty, for one you'll have 20, though thousands are not worth a puddin'. Your neighbours will think, when your pocket cries chink, you are grown plaguey rich on a sudden. You will be my thankers, I'll make you my bankers, as good as Ben Burton or Fade winking sad smiley too, for nothing shall pass but my pretty brass, and then you'll be all of a trade. I'm a son of a whore if I have a word more to say in this wretched condition. If my coin will not pass, I must die like an ass, and so I conclude my petition. Footnote 1. The Drapier's Printer. Footnote 2. 2 famous bankers. A new song on Wood's halfpence, ye people of Ireland, both country and city, come listen with patience, and hear out my ditty. At this time I'll choose to be wiser than witty, which nobody can deny. The halfpence are coming, the nation's undoing, there's an end of your ploughing, and baking, and brewing, in short, you must all go to wreck and to ruin. Which, and see, both high men and low men, and thick men and tall men, and rich men and poor men, and free men and thrall men, will suffer, and this man, and that man, and all men. Which, and see, the soldier is ruined, poor man. By his pay, his 5pence will prove but a farthing a day, for meat, or for drink, or he must run away. Which, and see, when he pulls out his 2pence, the tapster says not, that 10 times as much he must pay for his shot, and thus the poor soldier must soon go to pot. Which, and see, if he goes to the baker will huff, and 20pence have for a 2penny loaf, then dog, rogue, and rascal, and so kick and cuff. Which, and see, again, to the market whenever he goes, the butcher and soldier must be mortal foes, one cuts off an ear, and the other a nose. Which, and see, the butcher is stout, and he values no swagger, a cleaver's a match any time for a dagger, and a blue sleeve may give such a cuff as may stagger. Which, and see, the beggars themselves will be broke in a trice, when thus their poor farthings are sunk in their price, when nothing is left they must live on their lice. Which, and see, the squire who has got him 12,000 a year, O Lord, what amount in his rents would appear? Should he take them, he would not have house room, I fear. Which, and see, though at present he lives in a very large house, there would then not be room in it left for a mouse, but the squire is too wise, he will not take a souse. Which, and see, the farmer who comes with his rent in this cash, for taking these counters and being so rash, will be kicked out of doors, both himself and his trash. Which, and see. For, in all the leases that ever we hold, we must pay our rent in good silver and gold, and not in brass tokens of such a base mold. Which, and see. The wisest of lawyers all swear, they will warrant no money but silver and gold can be current, and, since they will swear it, we all may be sure on't. Which, and see. And I think, after all, it would be very strange, to give current money for base in exchange, like a fine lady swapping her moles for the mange. Which, and see. But read the King's patent, and there you will find, that no man need take them, but who has a mind, for which we must say that his Majesty's kind. Which, and see. Now God bless the drapier who opened our eyes. I'm sure, by his book, that the writer is wise, he shows us the cheat, from the end to the rise. Which, and see, nay, farther, he shows it a very hard case, that this fellow would, of a very bad race, should of all the fine gentry of Ireland take place. Which, and see. That he and his halfpence should come to weigh down our subjects so loyal and true to the crown, but I hope, after all, that they will be his own. Which, and see. This book, I do tell you, is writ for your goods, and a very good book 'tis against Mr. Woods, if you stand true together, he's left in the suds. Which, and see, ye shopmen, and tradesmen, and farmers, go read it, for I think in my soul at this time that you need it, or, egord, if you don't, there's an end of your credit. Which nobody can deny. A serious poem upon William Wood, brazier, tinker, hardwareman, coiner, founder, and esquire. When foes are o'ercome, we preserve them from slaughter, to be hewers of wood, and drawers of water. Now, although to draw water is not very good, yet we all should rejoice to be hewers of wood. I own it has often provoked me to mutter, that a rogue so obscure should make such a clutter, but ancient philosophers wisely remark, that old rotten wood will shine in the dark. The heathens, we read, had gods made of wood, who could do them no harm, if they did them no good, but this idle wood may do us great evil. Their gods were of wood, but our wood is the devil. To cut down fine wood is a very bad thing, and yet we all know much gold it will bring. Then, if cutting down wood brings money, good store our money to keep, let us cut down one more. Now hear an old tale. There anciently stood, I forget in what church, an image of wood. Concerning this image, there went a prediction, it would burn a whole forest, nor was it a fiction. 'Twas cut into faggots and put to the flame, to burn an old friar, one Forest by name. My tale is a wise one, if well understood. Find you but the friar, and I'll find the wood. I hear, among scholars there is a great doubt, from what kind of tree this wood was hewn out. Teague made a good pun by a brogue in his speech, and said, by my show, he's the son of a beech. Some call him a thorn, the curse of the nation, as thorns were designed to be from the creation. Some think him cut out from the poisonous yew, beneath whose ill shade no plant ever grew. Some say he's a birch, a thought very odd, for none but a dunce would come under his rod. But I'll tell the secret, and pray do not blab. He is an old stump, cut out of a crab, and England has put this crab to a hard use, to cudgel our bones, and for drink give us verjuice, and therefore his witnesses justly may boast, that none are more properly knights of the post. But here Mr. Wood complains that we mock, though he may be a blockhead, he's no real block. He can eat, drink, and sleep, now and then for a friend he'll not be too proud an old kettle to mend. He can lie like a courtier, and think it no scorn, when gold's to be got, to forswear and suborn. He can rap his own raps, and has the true sapience, to turn a good penny to 20 bad halfpence. Then in spite of your sophistry, honest Will Wood is a man of this world, all true flesh and blood, so you are but in jest, and you will not, I hope, unman the poor knave for the sake of a trope. 'Tis a metaphor known to every plain thinker, just as when we say, the devil's a tinker, which cannot, in literal sense be made good, unless by the devil we mean Mr. Wood. But some will object that the devil oft spoke, in heathenish times, from the trunk of an oak, and since we must grant there never were known more heathenish times than those of our own, perhaps you will say, 'tis the devil that puts the words in Wood's mouth, or speaks from his guts, and then your old arguments still will return. Howe'er, let us try him, and see how he'll burn. You'll pardon me, sir, your cunning I smoke, but Wood, I assure you, is no heart of oak, and, instead of the devil, this son of perdition hath joined with himself 2 hags in commission. I ne'er could endure my talent to smother. I told you one tale, and I'll tell you another. A joiner to fasten a saint in a niche, bored a large auger hole in the image's breach, but, finding the statue to make no complaint, he would ne'er be convinced it was a true saint. When the true Wood arrives, as he soon will, no doubt, for that's but a sham Wood they carry about winking sad smiley too, what stuff he is made of you quickly may find if you make the same trial and bore him behind. I'll hold you a groat, when you wimble his bum, he'll bellow as loud as the dial in a drum. From me, I declare you shall have no denial, and there can be no harm in making a trial, and when to the joy of your hearts he has rowdy, you may show him about for a new groaning board. Now ask me a question. How came it to pass Wood got so much copper? He got it by brass. This brass was a dragon, observe what I tell ye. This dragon had gotten 2 sows in his belly. I know you will say this is all heathen Greek. I own it, and therefore I leave you to seek. I often have seen 2 plays very good, called Love in a Tub, and Love in a Wood. These comedies twain friend Wood will contrive on the scene of this land very soon to revive. First, Love in a Tub. Squire Wood has in store strong tubs for his raps, 2,000 and more. These raps he will honestly dig out with shovels, and sell them for gold, or he can't show his love else. Wood swears he will do it for Ireland's good, then can you deny it is love in a wood? However, if critics find fault with the phrase, I hope you will own it is love in a maze, for when to express a friend's love you are willing, we never say more than your love is a million, but with honest Wood's love there is no contending. 'Tis 50 round millions of love and amending. Then in his first love why should he be crossed? I hope he will find that no love is lost. Hear one story more, and then I will stop. I dreamt Wood was told he should die by a drop, so methought he resolved no liquor to taste, for fear the first drop might as well be his last. But dreams are like oracles, 'tis hard to explain 'em, for it proved that he died of a drop at Kilmainham. 3. I waked with delight, and not without hope, very soon to see Wood drop down from a rope. How he, and how we at each other should grin. 'Tis kindness to hold a friend up by the chin. But soft, says the herald, I cannot agree, for metal on metal is false heraldry. Why that may be true, yet wood upon wood, I'll maintain with my life, is heraldry good. Footnote 1. Forge his own bad halfpence. Scott. Footnote 2. He was burnt in effigy. Scott. Footnote 3. The place of execution near Dublin. Scott. An excellent new song, upon the declarations of the several corporations of the city of Dublin against Wood's halfpence to the tune of London is a fine town and co Dublin is a fine town and a gallant city, for Wood's trash is tumbled down. Come listen to my ditty, O Dublin is a fine town, and see. In full assembly all did meet of every corporation, from every lane and every street, to save the sinking nation. O Dublin, and see. The bankers would not let it pass for to be Wood's tellers, instead of gold to count his brass, and fill their small beer cellars. O Dublin, and see. And next to them, to take his coin the guild would not submit. They all did go, and all did join, and so their names they writ. O Dublin, and see. The brewers met within their hall, and spoke in lofty strains. These halfpence shall not pass at all, they want so many grains. O Dublin, and see. The tailors came upon this pinch, and wished the dog in hell. Should we give this same Wood an inch, we know he'd take an ell. O Dublin, and see. But now the noble clothiers of honour and renown, if they take Wood's halfpence they will be all cast down. O Dublin, and see. The shoemakers came on the next, and said they would much rather, than be by Wood's copper vexed, take money stamped on leather. O Dublin, and see. The chandlers next in order came, and what they said was right, they hoped the rogue that laid the scheme would soon be brought to light. O Dublin, and see. And that if Wood were now withstood, to his eternal scandal, that 20 of these halfpence should not buy a farthing candle. O Dublin, and see. The butchers then, those men so brave, spoke thus, and with a frown, should Wood, that cunning scoundrel knave, come here, we'd knock him down. O Dublin, and see. For any rogue that comes to truck and trick away our trade, deserves not only to be stuck, but also to be flayed. O Dublin, and see. The bakers in a ferment were, and wisely shook their head, should these brass tokens once come here we'd all have lost our bread. O Dublin, and see. It set the very tinkers mad. the baseness of the metal, because, they said, it was so bad it would not mend a kettle. O Dublin, and C. The carpenters and joiners stood confounded in amaze, they seemed to be all in a wood, and so they went their ways. O Dublin, and C. This coin how well could we employ it in raising of a statue, to those brave men that would destroy it, and then, old wood, have at you. O Dublin, and see God prosper long our tradesmen then, and so he will I hope, may they be still such honest men, when wood has got a rope. O Dublin is a fine town, and see verses on the upright judge, who condemned the Drapier's printer the church I hate, and have good reason, for there my grandsee cut his weasand, he cut his weasand at the altar, I keep my gullet for the halter. On the same in church your grandsee cut his throat, to do the job too long he tarried. He should have had my hearty vote to cut his throat before he married. On the same the judge speaks I'm not the grandson of that arse Quin winking sad smiley one, nor can you prove it, Mr. Pasquin. My grandame had gallants by 20s, and bore my mother by apprentice. This when my grandsee knew, they tell us he in Christ Church cut his throat for jealousy. And, since the alderman was mad you say, then I must be so too, extraduce. Footnote 1, Alderman Quin, the judge's maternal grandfather, who cut his throat in church. Web. Epigram in answer to the Dean's verses on his own deafness. 1. What though the Dean hears not the knell of the next church's passing bell? What though the thunder from a cloud, or that from female tongue more loud, alarm not, at the Drapier's ear, chink but wood's halfpence, and he'll hear. Footnote 1, see volume I, p. 284. Horace, Book I, Ode 14 paraphrased and inscribed to Ireland 1726. The inscription poor floating isle, tossed on ill fortune's waves, ordained by fate to be the land of slaves, shall moving Delos now deep-rooted stand, thou fixed of old, be now the moving land. Although the metaphor be worn and stale, betwixt estate and vessel under sail, let me suppose thee for a ship a while, and thus address thee in the sailor style. Unhappy ship, thou art returned in vain, new waves shall drive thee to the deep again. 1. Look to thyself, and be no more the sport of giddy winds, but make some friendly port. Lost are thy oars, that used thy course to guide, like faithful counsellors, on either side. Thy mast, which like some aged patriot stood, the single pillar for his country's good, to lead thee, as a staff directs the blind, behold it cracks by yon rough eastern wind, your cables burst, and you must quickly feel the waves impetuous enter at your keel. Thus commonwealths receive a foreign yoke, when the strong cords of union once are broke. Tom, by a sudden tempest is thy sail, expanded to invite a milder gale. As when some writer in a public cause his pen, to save a sinking nation, draws, while all is calm, his arguments prevail, the people's voice expands his paper sail, till power, discharging all her stormy bags, flutters the feeble pamphlet into rags, the nation scared, the author doomed to death, who fondly put his trust in poplar breath. a larger sacrifice in vain you vow. There's not a power above will help you now. A nation thus, who oft heaven's call neglects, in vain from injured heaven relief expects. 'Twill not avail, when thy strong sides are broke, that thy descent is from the British oak, or, when your name and family you boast, from fleets triumphant o'er the Gallic coast. Such was Iain's claim, as just as thine. Her sons descended from the British line, her matchless sons, whose valor still remains on French records for 20 long campaigns. Yet, from an empress now a captive grown, she saved Britannia's rights, and lost her own. In ships decayed no mariner confides, allured by the gilded stern and painted sides. Yet at a ball unthinking fools delight in the gay trappings of a birthday night. They on the gold brocades and satins raved, and quite forgot their country was enslaved. Dear vessel, still be to thy steerage just, nor change thy course with every sudden gust, like supple patriots of the modern sort, who turn with every gale that blows from court. Weary and seasick, when in thee confined, now for thy safety cares distract my mind, as those who long have stood the storms of state retire, yet still bemoan their country's fate. Beware, and when you hear the surges roar, avoid the rocks on Britain's angry shore. They lie, alas, too easy to be found. For thee alone they lie the island round. Footnote 1, O navies, referent in mer te novi fluctus. O quid agis. Verses on the sudden drying up of St. Patrick's Well near Trinity College, Dublin. 1726 by holy zeal inspired, and led by fame, to thee, once favourite isle, with joy I came, what time the Goth, the Vandal, and the Hun, had my own native Italy. 1, O Urun. Iain, to the world's remotest parts, renowned for valour, policy, and arts. Hither from Colchos, too, with the fleecy oar, Jason arrived 2000 years before. The happy island, Pallas called her own, when haughty Britain was a land unknown. Sad smiley 3, from thee, with pride, the Caledonians trace, for, the glorious founder of their kingly race, thy martial sons, whom now they dare despise, did once their land subdue and civilize. Their dress, their language, and the Scottish name, confess the soil from whence the victors came. Well may they boast that ancient blood which runs within their veins, who are thy younger sons. A conquest and a colony from thee, the mother kingdom left her children free, from thee no mark of slavery they felt, not so with thee thy base invaders dealt. Invited here to vengeful Moruffa's aid. 5. Those whom they could not conquer they betrayed. Britain, by thee we fell, ungrateful isle. Not by thy valour, but superior guile. Britain, with shame, confess this land of mine first taught thee human knowledge and divine. My prelates and my students, sent from hence, made your sons converts both to God and sense, not like the pastors of thy ravenous breed, who come to fleece the flocks, and not to feed. Wretched Iain, with what grief I see the fatal changes time has made in thee. The Christian rites I introduced in vain, lo! Infidelity returned thee again. Freedom and virtue in thy sons I found, who now in vice and slavery are drowned. By faith and prayer, this crozier in my hand, I drove the venomed serpent from thy land. The shepherd in his bower might sleep or sing. 6. Nor dread the adder's tooth, nor scorpion's sting. With omens oft I strove to warn thy swains, omens, the types of thy impending chains. I sent the magpie from the British soil, with restless beak thy blooming fruit to spoil, to din thine ears with unharmonious clack, and haunt thy holy walls in white and black. What else are those thou seest in Bishop's gear, who crop the nurseries of learning here, aspiring, greedy, full of senseless prate, devour the church, and chatter to the state? As you grew more degenerate and base, I sent you millions of the croaking race, emblems of insects vile, who spread their spawn through all thy land, in armor, fur, and lawn, a nauseous brood, that fills your senate walls, and in the chambers of your viceroy crawls. See, where that new devouring vermin runs, sent in my anger from the land of Huns. With harpy claws it undermines the ground, and sudden spreads a numerous offspring round. Amphibious tyrant, with his ravenous band, drains all thy lakes of fish, of fruits thy land. Where is the holy well that bore my name? Fled to the fountain back, from whence it came. Fair freedom's emblem once, which smoothly flows, and blessings equally on all bestows. Here, from the neighboring nursery of arts, 7, the students, drinking, raised their wit and parts. Here, for an age and more, improved their vein, their phbus, my spring their hippocrene. Discouraged youths, now all their hopes must fail, condemned to country cottages and ale, to foreign prelates make a slavish court, and by their sweat procure a mean support, or, for the classics, read the attorney's guide, collect excise, or wait upon the tide. Oh! Had I been apostle to the Swiss, or hardy Scot, or any land but this, combined in arms, they had their foes defied, and kept their liberty, or bravely died, thou still with tyrants in succession cursed, the last invaders trampling on the first, nor fondly hope for some reverse of fate, virtue herself would now return too late. Not half thy course of misery is run, thy greatest evils yet are scarce begun. Soon shall thy sons, the time is just at hand, be all made captives in their native land, when for the use of no Hibernian born, shall rise one blade of grass, one ear of corn, when shells and leather shall for money pass, nor thy oppressing lords afford thee brass. 8. But all turn leases to that mongrel breed. 9. Who, from thee sprung, yet on thy vitals feed, who to yon ravenous isle thy treasures bear, and waste in luxury thy harvest there, for pride and ignorance a proverb grown, the jest of wits, and to the court unknown. I scorn thy spurious and degenerate line, and from this hour my patronage resign. Footnote 1. Italy was not properly the native place of Saint Patrick, but the place of his education, and whence he received his mission, and because he had his new birth there, by poetical license, and by scripture figure. Our author calls that country his native Italy. Dublin edition. Footnote 2. Orpheus, or the ancient author of the Greek poem on the Argonautic expedition, whoever he be, says, that Jason, who manned the ship Argus at Thessaly, sailed to Ireland. And Adrianus Junius says the same thing, in these lines, Ilia ego sum grius, olim glacialis ieum dicta, it jasonui pupis ben cognita nautis. Dublin edition. Footnote 3, Tacitus, comparing Ireland to Britain, says of the former, Malius aditus portusque per commercia et negotiatus cogniti. Agricola, Xiv. Web. Footnote 4, Fordun, in his Scotichronicon, Hector Betius, Buchanan, and all the Scottish historians, agree that Fergus, son of Focard, King of Ireland, was the first king of Scotland, which country he subdued. Scott. Footnote 5, in the reign of Henry II, 1172, Dermot MacMorrogh, King of Leinster, having been expelled from his kingdom by Roderick, King of Connaught, sought and obtained the assistance of the English for the recovery of his dominions. See Hume's History of England Volume I, p. 380. Web. Footnote 6, there are no snakes, vipers, or toads in Ireland, and even frogs were not known here till about the year 1700. The magpies came a short time before, and the Norway rats since. Dublin edition. These plagues are all alluded to in this and the subsequent stanzas. Scott. Footnote 7, the University of Dublin, called Trinity College, was founded by Queen Elizabeth in 1591. Dublin edition. Footnote 8, Wood's ruinous project against the people of Ireland was supported by Sir Robert Walpole in 1724. Dublin edition. Footnote 9, the absentees, who spent the income of their Irish estates, places, and pensions, in England. Dublin edition. On reading Dr. Young's satire, called The Universal Passion, 1726. If there be truth in what you sing, such godlike virtues in the king, a minister, 1, so filled he with zeal and wisdom for the commonweal, if he, 2, who in the chair presides, so steadily the senate guides, if others, whom you make your theme, are seconds in the glorious scheme, if every peer whom you commend, to worth and learning be a friend, if this be truth, as you attest, what land was ever half so blessed? No falsehood now among the great, and tradesmen now no longer cheat, now on the bench fair justice shines, her scale to neither side inclines. Now pride and cruelty are flown, and mercy here exalts her throne, for such is good example's power, it does its office every hour, where governors are good and wise, or else the truest maxim lies, for so we find all ancient sages decree, that, ad exemplum regis, through all the realm his virtues run, ripening and kindling like the sun. If this be true, then how much more when you have named at least a score of courtiers, each in their degree, if possible, as good as he. Or take it in a different view. I ask, if what you say be true, if you affirm the present age deserves your satire's keenest rage, if that same universal passion with every vice has filled either nation, if virtue dares not venture down a single step beneath the crown, if clergymen, to show their wit, praise classics more than Holy Writ, if bankrupts, when they are undone, into the Senate House can run, and sell their votes at such a rate, as will retrieve a lost estate, if law be such a partial whore, to spare the rich, and plague the poor, if these be of all crimes the worst, what land was ever half so cursed? Footnote 1. Sir Robert Walpole, afterwards Earl of Orford. Young's seventh satire is inscribed to him. Scott. Footnote 2. Sir Spencer Compton, then Speaker, afterwards Earl of Wilmington, to whom the eighth satire is dedicated. See volume I, 219. Web. The Dog and Thief. 1726. Quoth the thief to the dog, "Let me into your door and I'll give you these delicate bits." Quoth the dog, "I shall then be more villain than you, and besides must be out of my wits. Your delicate bits will not serve me a meal, but my master each day gives me bread. You'll fly, when you get what you came here to steal, and I must be hanged in your stead." The stock jobber thus from Change Alley goes down, and tips you the freeman a wink, "Let me have but your vote to serve for the town, and here is a guinea to drink." Says the freeman, "Your guinea tonight would be spent. Your offers of bribery cease, I'll vote for my landlord to whom I pay rent, or else I may forfeit my lease." From London they come, silly people to chouse, their lands and their faces unknown, who'd vote a rogue into the Parliament House, that would turn a man out of his own. A Dialogue, 1, between Mad Mullinich and Timothy, 1728 m. I own, 'tis not my bread and butter, but prithee, Tim, why all this clutter? Why ever in these raging fits, damning to hell the Jacobites? When if you search the kingdom round, there's hardly 20 to be found, no, not among the priests and friars, twixt you and me, N the liars. The Tories are gone every man over to our illustrious House of Hanover, from all their conduct this is plain, and then, N the liars again. Did not an earl but lately vote, to bring in, I could cut his throat, our whole accounts of public debts? Lord, how this frothy coxcomb frets! Aside. Did not an able statesman bishop this dangerous horrid motion dish up as popish craft? Did he not rail on show fire and faggot in the tail on proving the Earl a grand offender, and in a plot for the Pretender, whose fleet, 'tis all our friends' opinion, was then embarking at Avinon? These wrangling jars of Whig and Tory, are stale and worn as Troy town story. The wrong, 'tis certain, you were both in, and now you find you fought for nothing. Your faction, when their game was new, might want such noisy fools as you, but you, when all the show is past, resolve to stand it out the last, like Martin Mara, gaping on, not minding when the song is done. When all the bees are gone to settle, you clatter still your brazen kettle. The leaders whom you listed under, have dropped their arms, and seized the plunder, and when the war is past, you come to rattle in their ears your drum, and as that hateful hideous Grecian, the cits, 3, he was your relation, was more abhorred and scorned by those with whom he served, than by his foes, so thou art grown the detestation of all thy party through the nation, thy peevish and perpetual teasing with plots, and Jacobites, and treason, thy busy never-meaning face, thy screwed up front, thy state grimace, thy formal nods, important sneers, thy whisperings foisted in all ears, which are, whatever you may think, but nonsense wrapped up in a stink, have made thy presence, in a true sense, to thy own side, so d-n-d a nuisance, that, when they have you in their eye, as if the devil drove, they fly. My good friend Mullinick, forbear, I vow to G, you're too severe, if it could ever yet be known I took advice, except my own, it should be yours, but, d-n my blood, I must pursue the public good, the faction, is it not notorious? 4. Keck at the memory of glorious sad smiley 5, 'tis true, nor need I to be told, my quondam friends are grown so cold, that scarce a creature can be found to prance with me his statue round. The public safety, I foresee, henceforth depends alone on me, and while this vital breath I blow, or from above or from below, I'll sputter, swagger, curse, and rail, the Tories' terror, scourge, and flail. Tim, you mistake the matter quite, the Tories. You are their delight, and should you act a different part, be grave and wise, 'twould break their heart. Why, Tim, you have a taste you know, and often see a puppet show, observe the audience is in pain, while Punch is hid behind the scene, but, when they hear his rusty voice, with what impatience they rejoice. And then they value not 2 straws, how Solomon decides the cause, which the true mother, which pretender nor listen to the which offender. Should Faustus with the devil behind him enter the stage, they never mind him, if Punch, to stir their fancy, shows in at the door his monstrous nose, then sudden draws it back again, oh what a pleasure mixed with pain. You every moment think an age, till he appears upon the stage, and first his balm you see him clap upon the Queen of Shaba's lap. The Duke of Lorraine drew his sword, Punch roaring ran, and running Rawdy, reviled all people in his jargon, and sold the King of Spain a bargain. Saint George himself he plays the wag on, and mounts astride upon the dragon. He gets 1,000 thumps and kicks, yet cannot leave his roguish tricks, in every action thrusts his nose, the reason why, no mortal knows, in doleful scenes that break our heart, Punch comes like you, and lets a fart. There's not a puppet made of wood, but what would hang him if they could, while, teasing all, by all he's teased, how well are the spectators pleased, who in the motion, 6, have no share, but purely come to hear and stare, have no concern for Sabra's sake, which gets the better, saint or snake, provided Punch, for there's the jest, be soundly mouldy, and plague the rest. Thus, Tim, philosophers suppose, the world consists of puppet shows, where petulant conceited fellows perform the part of Punchinellos, so at this booth which we call Dublin, Tim, Thou art the punch to stir up trouble in, you wriggle, fidge, and make a rout, put all your brother puppets out, run on in a perpetual round, to tease, perplex, disturb, confound, intrude with monkey grin and clatter to interrupt all serious matter, are grown the nuisance of your clan, who hate and scorn you to a man. But then the lookers-on, the Tories, you still divert with merry stories, they would consent that all the crew were hanged before they'd part with you. But tell me, Tim, upon the spot, by all this toil what hast thou got? If Tories must have all the sport, I fear you'll be disgraced at court. T got D in my blood. I frank my letters, walk to my place before my betters, and, simple as I now stand here, expect in time to be a peer, got D in me. Why I got my will. Ne'er hold my peace, and ne'er stand still, I fart with 20 ladies by, they call me beast, and what care I? I bravely call the Tories jacks, and sons of whores, behind their backs. But could you bring me once to think, that when I strut, and stare, and stink, revile and slander, fume and storm, betray, make oath, impeach, inform, with such a constant loyal zeal to serve myself and commonweal, and fret the Tories' souls to death, I did but lose my precious breath, and, when I damn my soul to plague as you tell me, but there may game, consume my vitals. They shall know, I am not to be treated so, I'd rather hang myself by half, than give those rascals cause to laugh. But how, my friend, can I endure, once so renowned to live obscure? No little boys and girls to cry, there's nimble Tim passing by. No more my dear delightful way tread of keeping up a party hatred. Will none the Tory dogs pursue, when through the streets I cry halloo? Must all my enemies, bloods and wounds, pass only now for empty sounds? Shall Tory rascals be elected, although I swear them disaffected? And when I roar, a plot, will our own party mind me not? So qualified to swear and lie, will they not trust me for a spy? Dear Mulinick, your good advice I beg, you see the case is nice, oh. Were I equal in renown, like thee to please this thankless town, or blessed with such engaging parts to win the truant schoolboys' hearts, thy virtues meet their just reward, attended by the sable guard. Charmed by thy voice, the prentice drops the snowball destined at thy chops, thy graceful steps, and colonel's air, allure the cinder-picking fair. No more, in mark of true affection, I take thee under my protection, your parts are good, 'tis not denied, I wish they had been well applied. But now observe my counsel, viz. Adapt your habit to your phiz, you must no longer thus equip ye, as Horace says optatifipia, there's Latin, too, that you may see how much improved by Dr. I have a coat at home, that you may try, 'tis just like this, which hangs by geometry, my hat has much the nicer air, your block will fit it to a hair, that wig, I would not for the world have it so formal, and so curled 'twill be so oily and so sleek, when I have lain in it a week, you'll find it well prepared to take the figure of toupee and snake. Thus dressed alike from top to toe, that which is which 'tis hard to know. When first in public we appear, I'll lead the van, keep you the rear. Be careful, as you walk behind, use all the talents of your mind. Be studious well to imitate my portly motion, mien, and gait. Mark my address, and learn my style, when to look scornful, when to smile, nor sputter out your oaths so fast, but keep your swearing to the last. Then at our leisure we'll be witty, and in the streets divert the city, the ladies from the windows gaping, the children all our motions aping. Your conversation to refine, I'll take you to some friends of mine, choice spirits, who employ their parts to mend the world by useful arts, some cleansing hollow tubes, to spy direct the zenith of the sky, some have the city in their care, from noxious steams to purge the air, some teach us in these dangerous days how to walk upright in our ways, some whose reforming hands engage to lash the lewdness of the age, some for the public service go perpetual envoys to and fro, whose able heads support the weight of 20 ministers of state. We scorn, for want of talk, to jabber of parties or our boni clabber, nor are we studious to inquire, who votes for manners, who for hire. Our care is, to improve the mind with what concerns all humankind, the various scenes of mortal life, who beats her husband, who his wife, or how the bully at a stroke knocked down the boy, the lantern broke. One tells the rise of cheese and oatmeal, another when he got a hot meal, one gives advice in proverbs old, instructs us how to tame a scold, one shows how bravely order indied, and at the gallows all denied, how by the almanac 'tis clear, that herrings will be cheap this year. Dear Mullinick, I now lament my precious time so long misspent, by nature meant for nobler ends. Oh, introduce me to your friends, for whom by birth I was designed. Till politics debased my mind, I give myself entire to you. N the Whigs and Tories too. Footnote 1. This is a severe satire upon Richard Tighe, Esquire, whom the Dean regarded as the officious informer against Sheridan, in the matter of the choice of a text for the accession of George I. Swift had faithfully promised to revenge the cause of his friend, and has certainly fully redeemed his pledge, in this and the following pasquinades. Mad Mullinick, or Molyneux, was a sort of crazy beggar, a Tory politician in his madness, who haunted the streets of Dublin about this time. In a paper subscribed Dr. Anthony, apparently a mountebank of somewhat the same description, the doctor is made to vindicate his loyalty and regard for the present constitution in church and state, by declaring that he always acted contrary to the politics of Captain John Molyneux. The immediate occasion for publication is assigned in the Intelligencer, in which paper the dialogue first appeared. Scott, having lately had an account, that a certain person of some distinction swore in a public coffee-house, that party should never die while he lived, although it has been the endeavor of the best and wisest among us, to abolish the ridiculous appellations of Whig and Tory, and entirely to turn our thoughts to the good of our Prince and Constitution in Church and State. I hope those who are well-wishers to our country, will think my labour not ill bestowed, in giving this gentleman's principles the proper embellishments which they deserve, and since Mad Mulinick is the only Tory now remaining, who dares own himself to be so, I hope I may not be censured by those of his party, for making him hold a dialogue with one of less consequence on the other side. I shall not venture so far as to give the Christian nickname of the person chiefly concerned, lest I should give offence, for which reason I shall call him Timothy, and leave the rest to the conjecture of the world. Intelligencer, number 8. See an account of this paper in Prose Works 9, 311.web. Footnote 2. Sir Martin Marrow, one of Dryden's most successful comedies. See Malone's Life of Dryden p93.web. Footnote 3. Elias Lib 2, 211, seek.web. Footnote 4. To reach at vomiting. Footnote 5. King William III. Footnote 6. Old word for a puppet show. Scott. Tim and the Fables. My meaning will be best unravelled when I premise that Tim has travelled in Lucas's By Chance there lay the fables writ by Mr. Gay. Tim set the volume on a table, read over here and there a fable, and found, as he the pages twirled the monkey who had seen the world, for Tonson had, to help the sale, prefixed a cut to every tale. The monkey was completely dressed, the beau in all his airs expressed. Tim, with surprise and pleasure staring, ran to the glass, and then comparing his own sweet figure with the print, distinguished every feature in the twist, the squeeze, the rump, the fidge in all, just as they looked in the original. By, says Tim, and let A.F.T., this graver understood his art. 'Tis a true copy, I'll say that 40, I well remember when I sat 40. My very face, at first I knew it, just in this dress the painter drew it. Tim, with his likeness deeply smitten, would read what underneath was written, the merry tale, with moral grave, he now began to storm and rave, the cursed villain. Now I see this was a libel meant at me, these scribblers grow so bold of late against us ministers of state. Such Jacobites as he deserve, D.N. me. I say they ought to starve. Tom and Dick, 1, Tim, 2, and Dick had equal fame, and both had equal knowledge. Tom could write and spell his name, but Dick had seen the college. Dick a coxcomb, Tom was mad, and both alike diverting. Tom was held the merrier lad, but Dick the best at farting. Dick would cock his nose in scorn, but Tom was kind and loving. Tom a footboy bred and born, but Dick was from an oven. 3. Dick could neatly dance a jig, but Tom was best at bores. Tom would pray for every Whig, and Dick curse all the Tories. Dick would make a woeful noise, and scold at an election. Tom hazarded the blackguard boys, and held them in subjection. Tom could move with lordly grace, Dick nimbly skipped the gutter. Tom could talk with solemn face, but Dick could better sputter. Dick was come to high renown since he commenced physician. Tom was held by all the town the deeper politician. Tom had the genteeler swing, his hat could nicely put on, Dick knew better how to swing his cane upon a button. Dick for repartee was fit, and Tom for deep discerning. Dick was thought the brighter wit, but Tom had better learning. Dick with zealous nose and eyes could roar as loud as Stentor, in the house tease all he says, but Tom is eloquenter. Footnote 1. This satire is a parody on a song then fashionable. Scott. Footnote 2. Sir Thomas Prendergast. See Post, The Legion Club. Footnote 3. Tyke's ancestor was a contractor for furnishing the Parliament forces with bread during the Civil Wars. Hence Swift calls him elsewhere Pistorides. See Prose Works 7, 233, and in the Legion Club Dick Fitzbaker. W.E.B. Dick, a maggot as when, from rooting in a bin, all powdered o'er from tail to chin, a lively maggot sallies out, you know him by his hazel snout. So when the grandson of his grandsire forth issues wriggling, Dick draw conser, with powdered rump and back and side, you cannot blanch his tawny hide, for 'tis beyond the power of meal the gipsy visage to conceal, for as he shakes his waistcoat chops, down every mealy atom drops, and leaves the tartar fizz in show, like a fresh tea. Just dropped on snow. Clad all in brown, to Dick, 1, foulest brute that stinks below, why in this brown dost thou appear? For wouldst thou make a fouler show, thou must go naked all the year. Fresh from the mud, a wallowing sow would then be not so brown as thou. 'Tis not the coat that looks so dun, his hide emits a foulness out, not one jot better looks the sun seen from behind a dirty clout. So Ds within a glass enclose, the glass will seem as brown as those. Thou now one heap of foulness art, all outward and within is foul, condensed filth in every part, thy body's clothed like thy soul, which through thy hide of buff scarce glimmers like a dying snuff. Old carted boards such garments wear, when pelted all with dirt they shine, such their exalted bodies are, as shrivelled and as black as thine. If thou wert in a cart, I fear thou wouldst be pelted worse than there. Yet, when we see thee thus arrayed, the neighbours think it is but just, that thou shouldst take an honest trade, and weekly carry out the dust. Of cleanly houses who will doubt, when Dick cries dust to carry out? Footnote 1. This is a parody on the 10th poem of Cowley's Mistress entitled, Clad All in White. Scott. Dick's variety dull uniformity in fools I hate, who gape and sneer by rules, you, Mulinic, and slobbering see, who every day and hour the same are, that vulgar talent I despise of pissing in the rabble's eyes. And when I listen to the noise of idiots roaring to the boys, to better judgment still submitting, I own I see but little wit in such pastimes, when our taste is nice, can please at most but once or twice. But then consider Dick, you'll find his genius of superior kind, he never muddles in the dirt, nor scours the streets without a shirt, though Dick, I dare presume to say, could do such feats as well as they. Dick I could venture everywhere, let the boys pelt him if they dare, he'd have them tried at the assizes for priests and Jesuits in disguises, swear they were with the Swedes at Bender, and listing troops for the pretender. But Dick can f.t. and dance, and frisk, no other monkey half so brisk, now has the speaker by his ears, next moment in the House of Peers, now scolding at my Lady Eustace, or thrashing baby in her new stays. 1. Presto! Begone, with t'other hop he's powdering in a barber's shop, now at the antechamber thrusting his nose, to get the circle just in, and damns his blood that in the rear he sees a single Tory there. Then woe be to my Lord Lieutenant, again he'll tell him, and again on T2. Footnote 1. Dick Tyke and his wife lodged over against us, and he has been seen, out of our upper windows, beating her 2 or 3 times. I am told she is the most urging, provoking devil that ever was born, and he a hot whiffling puppy, very apt to resent. Journal to Stella, Prose Works 2, 229. WEB. Footnote 2. Farquhar, who inscribed his play of The Inconstant to Richard Tighe, has painted him in very different colours from those of the Dean's satirical pencil. Yet there may be discerned, even in that dedication, the allenes of a light mercurial character, capable of being represented as a coxcomb or fine gentleman, as should suit the purpose of the writer who was disposed to immortalize him. Scott. Troilus. Part I, a dialogue between Tom and Robin. 1. 1730. Tom. Say, Robin, what can Troilus, 2, mean by bellowing thus against the Dean? Why does he call him paltry scribbler, papist, and Jacobite, and libeller, yet cannot prove a single fact? Robin. Forgive him, Tom, his head is cracked. What mischief can the Dean have done him, that Troilus calls for vengeance on him? Why must he sputter, spawl, and slaver it in vain against the people's favourite? Revile that nation-saving paper, which gave the Dean the name of Drapier. Why, Tom, I think the case is plain, party and spleen have turned his brain. Such friendship never man professed the Dean was never so caressed for Troilus long his rancour nursed, till, God knows why, at last it burst. That clumsy outside of a porter, how could it thus conceal a courtier? I own, appearances are bad, yet still insist the man is mad. Yet many a wretch in Bedlam knows how to distinguish friends from foes, and though perhaps among the rout he wildly flings his filth about, he still has gratitude and sapence, to spare the folks that give him halfpence, nor in their eyes at random pisses, but turns aside, like mad Ulysses, while Troilus all his ordure scatters to foul the man he chiefly flatters. Whence comes these inconsistent fits? Why, Tom, the man has lost his wits. Agreed, and yet, when Tozer snaps at people's heels, with frothy chaps, hangs down his head, and drops his tail, to say he's mad will not avail, the neighbors all cry, shoot him dead, hang, drown, or knock him on the head. So Troilus, when he first harangued, I wonder why he was not hanged, for of the two, without dispute, Tozer's the less offensive brute. Tom, you mistake the matter quite, Your barking curs will seldom bite, and though you hear him stut tut tut tut, he barks as fast as he can utter. He prates in spite of all impediment, while none believes that what he said he meant, puts in his finger and his thumb to grope for words, and out they come. He calls you rogue, there's nothing in it, he fawns upon you in a minute, begs leave to rail, but, d—n his blood, he only meant it for your good, his friendship was exactly timed, he shot before your foes were primed, by this contrivance, Mr. Dean, by G. I'll bring you off as clean. 3. Then let him use you e'er so rough, 'twas all for love and that's enough. But, though he sputter through a session, it never makes the least impression, waiter he speaks for madness goes, with no effect on friends or foes. The scrubbiest cur in all the pack can set the mastiff on your back. I own, his madness is a jest, if that were all. But he's possessed incarnate with 1,000 imps, to work whose ends his madness pimps, who o'er each string and wire preside, fill every pipe, each motion guide, directing every vice we find in Scripture to the devil assigned, sent from the dark infernal region, in him they lodge, and make him legion. Of brethren he's a false accuser, a slanderer, traitor, and seducer, a fawning, base, trepanning liar, the marks peculiar of his sire. Or, grant him but a drone at best, a drone can raise a hornet's nest. The Dean had felt their stings before, and must their malice ne'er give o'er. Still swarm and buzz about his nose. But Ireland's friends ne'er wanted foes. A patriot is a dangerous post, when wanted by his country most, perversely comes in evil times, where virtues are imputed crimes. His guilt is clear, the proofs are pregnant, a traitor to the vices regnant. What spirit, since the world began, could always bear to strive with man? Which God pronounced he never would, and soon convinced them by a flood. Yet still the Dean on freedom raves, his spirit always strives with slaves. 'Tis time at last to spare his ink, and let them rot, or hang, or sink. Footnote 1, son of Dr. Charles Leslie Scott. Footnote 4, Joshua, Lord Allen. For particulars of the satire upon this individual, see advertisement by Swift in his defense against Joshua, Lord Allen, Prose Works 7, 168–175, and notes. Web. Footnote 3. This is the usual excuse of Troilus, when he abuses you to others without provocation. Swift. Troilus. Part 2. Troilus, of amphibious breed, motley fruit of mongrel seed, by the dam from lordlings sprung. By the sire exhaled from dung, think on every vice in both, look on him, and see their growth. View him on the mother's side, too, filled with falsehood, spleen, and pride, positive and overbearing, changing still, and still adhering, spiteful, peevish, rude, untoward, fierce in tongue, in heart a coward, when his friends he most is hard on, cringing comes to beg their pardon, reputation ever tearing, ever dearest friendship swearing, judgment weak, and passion strong, always various, always wrong, provocation never waits, where he loves, or where he hates, talk's waiter comes in his head. Wishes it were all unsaid. Let me now the vices trace, from the father's scoundrel race. Who could give the looby such as? Were they masons, were they butchers? Herald, lend the muse an answer from his Atavus and Grancy sad smiley one. This was dexterous at his trowel, that was bred to kill a cow well, hence the greasy clumsy mean in his dress and figure seen, hence the mean and sordid soul, like his body, rank and foul, hence that wild suspicious peep, like a rogue that steals a sheep, hence he learned the butcher's guile, how to cut your throat and smile, like a butcher, doomed for life in his mouth to wear a knife, hence he draws his daily food from his tenant's vital blood. Lastly, let his gifts be tried, borrowed from the mason's side. Some perhaps may think him able in the state to build a Babel, could we place him in a station to destroy the old foundation. True indeed, I should be gladder could he learn to mount a ladder, may he at his latter end mount alive and dead descend. In him tell me which prevail, female vices most, or male? What produced him? Can you tell? Human race, or imps of hell? Footnote 1. The mother of Lord Allen was sister to Robert, Earl of Kildare. Scott. Footnote 2. John, Lord Allen, father of Joshua, the Troilus of the satire, was son of Sir Joshua Allen, Lord Mayor of Dublin in 1673, and grandson of John Allen, an architect in great esteem in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. Scott, A Fable of the Lion and Other Beasts. One time a mighty plague did pester all beasts domestic and sylvester. The doctors all in concert joined to see if they the cause could find, and tried a world of remedies, but none could conquer the disease. The lion in this consternation sends out his royal proclamation, to all his loving subjects greeting, appointing them a solemn meeting, and when they are gathered round his den, he spoke, My lords and gentlemen, I hope you're met full of the sense of this devouring pestilence, for sure such heavy punishment, on common crimes is rarely sent. It must be some important cause, some great infraction of the laws. Then let us search our consciences, and every one his faults confess. Let's judge from biggest to the least, that he that is the foulest beast may for a sacrifice be given to stop the wrath of angry heaven. And since no one is free from sin, I with myself will first begin. I have done many a thing that's ill from a propensity to kill, slain many an ox, and, what is worse, have murdered many a gallant horse, robbed woods and fens, and, like a glutton, devoured whole flocks of lamb and mutton. Nay, sometimes, for I dare not lie, the shepherd went for company. He had gone on, but Chancellor Fox stands up. What signifies an ox? What signifies a horse? Such things are honored when made sport for kings. Then for the sheep, those foolish cattle, not fit for courage, or for battle, and being tolerable meat, they are good for nothing but to eat. The shepherd too, young enemy, deserves no better destiny. Sir, your conscience is too nice, hunting's a princely exercise, and those being all your subjects born, just when you please are to be torn. And, sir, if this will not content ye, we'll vote it nemine contradicent. Thus after him they all confess, they had been rogues, some more some less, and yet by little slight excuses, they all get clear of great abuses. The bear, the tiger, beasts of flight, and all that could but scratch and bite, nay e'en the cat, of wicked nature, that kills in sport her fellow creature, went scot-free, but his gravity, an ass of stupid memory, confessed he, as he went to a fair, his back half broke with wooden ware, chancing unluckily to pass by a churchyard full of good grass, finding they'd open left the gate, he ventured in, stooped down and et hold, says Judge Wolf, such are the crimes have brought upon us these sad times, 'twas sacrilege, and this vile ass shall die for eating holy grass. On the Irish Bishops. 1731 Old Latimer preaching did fairly describe a bishop, who ruled all the rest of his tribe, and who is this bishop? And where does he dwell? Why truly 'tis Satan, Archbishop of Hell. And he was a primate, and he wore a mitre, surrounded with jewels of sulphur and nitre. How nearly this bishop our bishops resembles. But he has the odds, who believes and who trembles. Could you see his grim grace, for £1 to a penny, you'd swear it must be the baboon of Kilkenny. Sad smiley too. Poor Satan will think the comparison odious. I wish I could find him out one more commodious. But, this I am sure, the most reverend old dragon has got on the bench many bishops suffragan, and all men believe he resides there incog, to give them by turns an invisible jog. Our bishops, puffed up with wealth and with pride, to hell on the backs of the clergy would ride. They mounted and laboured with whip and with spur in vain, for the devil a parson would stir. So the commons unhorsed them, and this was their doom, on their croziers to ride like a witch on a broom. Though they galloped so fast, on the road you may find 'em, and have left us but 3 out of 20 behind 'em. Lord Bolton's good grace, Lord Carr and Lord Howard, 3, in spite of the devil would still be untoward. They came of good kindred, and could not endure their former companions should beg at their door. When Christ was betrayed to Pilate, the praetor of a dozen apostles but one proved a traitor, one traitor alone, and faithful 11, but we can afford you 6 traitors in 7. What a clutter with clippings, dividings, and cleavings! And the clergy forsooth must take up with their leavings, if making divisions was all their intent. They've done it, we thank them, but not as they meant, and so may such bishops forever divide, that no honest heathen would be on their side. How should we rejoice, if, like Judas the First, those splitters of parsons in sunder should burst? Now here an allusion, a mitre, you know, is divided above, but united below. If this you consider our emblem is right, the bishops divide, but the clergy unite. Should the bottom be split, our bishops would dread that the mitre would never stick fast on their head, and yet they have learned the chief art of a sovereign, as Machiavel taught them, divide and ye govern. But courage, my lords! Though it cannot be said that one cloven tongue ever sat on your head, I'll hold you a groat, and I wish I could see tea. If your stockings were off, you could show cloven feet. But hold, cry the bishops, and give us fair play. Before you condemn us, hear what we can say. What true affections could ever be shown, than saving your souls by damning our own? And have we not practiced all methods to gain you, with the tithe of the tithe of the tithe to maintain you, provided a fund for building you spitals? You are only to live 4 years without victuals. Content, my good lords, but let us change hands. First take you our tithes, and give us your lands. So God bless the Church and 3 of our mitres, and God bless the Commons, for biting the biters. Footnote 1, occasioned by 2 bills, a bill of residence to compel the clergy to reside on their livings, and a bill of division, to divide the church livings. See considerations upon 2 bills, Prose Works 3, and Swift's letter to the Bishop of Clogher, July 1733, in which he describes those 2 abominable bills for enslaving and beggaring the clergy. Edit. Scott, 18, p. 147. The bills were passed by the House of Lords, but rejected by the Commons. See note, next page. W.E.B. Footnote 2, Dr. Tennyson, Bishop of Ossory, who promoted the bills. See Prose Works 12, p. 26. W.E.B. Footnote 3, Theophilus Bolton, Archbishop of Cashel from 1729 to 1744, Charles Carr, Bishop of Killaloe from 1716 to 1739, and Robert Howard, Bishop of Elphin from 1729 to 1740, who voted against the bills on a division. W.E.B. Horace, Book 4, Ode 9, addressed to Humphrey French, Esquires. 1. Late Lord Mayor of Dublin, patron of the tuneful throng, O. Too nice, and too severe. Think not, that my country's song shall displease thy honest ear. Chosen strains I proudly bring, which the Muses' sacred choir, when they gods and heroes sing, dictate to th harmonious lyre. Ancient Homer, princely bard. Just precedence still maintains, with sacred rapture still are heard Theban Pindar's lofty strains. Still the old triumphant song, which, when hated tyrants fell, great Alcphus boldly sung, warns, instructs, and pleases well. Nor has time's all-darkening shade in obscure oblivion pressed what Anachaean laughed and played, gay Anachaean, drunken priest. Gentle Sappho, love-sick muse, warms the heart with amorous fire, still her tenderest notes infuse melting rapture, soft desire. Beauteous Helen, young and gay, by a painted fopling won, went not first, fair nymph, astray, fondly pleased to be undone. Nor young Teucer's slaughtering bow, nor bold Hector's dreadful sword, alone the terrors of the foe, sowed the field with hostile blood. Many valiant chiefs of old greatly lived and died before Agamemnon, Grecian bold, waged the 10 years' famous war. But their names, unsung, unwept, unrecorded, lost and gone, long in endless night have slept, and shall now no more be known. Virtue, which the poet's care has not well consigned to fame, lies, as in the sepulchre some old king, without a name. But, O Humphrey, great and free, while my tuneful songs are read, old forgetful time on thee dark oblivion ne'er shall spread. When the deep-cut notes shall fade on the mouldering Parian stone, on the brass no more be read the perishing inscription, forgotten all the enemies, envious G.N.S. cursed spite, and P.L.S. derogating lies, lost and sunk in Stygian night, still thy labour and thy care, what for Dublin thou hast done, in full lustre shall appear, and outshine th unclouded sun. Large thy mind, and not untried, for Hibernia now doth stand, through the calm, or raging tide, safe conducts the ship to land. Falsely we call the rich man great, he is only so that knows his plentiful or small estate wisely to enjoy and use. He in wealth or poverty, fortune's power alike defies, and falsehood and dishonesty more than death abhors and flies from death, no, meets it brave, when the suffering so severe may from dreadful bondage save clients, friends, or country dear. This the sovereign man, complete, hero, patriot, glorious, free, rich and wise, and good and great, generous Humphrey, thou art he. Footnote 1, elected MP for Dublin, by the interest of Swift, in the name of the Drapier. See Advice to the Freemen of the City of Dublin, etc., Prose Works 7, 310. Web. On Mr. Pulteney's, 1, being put out of the council. 1731 Sir Robert, 2, wearied by Will Pulteney's teasings, who interrupted him in all his leasings, resolved that Will and he should meet no more. Full in his face Bob shuts the council door, nor lets him sit as justice on the bench, to punish thieves, or lash a suburb wench. Yet still St. Stephen's Chapel open lies for Will to enter. What shall I advise? Then quit the house, for thou too longest sat in tea. Produce at last thy dormant ducal patent, there near thy master's throne in shelter placed. Let Will, unheard by thee, his thunder waste. Yet still I fear your work is done but half, for while he keeps his pen you are not safe. Hear an old fable, and a dull one too, it bears a moral when applied to you. A hare had long escaped pursuing hounds, by often shifting into distant grounds, till, finding all his artifices vain, to save his life he leaped into the main. But there, alas! he could no safety find, a pack of dogfish had him in the wind. He scours away, and, to avoid the foe, descends for shelter to the shades below. There Cerberus lay watching in his den, he had not seen a hare the Lord knows when. Out bounced the mastiff of the triple head, away the hare with double swiftness fled, hunted from earth, and sea, and hell, he flies, fear lent him wings, for safety to the skies. How was the fearful animal distressed? Behold a foe more fierce than all the rest, Sirius, the swiftest of the heavenly pack, failed but an inch to seize him by the back. He fled to earth, but first it cost him dear, he left his scut behind, and half an ear. Thus was the hare pursued, though free from guilt. Thus, Bob, shall thou be mouldy, fly where thou wilt. Then, honest Robin, of thy corpse beware, thou art not half so nimble as a hare, too ponderous is thy bulk to mount the sky, nor can you go to hell before you die. So keen thy hunters, and thy scent so strong, thy turns and doublings cannot save thee long. 3. Footnote 1. Right Honourable William Pulteney, afterwards Earl of Bath. Footnote 2. Sir Robert Walpole, at that time Prime Minister, afterwards first Earl of Orford. W.E.B. Footnote 3. This hunting ended in the promotion of Will and Bob. Bob was no longer First Minister, but Earl of Orford, and Will was no longer his opponent, but Earl of Bath. H. On the words brother Protestants and fellow Christians, so familiarly used by the advocates for the repeal of the Test Act in Ireland, 1733, an inundation, says the fable, overflowed a farmer's barn and stable, whole ricks of hay and stacks of corn were down the sudden current borne, while things of heterogeneous kind together float with tide and wind. The generous wheat forgot its pride, and sailed with litter side by side, uniting all, to show their amity, as in a general calamity. A ball of new dropped horses' dung, mingling with apples in the throng, said to the pippin plump and prim, see, brother, how we apples swim. Thus Lamb, renowned for cutting corns, and offered fee from Radcliffe scorns, not for the world, we doctors, brother, must take no fees of one another. Thus to a dean some curate sloven subscribes, dear sir, your brother loving. Thus all the footmen, showboys, porters, about St. James's, cry, we courtiers. Thus Horace in the house will prate, sir, we, the ministers of state. Thus at the bar the booby bettess worth, 1, though half a crown o'erpays his sweat's worth, who knows in law nor text nor margent, calls Singleton, 2, his brother sergeant. And thus fanatic saints, though neither in doctrine nor discipline our brethren, are brother Protestants and Christians, as much as Hebrews and Philistines, but in no other sense, than nature has made a rat our fellow creature. Lice from your body suck their food, but is a louse your flesh and blood. Though born of human filth and sweat, it as well may say man did beget it. And maggots in your nose and chin as well may claim you for their kin. Yet critics may object, why not? Since lice are brethren to a Scot, which made our swarm of sects determine employments for their brother vermin. But be they English, Irish, Scottish, what Protestant can be so sottish, while o'er the church these clouds are gathering to call a swarm of lice his brethren? As Moses, by divine advice, in Egypt turned the dust to lice, and as our sects, by all descriptions, have hearts more hardened than Egyptians, as from the trodden dust they spring, and, turned to lice, infest the king, for pity's sake, it would be just, a rod should turn them back to dust. Let folks in high or holy stations be proud of owning such relations, let courtiers hug them in their bosom, as if they were afraid to lose 'em, while I, with humble job, had rather say to corruption, thou art my father. for he that has so little wit to nourish vermin, may be bit. Footnote 1. These lines were the cause of the personal attack upon the Dean. See Prose Works 4, pp. 27261, W.E.B. Footnote 2. Henry Singleton, Esquire, then Prime Sergeant, afterwards Lord Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, which he resigned, and was some time after made Master of the Rolls. F. Bettesworth's exultation upon hearing that his name would be transmitted to posterity in Dr. Swift's works. By William Duncan Well. Now, since the heat of my passions abated, that the Deaneth lampooned me, my mind is elated. Lampooned did I call it? No, what was it then? What was it? 'Twas fame to be lashed by his pen, for had he not pointed me out, I had slept till doomsday, a poor insignificant reptile, half lawyer, half actor, pert, dull, and inglorious, obscure, and unheard of. But now I'm notorious. Fame has but two gates, a white and a black one. The worst they can say is, I got in at the back one. If the end be obtained, et's equal what portal I enter, since I'm to be rendered immortal. So clysters applied to the anus, 'tis said, by skilful physicians. Give ease to the head, though my title be spurious. Why should I be dastard? A man is a man, though he should be a bastard. Why sure 'tis some comfort that heroes should slay us. If I fall, I would fall by the hand of Fnees, and who by the Drapier would not rather damned be, than demigodized by Madrigal Namby. 1. A man is no more who has once lost his breath, but poets convince us there's life after death. They call from their graves the king, or the peasant, re-act our old deeds, and make what's past present, and when they would study to set forth alike, so the lines be well drawn, and the colours but strike, whatever the subject be, coward or hero, a tyrant or patriot, a Titus or Nero. To a judge 'tis all one which he fixes his eye on, and a well-painted monkey's as good as a lion. Footnote 1. Ambrose Phillips. See Ante, Volume I, p. 288. W.E.B. An epigram the Scriptures affirm, as I heard in my youth, for indeed I ne'er read them, to speak for once truth, that death is the wages of sin, but the just shall die not, although they be laid in the dust. They say so, so be it, I care not a straw, although I be dead both in gospel and law, in verse I shall live, and be read in each climate. What more can be said of Prime Sergeant or Primate? While Carter and Prendergast both may be rotten, and damned to the bargain, and yet be forgotten. An epigram inscribed to the Honourable Sergeant Kite in your indignation what mercy appears, while Jonathan's threatened with loss of his ears, for who would not think it a much better choice, by your knife to be mangled than racked with your voice? If truly you would be revenged on the parson, command his attendants while you act your farce on, instead of your maiming, your shooting, or banging. Bid Povey, 1, secure him while you are haranguing. Had this been your method to torture him, long since, he had cut his own ears to be deaf to your nonsense. Footnote 1. Povey was Sergeant at Arms to the House of Commons. Scott. The Yahoo's Overthrow, or the Kevan Bale's New Ballad, upon Sergeant Kite's insulting the Dean, 1, to the tune of Derry Down. Jolly Boys of St. Kevan's, 2, St. Patrick's, Dornor and Smithfield, I'll tell you, if not told before, how Bettesworth, that booby and scoundrel in grain, has insulted us all by insulting the Dean. Knock him down, 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 knock him down. The Dean and his merits we every one know, but this skip of a lawyer, where the de'il did he grow? How greater his merit at four courts or house, than the barking of Tozer, or leap of a louse? Knock him down, etc. That he came from the temple, his morals do show, but where his deep lore is, few mortals yet know. His rhetoric, bombast, silly jests, are by far more like to lampooning, than pleading at bar. Knock him down, etc. This peddler, at speaking and making of laws, has met with returns of all sorts but applause, has, with noise and odd gestures, been prating some years, what honester folk never durst for their ears. Knock him down, etc. Of all sizes and sorts, the fanatical crew are his brother Protestants, good men and true, red hat, and blue bonnet, and turbans the same, what the de'il is to him whence the devil they came. Knock him down, etc. Hobbes, Tyndall, and Woolston, and Collins, and Naylor, and Muggleton, Toland, and Bradley the tailor, are Christians alike, and it may be of a d, he's a Christian as good as the rest of the herd. Knock him down, etc. He only the rights of the clergy debates, their rights, their importance. We'll set on new rates on their tithes at half nothing, their priesthood at less, what's next to be voted with ease you may guess. Knock him down, etc. At length his old master, I need not him name, to this damnable speaker had long owed a shame, when his speech came abroad, he paid him off clean, by leaving him under the pen of the Dean. Knock him down, etc. He kindled, as if the whole satire had been the oppression of virtue, not wages of sin. He began, as he bragged, with a rant and a roar. He bragged how he bounced, and he swore how he swore. 3. Knock him down, etc. Though he cringed to his deanship in very low strains, to others he boasted of knocking out brains, and slitting of noses, and cropping of ears, while his own arse's zags were more fit for the shears. Knock him down, etc. On this warrior of Deans we know we can hit, we'll show him the way how to crop and to slit. We'll teach him some better address to afford to the Dean of all Deans, though he wears not a sword. Knock him down, etc. We'll cold him through Kevan, St. Patrick's, Dornor, and Smithfield, as rap was ne'er cold before. We'll oil him with kennel, and powder him with grains, a modus right fit for insulters of Deans. Knock him down, etc. And, when this is over, we'll make him amends. To the Dean he shall go, they shall kiss and be friends. But how? Why, the Dean shall to him disclose a face for to kiss, without eyes, ears, or nose. Knock him down, etc. If you say this is hard on a man that is reckoned that sergeant at law whom we call Kite the Second, you mistake, for a slave, who will coax his superiors, may be proud to be licking a great man's posteriors. Knock him down, etc. What care we how high runs his passion or pride? Though his soul he despises, he values his hide, then fear not his tongue, or his sword, or his knife, he'll take his revenge on his innocent wife. Knock him down, 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 keep him down. Footnote 1, Grub Street Journal, number 189, August 9, 1734. In December last, Mr. Bettesworth, of the City of Dublin, Sergeant at Law, and Member of Parliament, openly swore, before many hundreds of people, that, upon the first opportunity, by the help of ruffians, he would murder or maim the Dean of St. Patrick's, Dr. Swift. Upon which 31 of the principal inhabitants of that liberty signed a paper to this effect, that, out of their great love and respect to the Dean, to whom the whole kingdom hath so many obligations, they would endeavour to defend the life and limbs of the said Dean against a certain man and all his ruffians and murderers. With which paper they, in the name of themselves and all the inhabitants of the city, attended the Dean on January the 8th, who being extremely ill in bed of a giddiness and deafness, and not able to receive them, immediately dictated a very grateful answer. The occasion of a certain man's declaration of his villainous design against the Dean, was a frivolous unproved suspicion that he had written some lines in verse reflecting upon him. Scott. Footnote 2, Kevan Bale was a cant term for the rabble of this district of Dublin. Footnote 3, Swift, in a letter to the Duke of Dorset, January, 1733-4, gives a full account of Bettesworth's visit to him, about which he says that the sergeant had spread some 500 falsehoods. W.E.B. On the Archbishop of Cashel, 1, and Bettesworth. Dear Dick, pruth tell by what passion you move. The world is in doubt whether hatred or love, and, while at good Cashel you rail with such spite, they shrewdly suspect it is all but a bite. You certainly know, though so loudly you vapour, his spite cannot wound who attempted the Drapier. Then, pruth, reflect, take a word of advice, and, as your old wont is, change sides in a trice, on his virtues hold forth, 'tis the very best way, and say of the man what all honest men say. But if, still obdurate, your anger remains, if still your foul bosom more rancour contains, say then more than they, nay, lavishly flatter, 'tis your gross panegyrics alone can bespatter, for thine, my dear Dick, give me leave to speak plain, like very foul mops, dirty more than they clean. Footnote 1, Dr. Theophilus Bolton, a particular friend of the Dean. Scott. On the Irish Club. 1733, 1. Ye paltry underlings of state, ye senators who love to prate, ye rascals of inferior note, who, for a dinner, sell a vote, ye pack of pensionary peers, whose fingers itch for poets' ears, ye bishops, far removed from saints, why all this rage? Why these complaints? Why against printers all this noise? This summoning of blackguard boys? Why so sagacious in your guesses? Your F's, and T's, and A's, and S's. Take my advice, to make you safe, I know a shorter way by half. The point is plain, remove the cause, defend your liberties and laws. Be sometimes to your country true, have once the public good in view, bravely despise champagne at court, and choose to dine at home with port. Let prelates, by their good behavior, convince us they believe a Saviour, nor sell what they so dearly bought, this country, now their own, for naught. Ne'er did a true satiric muse virtue or innocence abuse, and tease against poetic rules to rail at men by nature fools. But asterisk 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 asterisk, footnote 1, in the Dublin edition, 1729, Scott. On Noisy Tom. Horace, part of Book I, Sat. 6, paraphrased, 1733. If Noisy Tom, 1, should in the Senate prate, that he would answer both for church and state, and, farther, to demonstrate his affection, would take the kingdom into his protection, all mortals must be curious to inquire, who could this coxcomb be, and who his sire? What? Thou, the spawn of him, too, who shamed our isle, traitor, assassin, and informer vile. Though by the female side, 3, you proudly bring, to mend your breed, the murderer of a king, what was thy grandsire, 4, but a mountaineer, who held a cabin for 10 groats a year, whose master more, 5, preserved him from the halter, for stealing cows. Nor could he read the Psalter. Durst thou, ungrateful, from the Senate chase thy founder's grandson, 6, and usurp his place? Just heaven! To see the dunghill bastard brood survive in thee, and make the proverb good, 7, then vote a worthy citizen to jail, 8, in spite of justice, and refuse his bail. 9. Footnote 1, Sir Thomas Prendergast. See post, p. 266. Footnote 2, the father of Sir Thomas Prendergast, who engaged in a plot to murder King William III, but, to avoid being hanged, turned informer against his associates, for which he was rewarded with a good estate, and made a baronet. F. Footnote 3, Cadogan's family. F. Footnote 4, a poor thieving cottager under Mr. Moore, condemned at Clonmel Assizes to be hanged for stealing cows. F. Footnote 5, the grandfather of Guy Moore, Esquire, who procured him a pardon. F. Footnote 6, Guy Moore was fairly elected Member of Parliament for Clonmel, but Sir Thomas, depending upon his interest with a certain party then prevailing, and since known by the title of Parson Hunters, petitioned the House against him, out of which he was turned upon pretence of bribery, which the paying of his lawful debts was then voted to be. F. Footnote 7, save a thief from the gallows, and he will cut your throat. F. Footnote 8, Mr. George Faulkner. Mr. Sergeant Betesworth, a member of the Irish Parliament, having made a complaint to the House of Commons against the satire on Quadrille, they voted Faulkner the printer into custody, who was confined closely in prison 3 days, when he was in a very bad state of health, and his life in much danger, for not discovering the author. F. Footnote 9. Among the poems, etc., preserved by Mr. Smith are verses on the same subject and person with these in the text. The verses are given in Swift's Works, edit. Scott, 12, 448. W.E.B. On Dr. Rundle, Bishop of Derry, 1734–5 make Rundle bishop. 5 for shame. An Arian to usurp the name. A bishop in the Isle of Saints. How will his brethren make complaints? Dare any of the mitred host confer on him the Holy Ghost, in Mother Church to breed a variance, by coupling Orthodox with Arians? Yet, were he heathen, Turk, or Jew, what is there in it strange or new? For, let us hear the weak pretence, his brethren find to take offence, of whom there are but 4 at most, who know there is a Holy Ghost, the rest, who boast they have conferred it, like Paul's Ephesians, never heard it, and, when they gave it, well 'tis known they gave what never was their own. Rundle a bishop? Well he may, he's still a Christian more than they. We know the subject of their quarrels, the man has learning, sense, and morals. There is a reason still more weighty, 'tis granted he believes a deity. Has every circumstance to please us, though fools may doubt his faith in Jesus. But why should he with that be loaded, now 20 years from court exploded? And is not this objection odd from rogues who ne'er believed a God? For liberty a champion stout, though not so gospel-ward devout. While others, hither sent to save us, come but to plunder and enslave us, nor ever owned a power divine, but Mammon, and the German line. Say, how did Rundle undermine M? Who showed a better just divinum? From ancient canons would not vary, but thrice refused episcopari. Our bishop's predecessor, Magus, would offer all the sands of Tagus, or sell his children, house, and lands, for that one gift, to lay on hands, but all his gold could not avail to have the spirit set to sail. Said surly Peter, Magus, prithee, begone, thy money perish with thee. Were Peter now alive, perhaps, he might have found a score of chaps, could he but make his gift appear in rents £3,000 a year. Some fancy this promotion odd, as not the handiwork of God, though e'en the bishops disappointed must own it made by God's anointed, and well we know, the congi regal is more secure as well as legal, because our lawyers all agree, that bishoprics are held in fee. Dear Baldwin, 1, chaste, and witty cross, 2, how sorely I lament your loss. That such a pair of wealthy ninnies should slip your time of dropping guineas, for, had you made the king your debtor, your title had been so much better. Footnote 1. Richard Baldwin, Provost of Trinity College in 1717. He left behind him many natural children. Scott. Footnote 2. Rector of St. Mary's, Dublin, in 1722, before which time he had been chaplain to the Smyrna Company. See the epistolary correspondence, the 26th of May, 1720. Scott. Epigram: Friend Rundle fell, with grievous bump, upon his reverential rump. Poor rump! Thou hadst been better sped, hadst thou been joined to Bolter's head, a head so weighty and profound, would needs have kept thee from the ground. A character, panegyric, and description of the Legion Club, 1736. The immediate provocation to this fierce satire upon the Irish Parliament was the introduction of a bill to put an end to the tithe on pasturage, called adjustment, and thus to free the landlords from a legal payment, with severe loss to the church. As I stroll the city, oft I see a building large and lofty, not a bow shot from the college, half the globe from sense and knowledge by the prudent architect, placed against the church direct, 1. Making good my grandam's jest, near the church, you know the rest. 2. Tell us what the pile contains. Many a head that has no brains. These demoniacs let me dub with the name of Legion. 3. Club. Such assemblies, you might swear, meet when butchers bait a bear, such a noise, and such haranguing, when a brother thief's a hanging, such a rout and such a rabble run to hear Jack Pudding gabble, such a crowd their ordure throws on a far less villain's nose. Could I from the building's top hear the rattling thunder drop, while the devil upon the roof, if the devil be thunder-proof, should with poker fiery red crack the stones, and melt the lead, drive them down on every skull, when the den of thieves is full, quite destroy that harpy's nest, how might then our isle be blessed? For divines allow, that God sometimes makes the devil his rod, and the gospel will inform us, he can punish sins enormous. Yet should Swift endow the schools, for his lunatics and fools, with a rood or two of land, I allow the pile may stand. You perhaps will ask me, why so? But it is with this proviso, since the house is like to last, let the royal grant be passed that the club have right to dwell each within his proper cell, with a passage left to creep in and a hole above for peeping. Let them, when they once get in, sell the nation for a pin, while they sit picking straws, let them rave of making laws, while they never hold their tongue, let them dabble in their dung, let them form a grand committee, how to plague and starve the city, let them stare, and storm, and frown, when they see a clergy gown, let them, ere they crack a louse, call for orders of the house, let them, with their gosling quills, scribble senseless heads of bills, we may, while they strain their throats, wipe our A.S. with their votes. Let Sir Tom, for that rampant ass, stuff his guts with flax and grass, but before the priest he fleeces, tear the Bible all to pieces, at the parson's, Tom, halloo, boy, worthy offspring of a showboy, footman, traitor, vile seducer, perjured rebel, bribed accuser, lay thy privilege aside, from papist sprung, and regicide, fall working like a mole, raise the dirt about thy hole. Come, assist me, muse obedient. Let us try some new expedient, shift the scene for half an hour, time and place are in thy power. Thither, gentle Muse, conduct me, I shall ask, and you instruct me. See, the Muse unbars the gate, hark, the monkeys, how they prate. All ye gods who rule the soul, sad smiley 5, styx, through hell whose waters roll. Let me be allowed to tell what I heard in yonder hell. Near the door an entrance gapes, 6, crowded round with antic shapes, poverty, and grief, and care, causeless joy, and true despair, discord periwigged with snakes. 7, see the dreadful strides she takes. By this odious crew beset. 8, I began to rage and fret, and resolved to break their pates, ere we entered at the gates, had not Clio in the nick. 9, whispered me, lay down your stick. What? Said I, is this a madhouse? These, she answered, are but shadows, phantoms bodiless and vain, empty visions of the brain. In the porch Briareus stands. 10, shows a bribe in all his hands, Briareus the secretary, but we mortals call him Carey. 11, when the rogues their country fleece, they may hope for pence a piece. Clio, who had been so wise to put on a fool's disguise, to bespeak some approbation, and be thought a near relation, when she saw 312 brutes all involved in wild disputes, roaring till their lungs were spent, privilege of Parliament, now a new misfortune feels, dreading to be laid by heels. Never durst a Muse before enter that infernal door. Clio, stifled with the smell, into spleen and vapours fell, by the Stygian steams that flew from the dire infectious crew. Not the stench of Lake Avernus could have more offended her nose, had she flown but o'er the top, she had felt her pinions drop. And by exhalations dire, though a goddess, must expire. In a fright she crept away, bravely I resolved to stay. When I saw the keeper frown, tipping him with half a crown, now, said I, we are alone, name your heroes one by one. Who is that hell-featured brawler? Is it Satan? No, 'tis Waller. 13, in what figure can a bard dress Jack the grandson of Sir Hardress? Honest keeper, drive him further, in his looks are hell and murther, see the scowling visage drop, just as when he murdered Ethrop. 14, keeper, show me where to fix on the puppy pair of dicks, by their lantern jaws and leathern, you might swear they both are brethren. Dick Fitzbaker. 15, Dick the player. 15, old acquaintance, are you there? Dear companions, hug and kiss, toast Old Glorious in your piss, tie them, keeper, in a tether, let them starve and stink together, both are apt to be unruly, lash them daily, lash them duly, though 'tis hopeless to reclaim them, scorpions' rods, perhaps, may tame them. Keeper, yon old dotard smoke, sweetly snoring in his cloak, who is he? 'Tis Humdrum Win. 16, half encompassed by his kin, there observe the tribe of Bingham. 17, for he never fails to bring and that base apostate Vesey with bishop's scraps grown fat and greasy, while Win sleeps the whole debate, they submissive round him wait, yet would gladly see the hunks, in his grave, and search his trunks, see, they gently twitch his coat, just to yawn and give his vote, always firm in his vocation, for the court against the nation. Those are Alan's Jack and Bob, 18, first in every wicked job, son and brother to a queer brain-sick brute, they call a peer. We must give them better quarter, for their ancestor trod mortar, and at Hoth, to boast his fame, on a chimney cut his name. There sit Clements, Dilks, and Carter winking sad smiley 19, who for hell would die a martyr. Such a triplet could you tell where to find on this side hell? Gallows Carter, Dilks, and Clements, souse them in their own excrements. Every mischief's in their hearts, if they fail, 'tis want of parts. Bless us. Morgan, 20, art thou there, man? Bless mine eyes. Art thou the chairman? Chairman to yon damned committee? Yet I look on thee with pity. Dreadful sight! What, learned Morgan metamorphosed to a Gorgon, 21, for thy horrid looks, I own, half convert me to a stone. Hast thou been so long at school, now to turn a factious tool? Alma mater was thy mother, every young divine thy brother. Thou, a disobedient varlet, treat thy mother like a harlot. Thou ungrateful to thy teachers, who are all grown reverend preachers. Morgan, would it not surprise one to turn thy nourishment to poison? When you walk among your books, they reproach you with their looks. Bind them fast, or from their shelves they'll come down to write themselves. Homer, Plutarch, Virgil, Flaccus, all in arms, prepare to back us, soon repent, or put to slaughter every Greek and Roman author. Will you, in your faction's phrase, send the clergy all to graze winking sad smiley 22, and to make your project pass, leave them not a blade of grass? How I want thee, humorous Hogarth! Thou, I hear, a pleasant rogot. Were but you and I acquainted, every monster should be painted. You should try your graving tools on this odious group of fools. Draw the beasts as I describe them, form their features while I gibe them. Draw them like, for I assure you, you will need no caricature. Draw them so that we may trace all the soul in every face. Keeper, I must now retire. You have done what I desire, but I feel my spirits spent with the noise, the sight, the scent. Pray, be patient, you shall find half the best are still behind. You have hardly seen a score, I can show 200 more. Keeper, I have seen enough. Taking then a pinch of snuff, I concluded, looking round them, may their God, the devil, confound them. 23, footnote 1, St. Andrew's Church, close to the site of the Parliament House. Footnote 2, on a scrap of paper, containing the memorials respecting the Dean's family, there occur the following lines, apparently the rough draft of the passage in the text, making good that proverb odd, near the church and far from God, against the church direct is placed, like it both in head and waist. Scott. Footnote 3, from the answer of the demoniac that the devils which possessed him were legion. St. Mark, v. 9. Web. Footnote 4, Sir Thomas Prendergast, a prominent opponent of the clergy, and a servile supporter of the government. See the verses on Noisy Tom Ante, p. 260. Footnote 5. Di quibus imperium istanum remumbre exilent sit mihi fars auditar loci. Verg. In 6, 264. Footnote 6. Vestibulum ante ipsum primisc in fausibus orsiluctus it ultricis posuere cubilia curi, 273. Footnote 7. Discordia demens viperium crinem vitis in execruentis. 281. Footnote 8. Corrupit his subitar trepidus, strictum cassiem venientibus offert. 290. Footnote 9. Idni doctor comes tenus sine corpor vitas. Verg. In 6, 291. Footnote 10. Id centumgeminus prierius. 287. Footnote 11. The Right Honourable Walter Carey. He was secretary to the Duke of Dorset when Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. The Duke of Dorset came to Ireland in 1731. Footnote 12. 200 written by Swift in the margin. Forster. Footnote 13. John Waller, Esquire, member for the borough of Dongale. He was grandson to Sir Hardress Waller, one of the regicide judges, and who concurred with them in passing sentence on Charles I. This Sir Hardress married the daughter and co-heir of John Dowdall of Limerick, in Ireland, by which alliance he became so connected with the country, that after the rebellion was over, the family made it their residence. Scott. Footnote 14. Reverend Roger Thorpe, whose death was said to have been occasioned by the persecution which he suffered from Waller. His case was published by his brother, and never answered, containing such a scene of petty vexatious persecutions as is almost incredible, the cause being the refusal of Mr. Thorpe to compound, for a compensation totally inadequate, some of the rights of his living which affected Waller's estate. In 1739, a petition was presented to the House of Commons by his brother, Robert Thorpe, gentleman, complaining of this persecution, and applying to Parliament for redress, relative to the number of attachments granted by the King's Bench, in favour of his deceased brother, and which could not be executed against the said Waller, on account of the privilege of Parliament, etc. But this petition was rejected by the House, nem. Con. The Dean seems to have employed his pen against Waller. See a letter from Mrs. Whiteway to Swift, the 15th of November, 1735, edit. Scott, 18, p. 414. Web. Footnote 15. Richard Tighe, so called because descended from a baker who supplied Cromwell's army with bread. Bettesworth is termed the player, from his pompous enunciation. Footnote 16. Right Honourable Owen Wynne, County of Sligo. Owen Wynne, Esquire, Borough of Sligo. John Wynne, Esquire, Borough of Castlebar. Footnote 17. Sir John Bingham, Bart., County of Mayo. His brother, Henry Bingham, sat in Parliament for some time for Castlebar. Footnote 18. John Allen represented the borough of Carrisford, Robert Allen the county of Wicklow. The former was son, and the latter brother to Joshua, the second Viscount Allen, hated and satirized by Swift, under the name of Troilus. The ancestor of the Allens, as has been elsewhere noticed, was an architect in the latter end of Queen Elizabeth's reign, and was employed as such by many of the nobility, particularly Lord Howth. He settled in Ireland, and was afterwards consulted by Lord Stafford in some of his architectural plans. Scott. Footnote 19. There were then two Clements in Parliament, brothers, Nathaniel and Henry. Michael O'Brien Dilks represented the borough of Castlemartyr. He was Barrack Master General. Footnote 20. Dr. Marcus Antonius, which Swift calls his heathenish Christian name, Morgan, chairman to that committee to whom was referred the petition of the farmers, graziers, etc. against tithe adjustment. On this petition the House reported, and agreed that it deserved the strongest support. Footnote 21. Whose hair consisted of snakes, and who turned all she looked upon to stone. Web. Footnote 22. A suggestion that if the tithe of adjustment were abolished, the clergy might be sent to graze. Web. Footnote 23. On the margin of a broadside containing this poem is written by Swift, except the righteous 52 to whom immortal honors due, take them, Satan, as your due all except the 52. Forster. Probably the number of those who opposed the bill. Web. On a printer's, 1. Being sent to Newgate, better we all were in our graves, than live in slavery to slaves, worse than the anarchy at sea, where fishes on each other prey, where every trout can make as high rants o'er his inferiors, as our tyrants, and swagger while the coast is clear. But should a lordly pike appear, away you see the varlet scud, or hide his coward snout in mud. Thus, if a gudgeon meet a roach, he dares not venture to approach, yet still has impudence to rise, and, like Domitian, to leap at flies. Footnote 1. Mr. Faulkner, for printing the proposal for the better regulation and improvement of quadrille. Footnote 2. Inter initia principatus cottidici cretum sibi horarum sumia solabat, nec quicquam amplius quam muscus captere ac stillo precuto configuria, ut quidam interroganti, esset ncis intus cum Caesarea, non absurd responsum sita vibio crispo, ne muscum quidem, suit 3. Web. A vindication of the libel, or a new ballad, written by a shoeboy, on an attorney who was formerly a shoeboy qui color et erat, nunc ist contra satro. 1. With singing of ballads, and crying of news, with whitening of buckles, and blacking of shoes, did Hartley set out, both shoeless and shirtless, and moneyless too, but not very dirtless. 2d he had gotten by begging, that's all. One bought him a brush, and one a black ball, for clouts at a loss he could not be much, the clothes on his back as being but such. Thus vamped and accoutred, with clouts, ball, and brush, he gallantly ventured his fortune to push. Vespasian, 2. Thus, being bespattered with dirt, was omened to be Rome's emperor 40. But as a wise fiddler is noted, you know, to have a good couple of strings to one bow, so Hartley, 3, judiciously thought it too little, to live by the sweat of his hands and his spittle. He finds out another profession as fit, and straight he becomes a retailer of wit. One day he cried, murders, and songs, and great news. Another as loudly, here blacken your shoes. At Domvile's, for full often he fed upon bits, for winding of jacks up, and turning of spits, licked he all the plates round, had many a grubbing, and now and then got from the cook maid a drubbing. Such basting's effect upon him could have none, the dog will be patient that's struck with a bone. Sir Thomas, observing this Hartley withal so expert and so active at brushes and ball, was moved with compassion, and thought it a pity a youth should be lost, that had been so witty. Without more ado, he vamps up my spark, and now we'll suppose him an eminent clerk. Suppose him an adept in all the degrees of scribbling cum dasho, and hooking of fees. Suppose him a miser, attorney, per bill. Suppose him a courtier, suppose what you will. Yet, would you believe, though I swore by the Bible, that he took up 2 newsboys for crying the libel? Footnote 1, variation from Ovid, Met, 2, 541, Key color albasirat, Nuncist contrarus albo. W.E.B. Footnote 2, so in Hudibras, pt. 2, Canto 2, Vespasian being daubed with dirt, was destined to the Empire 40, and from a scavinger did come to be a mighty prince in Rome. Footnote 3, Squire Hartley Hutcheson, that zealous prosecutor of hawkers and libels who signed Faulkner's committal to prison. See Prose Works 7, 234. W.E.B. Footnote 4, Sir T. Domvile, patentee of the Hanaper Office. F. A friendly apology for a certain justice of peace by way of defence of Hartley Hutcheson, Esquires, by James Blackwell, operator for the feet, but he by bawling news about, and aptly using brush and clout, a justice of the peace became, to punish rogues who do the same. I sing the man of courage tried, o'errun with ignorance and pride, who boldly hunted out disgrace with cankered mind, and hideous face, the first who made, let none deny it, the libel-vending rogues be quiet. The fact was glorious, we must own, for Hartley was before unknown, contemned I mean, for who would choose so vile a subject for the muse? 'Twas once the noblest of his wishes to fill his paunch with scraps from dishes, for which he'd parch before the grate, or wind the jack's slow rising weight, such toils as best his talents fit, or polish shoes, or turn the spit. But, unexpectedly grown rich in Squire Domvile's family and kitchen, he pants to eternize his name, and takes the dirty road to fame, believes that persecuting wit will prove the surest way to it, so with a Colonel, 1, at his back, the libel feels his first attack, he calls it a seditious paper, writ by another patriot Drapier, then raves and blunders nonsense thicker than aldermen o'ercharged with liquor, and all this with design, no doubt, to hear his praises hawked about, to send his name through every street, which erst he roamed with dirty feet, well pleased to live in future times, though but in keen satiric rhymes. So, Ajax, who, for aught we know, was justice many years ago, and minding then no earthly things, but killing libellers of kings, or if he wanted work to do, to run a bawling newsboy through, yet he, when wrapped up in a cloud, entreated Father Jove aloud, only in light to show his face, though it might tend to his disgrace. And so the Ephesian villain, too, fired the temple which the world admired, contemning death, despising shame, to gain an ever odious name. Footnote 1. Colonel Kerr, a Scotchman, Lieutenant Colonel to Lord Harrington's regiment of dragoons, who made a newsboy evidence against the printer. F. Footnote 2. Herostratus, who set fire to the temple of Artemis at Ephesus, 356 B.C. Web. A and No, A Tale from Dublin. 1. Written in 1737 at Dublin's high feast sat Primate and Dean, both dressed like divines, with band and face clean. Quoth Hugh of Armagh, the mob is grown bold. Quoth the Dean, the cause is old gold. No, quoth the Primate, if causes we sift, this mischief arises from witty Deans swift. The smart one replied, there's no wit in the case, and nothing of that ever troubled your grace. Though with your state sieve your own notions you split, a bolter by name is no bolter of wit. It's matter of weight, and a mere money job, but the lower the coin the higher the mob. Go tell your friend Bob and the other great folk, that sinking the coin is a dangerous joke. The Irish dear joys have enough common sense, to treat gold reduced like wood's copper pence. It is a pity a prelate should die without law, but if I say the word, take care of Armagh. Footnote 1. In 1737, the gold coin had sunk in current value to the amount of 6d in each guinea, which made it the interest of the Irish dealers to send over their balances in silver. To bring the value of the precious metals nearer to a par, the Primate, Bolter, who was chiefly trusted by the British government in the administration of Ireland, published a proclamation reducing the value of the gold coin threepence in each guinea. This scheme was keenly opposed by Swift, and such was the clamour excited against the Archbishop, that his house was obliged to be guarded by soldiers. The two following poems relate to this controversy, which was, for the time it lasted, nearly as warm as that about Wood's halfpence. The first is said to be the paraphrase of a conversation which actually passed between Swift and the Archbishop. The latter charged the Dean with inflaming the mob. I inflame them, retorted Swift, were I to lift but a finger, they would tear you to pieces. Scott. A Ballad. Patrick Astor. 1. What news upon the town? By my soul there's bad news, for the gold she was pulled down. The gold she was pulled down, of that I'm very sure, for I saw them reading upon the tolzel. 2. Sing, ark, ho, 3. Ara. Who was him reading? 'Twas gentleman in ruffles, and Patrick's bell she was ringing all in muffles. She was ringing very sorry, her tongue tied up with rag, Lasher. and out of her steeple there was hung a black flag. For sing, ark, and see Patrick Astor, who was him made this law. Some they do say, 'twas the big man of straw winking sad smiley 5, but others they do say, that it was Jug Julter, 6, the devil he may take her into hell and bolt her. Sing, ark, and see Musher. Why Parliament wouldn't you maul those carters, and paviors, and footmen, and all winking sad smiley 7, those rascally paviors who did us undermine, ark marseed millium molly heart, 8, on the feeders of swine. Sing, ark, and see. Footnote 1, Astor, means my dear, my heart. Footnote 2, the Thulsil, where criminals for the city were tried, and where proclamations, etc., were posted. It was invariably called the Tools L by the lower class. Footnote 3, it would appear that the chorus here introduced was intended to chime with the howl, the ululatus, or funeral cry, of the Irish. Footnote 4, Swift, it is said, caused a muffled peal to be rung from the steeple of St. Patrick's, on the day of the proclamation, and a black flag to be displayed from its battlements. Scott. Footnote 5, the big man of straw, means the Duke of Dorset, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. He had only the name of authority, the essential power being vested in the primate. Footnote 6, Jug Julter means primate bolter, whose name is played upon in the succeeding line. In consequence of the public dissatisfaction expressed at the lowering the gold coin, the primate became very unpopular. Footnote 7, Footman alludes to a supporter of the measure, said to have been the son or grandson of a servant. Footnote 8, means my 100,000 hearty curses on the feeders of swine. A wicked treasonable libel. 1. While the king and his ministers keep such a pother, and all about changing one whore for another, think I to myself, what need all this strife? His Majesty first had a whore of a wife, and surely the difference mounts to no more than, now he has gotten a wife of a whore. Now give me your judgment. A very nice case on, each queen has a son, say which is the base one. Say which of the two is the right Prince of Wales, to succeed, when, God bless him, his Majesty fails. Perhaps it may puzzle our loyal divines to unite these two Protestant parallel lines, from a left-handed wife, and one turned out of doors, two reputed king's sons, both true sons of whores. No law can determine it, which is first ours. But, alas! Poor old England, how wilt thou be masterdy? For, take which you please, it must needs be a bastard. Footnote 1, so the following very remarkable verses are entitled, in a copy which exists in the Dean's handwriting bearing the following characteristic memorandum on the back, a traitorous libel, writ several years ago. It is inconsistent with itself. Copied the 9th of September, 1735. I wish I knew the author, that I might hang him. And at the bottom of the paper is subjoined this postscript. I copied out this wicked paper many years ago, in hopes to discover the traitor of an author, that I might inform against him. For the foundation of the scandals current during the reign of George I, to which the lines allude. See Walpole's Reminiscences of the Courts of George I and II, Chap. 2, at PCII, Walpole's Letters, edit. Cunningham. Web. Epigrams Against Carthy by Swift and Others. Charles Carthy, a schoolmaster in the city of Dublin, was publisher of a translation of Horace, in which the Latin was printed on the one side, and the English on the other, whence he acquired the name of Mezentius, alluding to the practice of that tyrant, who chained the dead to the living. Carthy was almost continually involved in satirical skirmishes with Duncan, for whom Swift had a particular friendship, and there is no doubt that the Dean himself engaged in the warfare. Scott. On Carthy's translation of Horace containing, on one side, the original Latin, on the other, his own version. This I may boast, which few could, half of my book at least is good. On Carthy my notorious how monstrous Carthy looks with Flaccus braced, for here we see the man and there the beast. On the same once Horace fancied from a man, he was transformed to a swan winking sad smiley one, but Carthy, as from him thou learnest, has made the man a goose in earnest. Footnote 1. Jam residunt quiribus aspri pels, it album muta in alitum supern, nascenturc leves prodigitos humorusque plume. Lib. 2, com. XX. On the same talis erat quindam tithoni splendida conjux, effulsit misero sic de juncta viro, hunc tandem immanuit sensime longeva senectus, te vero extinctit, Carol, prima dies. Imitated so blushed the aurora with celestial charms, so bloomed the goddess in a mortal's arms, he sunk at length to wasting age a prey, but thy book perished on its natal day. Ad Horatium cum Carthio constrictum lectores rideria jubes dum Carthius astat. Ist prucul depelito lens tibi mavius omnes, sic trieis veneranda diu, Jovis inclita proles terut, assumpto, mortals, gorgonis or. Imitated could Horace give so sad a monster birth? Why then in vain he would excite our mirth, his humour well our laughter might command, but who can bear the death's head in his hand? An Irish epigram on the same. While with the fustian of thy book, the witty ancient you enrobe, you make the graceful Horace look as pitiful as Tom M. Loeb. 1. Ye Muses, guard your sacred mount, and Helicon, for if this log should stumble once into the fount, he'll make it muddy as a bog. Footnote 1. A notorious Irish poetaster, whose name had become proverbial. Scott. On Carthy's translation of Longinus high as Longinus to the stars ascends, so deeply Carthy to the centre tends. Ratio inter longinum et Carthium computator ethras quantum longinus surgit in auras, Carthius en tantum ad tartara tendit ita. On the same what Midas touched became true gold, but then, gold becomes lead touched lightly by thy pen. Carthy knocked out some teeth from his newsboy for saying he could not live by the profits of Carthy's works, as they did not sell. I must confess that I was somewhat warm. I broke his teeth, but where's the mighty harm? My work, he said, could ne'er afford him meat, and teeth are useless where there's naught to eat. To Carthy on his sending about specimens to force people to subscribe to his Longinus. Thus vagrant beggars, to extort by charity a mean support, their sores and putrid ulcers show, and shock our sense till we bestow. To Carthy on his accusing Mr. Duncan for not publishing his book of poems. How different from thine is Duncan's lot. Thou art cursed for publishing, and he for not. On Carthy's publishing several lampoons, under the names of infamous poetasters, so witches bent on bad pursuits, assume the shapes of filthy brutes. To Carthy thy labours, Carthy, long concealed from light, piled in a garret, charmed the author's sight, but forced from their retirement into day, the tender embryo's half unknown decay. Thus lamps which burned in tombs with silent glare, expire when first exposed to open air. To Carthy, attributing some performances to Mr. Duncan from the Gentleman's London Magazine for January. My lines to him you give, to speak your due, 'tis what no man alive will say of you. Your works are like old Jacob's speckled goats, known by the verse, yet better by the notes. Pope's essays upon some for youngs may pass, but all distinguish thy dull leaden mass, so green in different lights may pass for blue, but what's dyed black will take no other hue. Upon Carthy's threatening to translate Pindar you have undone Horace, what should hinder thy muse from falling upon Pindar? But ere you mount his fiery steed, beware, O bard, how you proceed, for should you give him once the reins, high up in air he'll turn your brains, and if you should his fury check, 'tis 10 to 1 he breaks your neck. Dr. Swift wrote the following epigram on one de la Corte's complimenting Carthy on his poetry. Carthy, you say, writes well, his genius true, you pawn your word for him, he'll vouch for you. So two poor knaves, who find their credit fail, to cheat the world, become each other's bail. Poetical Epistle to Dr. Sheridan. Some ancient authors wisely write, that he who drinks will wake at night, will never fail to lose his rest, and feel a straightness in his chest, a straightness in a double sense, a straightness both of breath and pence. Physicians say, it is but reasonable, he that comes home at hour unseasonable, besides a fall and broken shins, those smaller judgments for his sins winking smiley. If, when he goes to bed, he meets a teasing wife between the sheets, 'tis 6 to 5 he'll never sleep, but rave and toss till morning peep. Yet harmless Betty must be blamed because you feel your lungs inflamed, but if you would not get a fever, you never must one moment leave her. This comes of all your drunken tricks, your parries and your brace of dicks, your hunting hell sham in his laboratory too, was the time you saw that drab lacquer but like the prelate who lives yonder and always cries he is like Cassandra. I always told you, Mr. Sheridan, if once this company you were rid on, frequented honest folk, and very few, you'd live till all your friends were weary of you. But if rack punch you still would swallow, I then forewarned you what would follow. Other deanery sober hours. Be witness for me all ye powers. The cloth is laid at 8, and then we sit till half an hour past 10, 1 bottle well might serve for 3 if Mrs. Robinson drank like me. Ask how I fret when she has beckoned to Robert to bring up a second. I hate to have it in my sight, and drink my share in perfect spite. If Robin brings the lady's word, the coach is come, I scape a third. If not, why then I fall a talking how sweet a night it is for walking. For in all conscience, were my treasure able, I'd think a quart a piece unreasonable. It strikes 11, get out of doors. This is my constant farewell yours. J.S. the 18th of October, 1724, 9 in the morning. You had best hap yourself up in a chair, and dine with me than with the provost. Lines written on a window. 1. In the episcopal palace at Kilmore resolve me this, ye happy dead, who've lain some 100 years in bed, from every persecution free that in this wretched life we see, would ye resume a second birth, and choose once more to live on earth. Footnote 1. Soon after Swift's acquaintance with Dr. Sheridan, they passed some days together at the episcopal palace in the diocese of Kilmore. When Swift was gone, it was discovered that he had written the following lines on one of the windows which look into the churchyard. In the year 1780, the late Archdeacon Caulfield wrote some lines in answer to both. The pane was taken down by Dr. Jones, Bishop of Kilmore, but it has been since restored. Scott. Dr. Sheridan wrote underneath the following lines. Thus spoke great Bedell. 1. From his tomb, mortal, I would not change my doom, to live in such a restless state, to be unfortunately great, to flatter fools, and spurn at knaves, to shine amidst a race of slaves, to learn from wise men to complain and only rise to fall again. No. Let my dusty relics rest, until I rise among the blessed. Footnote 1. Bishop Bedell's tomb lies within view of the window. The upstart. The following lines occur in the Swiftiana, and are by Mr. Wilson, the editor, ascribed to Swift. Scott. The rascal. That's too mild a name. Does he forget from whence he came? Has he forgot from whence he sprung? A mushroom in a bed of dung, a maggot in a cake of fat, the offspring of a beggar's brat. As eels delight to creep in mud, to eels we may compare his blood delights in mud to run, witness his lazy, lousy son. Puffed up with pride and insolence, without a grain of common sense. See with what consequence he stalks. With what pomposity he talks. See how the gaping crowd admire the stupid blockhead and the liar. How long shall vice triumphant reign? How long shall mortals bend to gain? How long shall virtue hide her face, and leave her votaries in disgrace? Let indignation fire my strains, another villain yet remains. Let purse-proud see, next approach, with what an air he mounts his coach. A cart would best become the knave, a dirty parasite and slave. His heart in poison deeply dipped, his tongue with oily accents tipped, a smile still ready at command, the pliant bow, the forehead bland, asterisk 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 on the arms of the town of Waterford. 1. Urbs intacta mane, semper intacta manebit, Tanjurkrabrones keys been sanus amat. Footnote 1. While viewing this town, the Dean observed a stone bearing the city arms, with the motto, Urbs intacta Maene. The approach to this monument was covered with filth. The Dean, on returning to the inn, wrote the Latin epigram and added the English paraphrase, for the benefit, he said, of the ladies. Scott. Translation: a thistle is the Scottish arms, which to the toucher threatens harms. What are the arms of Waterford, that no man touches, but a. Verses on Blenheim, 1, Atria longa patent. Sed nec senentibus usquam nec somno locus estimated quam bene non habitas. Mart. Lib. 12, ep. 50c. Here's the grand approach, that way is for his grace's coach, there lies the bridge, and there the clock, observe the lion and the cock winking sad smiley too, the spacious court, the colonnade, and mind how wide the hall is made, the chimneys are so well designed, they never smoke in any wind, the galleries contrived for walking, the windows to retire and talk in, the council chamber to debate, and all the rest are rooms of state. Thanks, sir, cried I, 'tis very fine, but where do ye sleep, or where do ye dine? I find, by all you have been telling, that 'tis a house, but not a dwelling. Footnote 1. Built by Sir John Vanbrugh for the Duke of Marlborough. See volume I, p. 74. W.E. B. Footnote 2. A monstrous lion tearing to pieces a little cock was placed over two of the portals of Blenheim House, for the better understanding of which device, says Addison, I must acquaint my English reader that a cock has the misfortune to be called in Latin by the same word that signifies a Frenchman, as a lion is the emblem of the English nation, and compares it to a pun in an heroic poem. The Spectator, number 59. W.E.B. An excellent new song. 1. Upon the late grand jury poor monsieur his conscience preserved for a year, yet in 1 hour he lost it, 'tis known far and near, to whom did he lose it, a judge or a peer. 2. Which nobody can deny. This very same conscience was sold in a closet, nor for a baked loaf, or a loaf in a losset, but a sweet sugar plum, which you put in a posset. Which nobody can deny. Oh monsieur, to sell it for nothing was nonsense, for, if you would sell it, it should have been long since, but now you have lost both your cake and your conscience. Which nobody can deny. So Nell of the dairy, before she was wed, refused 10 good guineas for her maidenhead, yet gave it for nothing to smooth-spoken Ned. Which nobody can deny. But, monsieur, no wonder that you verkolg, since selling de conter be now all de vogue, you be but von fool after 17 rogue. Which nobody can deny. Some sell it for profit, 'tis very well known, and some but for sitting in sight of the throne, and others some sell what is none of their own. Which nobody can deny. But Philpot, and Corker, and Burras, and Hayes, and Rayner, and Nicholson, challenge our praise, with 6 other worthies as glorious as these. Which nobody can deny. There's Donevan, Hart, and Archer, and Blood, and Gibson, and Gerard, all true men and good, all lovers of Ireland, and haters of wood, which nobody can deny. But the slaves that would sell us shall hear on't in time, their names shall be branded in prose and in rhyme, we'll paint 'em in colours as black as their crime, which nobody can deny. But P.R. and Copper L.H. we'll excuse, the commands of your betters you dare not refuse, obey was the word when you wore wooden shoes, which nobody can deny. Footnote 1. This is an address of congratulation to the grand jury who threw out the bill against Harding the printer. It would seem they had not been perfectly unanimous on this occasion, for 2 out of the 12 are marked as having dissented from their companions, although of course this difference of opinion could not, according to the legal forms of England, appear on the face of the verdict. The dissenters seem to have been of French extraction. The ballad has every mark of being written by Swift. Scott. Footnote 2, Whitched or Carteret. An excellent new song upon His Grace our good Lord Archbishop of Dublin. Dr. King, Archbishop of Dublin, stood high in Swift's estimation by his opposition to Wood's coinage. By Honest Joe. One of His Grace's farmers in Fingal I sing not of the drapier's praise, nor yet of William Wood, but I sing of a famous lord, who seeks his country's good, Lord William's Grace of Dublin town. 'Tis he that first appears, whose wisdom and whose piety do far exceed his years. In every council and debate he stands for what is right, and still the truth he will maintain, waiter he loses bite. And though some think him in the wrong, yet still there comes a season when every one turns round about, and owns His Grace had reason. His firmness to the public good, as one that knows it swore, has lost His Grace for 10 years past £10,000 and more. Then come the poor and strip him so, they leave him not a cross, for he regards £10,000 no more than Wood's dross. To beg his favour is the way new favours still to win, he makes no more to give £10 than I to give a pin. Why, there's my landlord now, the squire, who all in money wallows, he would not give a groat to save his father from the gallows. A bishop, says the noble squire, I hate the very name, to have £2,000 a year, oh 'tis a burning shame. £2,000 a year. Good Lord! And I to have but 5. And under him no tenant yet was ever known to thrive. Now from his lordship's grace I hold a little piece of ground, and all the rent I pay is scarce 5 shillings in the pound. Then Master Steward takes my rent, and tells me, Honest Joe, come, you must take a cup of sack or 2 before you go. He bids me then to hold my tongue, and up the money locks, for fear my lord should send it all into the poor man's box. And once I was so bold to beg that I might see his grace, good Lord. I wonder how I dared to look him in the face, then down I went upon my knees, his blessing to obtain, he gave it me, and ever since I find I thrive amain. Then said my lord, I'm very glad to see thee, honest friend, I know the times are something hard, but hope they soon will mend. Pray never press yourself for rent, but pay me when you can. I find you bear a good report, and are an honest man. Then said his lordship with a smile, I must have lawful cash, I hope you will not pay my rent in that same wood's trash. God bless your grace, I then replied, I'd see him hanging higher, before I'd touch his filthy dross, than is Clandalkin spire. To every farmer twice a week all round about the yoke, our parsons read the drapier's books, and make us honest folk. And then I went to pay the squire, and in the way I found his bailey driving all my cows into the parish pound. Why, sirrah, said the noble squire, how dare you see my face? Your rent is due almost a week, beside the days of grace. And yet the land I from him hold is set so on the rack, that only for the bishop's lease 'twould quickly break my back. Then God preserve his lordship's grace, and make him live as long as did Methusalem of old, and so I end my song. To his grace the Archbishop of Dublin a poem Cirrus in Coelum Redius, Diuc Letus intersis populo. Hor. Com. I. 2, 45. Great, good, and just, was once applied to one who for his country died winking sad smiley L. To one who lives in its defense, we speak it in a happier sense. O may the fates thy life prolong! Our country then can dread no wrong, in thy great care we place our trust, because thou art great, and good, and just. Thy breast unshaken can oppose our private and our public foes, the latent wiles, and tricks of state, your wisdom can with ease defeat. When power in all its pomp appears, it falls before thy reverend years, and willingly resigns its place to something nobler in thy face. When once the fierce pursuing Gaul had drawn his sword for Marius' fall, the godlike hero with a frown struck all his rage and malice down. Then how can we dread William Wood, if by thy presence he's withstood? Where wisdom stands to keep the field, in vain he brings his brazen shield, though like the Sibyl's priest he comes, with furious din of brazen drums the force of thy superior voice shall strike him dumb, and quell their noise. Footnote 1. The epitaph on Charles I by the Marquis of Montrose, great, good, and just. Could I but rate my griefs to thy too rigid fate, I'd weep the world in such a strain as it should deluge once again. But since thy loud-tongued blood demands supplies more from Briareus' hands than Argus' eyes, I'll sing thine obsequies with trumpet sounds, and write thine epitaph in blood and wounds. See Napier's Montrose and the Covenanters I, 520. Web. To the citizens, 1. And shall the patriot who maintained your cause, from future ages only meet applause? Shall he, who timely rose to his country's aid, by her own sons, her guardians, be betrayed? Did heathen virtues in your hearts reside, these wretches had been damned for parricide. Should you behold, whilst dreadful armies threat the sure destruction of an injured state, some hero, with superior virtue blessed, avert their rage, and succor the distressed, inspired with love of glorious liberty, do wonders to preserve his country free, he like the guardian shepherd stands, and they like lions spoiled of their expected prey, each urging in his rage the deadly dart, resolved to pierce the generous hero's heart. Struck with the sight, your souls would swell with grief, and dare 10,000 deaths to his relief, but, if the people he preserved should cry, he went too far, and he deserved to die, would not your soul such treachery detest, and indignation boil within your breast? Would not you wish that wretched state preserved, to feel the tenfold ruin they deserved? If, then, oppression has not quite subdued at once your prudence and your gratitude, if you yourselves conspire not your undoing, and don't deserve, and won't draw down your ruin, if yet to virtue you have some pretence, if yet ye are not lost to common sense, assist your patriot in your own defense. That stupid cant, he went too far despise, and know that to be brave is to be wise. Think how he struggled for your liberty, and give him freedom, whilst yourselves are free. MB, footnote 1. The address to the citizens appears, from the signature MB, to have been written by Swift himself, and published when the prosecution was depending against Harding, the printer of the Drapier's letters, and a reward had been proclaimed for the discovery of the author. Some of those who had sided with the Drapier in his arguments, while confined to Wood's scheme, began to be alarmed, when, in the fourth letter, he entered upon the more high and dangerous matter of the nature of Ireland's connection with England. The object of these verses is, to encourage the timid to stand by their advocate in a cause which was truly their own. Scott. Punch's petition to the ladies, quid non mortalia pectora cogis, auri sacra fames, virg. In 3. This poem partly relates to Wood's halfpence, but resembles the style of Sheridan rather than of Swift. Hoppy, or Hopkins, here mentioned, seems to be the master of the revels, and secretary to the Duke of Grafton, when Lord Lieutenant. See also verses on the puppet show. Scott. See volume I, p. 169. W.E.B. Fair ones who do all hearts command, and gently sway with fan in hand your favorite. Punch a suppliant falls, and humbly for assistance calls. He humbly calls and begs you'll stop the Gothic rage of Thunderhop. W.H. invades without pretense and right, or any law but that of might, our pygmy land, and treats our kings like paltry idle wooden things, has beat our dancers out of doors, and called our chastest virgins whores. He has not left our queen a rag on, has forced away our George and Dragon, has broke our wires, nor was he civil to Dr. Faustus nor the devil. In us he hurried with full rage, most hoarsely squalling off the stage, and faith our fright was very great to see a minister of state, armed with power and fury, come to force us from our little home. We feared, as I am sure we had reason, an accusation of high treason, till, starting up, says Banamier, treason, my friends, we need not fear, for 'gainst the brass we used no power, nor strove to save the Chancellor. 1. Nor did we show the least affection to Rochford or the Meath election, nor did we sing, Mocha he means. You villain, I'll dash out your brains. 'Tis no affair of state which brings me here, or business of the king's. I'm come to seize you all as debtors, and bind you fast in iron fetters, from sight of every friend in town, till £50 to me paid down. 50, quoth I, a devilish sum, but stay till the brass farthings come. then we shall all be rich as Jews, from castle down to lowest stews. That sum shall to you then be told, though now we cannot furnish gold. Quoth he, thou vile misshapen beast, thou knave, am I become thy jest, and dost thou think that I am come to carry naught but farthings home? Thou fool, I ne'er do things by halves, farthings are made for Irish slaves, no brass for me, it must be gold, or £50 in silver told, that can by any means obtain freedom for thee and for thy train. Vatra ths humble servitor, I'm not in jest said I, I'm sure, but from the bottom of my belly, I do in sober sadness tell you, I thought it was good reasoning, for us fictitious men to bring brass counters made by William Wood intrinsic as we flesh and blood, then since we are but mimic men, pray let us pay in mimic coin. Quoth he, thou lovest, Punch, to prate, and couldst forever hold debate, but thinkest thou I have naught to do but to stand prating thus with you? Therefore to stop your noisy parley, I do at once assure you fairly, that not a puppet of you all shall stir a step without this wall, nor merry Andrew beat thy drum, until you pay the 4z sum. Then marching off with swiftest race to write dispatches for his grace, the revel master left the room, and us condemned to fatal doom. Now, fair ones, if e'er I found grace, or if my jokes did ever please, use all your interest with your sec. 2. They say he's at the lady's beck, and though he thinks as much of gold as ever Midas, 3. Did of old, your charms I'm sure can never fail, your eyes must influence, must prevail, at your command he'll set us free, let us to you O liberty. Get us a license now to play, and we'll in duty ever pray. Footnote 1. Lord Chancellor Middleton, against whom a vote of censure passed in the House of Lords for delay of justice occasioned by his absence in England. It was instigated by Grafton, then Lord Lieutenant, who had a violent quarrel at this time with Middleton. Scott. Footnote 2, abridged from Secretary, Rithme Gracia. Scott. Footnote 3, see Ovid, Matam 11, 85, Marshall, 6, 86. Web. Epigram. Great folks are of a finer mould, Lord. How politely they can scold, while a coarse English tongue will itch, for whore and rogue, and dog and bitch. Epigram on Josiah Hort, 1, Archbishop of Tuam, who, on one occasion, left his church during service in order to wait on the Duke of Dorset. 2. Lord Pam, 3. In the church, you'd you think it, kneeled down, when told that the Duke was just come to town, his station despising, unawed by the place, he flies from his God to attend to his grace. To the court it was better to pay his devotion, since God had no hand in his lordship's promotion. Footnote 1, see volume I, The Storm at P242. Web. Footnote 2, Lionel Cranfield, 1st Duke of Dorset, was Lord Lieutenant of Ireland from 1730 to 1735. Web. Footnote 3, Pam, the cant name for the knave of clubs, from the French pamphile. The person here intended was a famous bee known through the whole kingdom by the name of Lord Pam. He was a great enemy to all men of wit and learning, being himself the most ignorant as well as the most vicious pea of all who had ever been honored with that title from the days of the apostles to the present year of the Christian era. He was promoted non tam providentia divina quam temporam iniquitate scapus. From a note in the toast by Frederick Schiffer, written in Latin verse, done into English by Peregrine O'Donnell, Dublin and London, 1736. WEB. Epigram 1. Behold. A proof of Irish sense, here Irish wit is seen. When nothing's left that's worth defense, we build a magazine. Footnote 1. Swift, in his latter days, driving out with his physician, Dr. Kingsbury, observed a new building, and asked what it was designed for. On being told that it was a magazine for arms and powder, "Oh, said the Dean, this is worth remarking, my tablets, as Hamlet says, my tablets," and taking out his pocket-book, he wrote the above epigram. WEB. Trifles George Rochfort's verses for the Rev. Dr. Swift, Dean of St. Patrick's, at Lerica, near Trim Musiclan Shogiana that down Patrick's Dean, or Patrick's Down went, like two errant deans, two deans errant I meant, so that Christmas appears at Belcamp like a Lent, gives the gamesters of both houses great discontent. Our parsons agree here, as those did at Trent. Dan's forehead has got a most damnable dent, besides a large hole in his Michaelmas rent. But your fancy on rhyming so cursedly bent, with your bloody ounds in one stanza pent, does Jack's utter ruin at Picket prevent, for an answer in specie to yours must be sent, so this moment at Crambo, not shuffling, is spent, and I lose by this crotchet quatert, point, and kint, which you know to a gamester is great bitterment, but whisk shall revenge me on you, Bat, and Brent. Belcamp, the 1st of January, 1717. A left-handed letter, 1, to Dr. Sheridan. 1718. Delany reports it, and he has a shrewd tongue, that we both act the part of the clown and cow dung, we lie cramming ourselves, and are ready to burst, yet still are no wiser than we were at first. Pude hic opprobria, I freely must tell ye, it dici potius, it non potius refelli. Though Delany advised you to plague me no longer, you reply and rejoin like Hoadley of Bangor, too, I must now, at one sitting, pay off my old score, how many to answer? 1, 2, 3, or 4, but, because the 3 former are long ago past, I shall, for method sake, begin with the last. You treat me like a boy that knocks down his foe, who, ere the other gets up, demands the rising blow. Yet I know a young rogue, that, thrown flat on the field, would, as he lay under, cry out, Sirrah! Yield. So the French, when our generals soundly did pay them, went triumphant to church, and sang stoutly, Te Deum. So the famous Tom Lee, 3, when quite run aground, comes off by out laughing the company round, in every vile pamphlet you'll read the same fancies, having thus overthrown all our farther advances. My offers of peace you ill understood, friend Sheridan, when will you know your own good? 'Twas to teach you in modester language your duty, for, were you a dog, I could not be rude to ye, as a good quiet soul, who no mischief intends to a quarrelsome fellow, cries, let us be friends. But we like Antiphus and Hercules fight, the oftener you fall, the oftener you right, and I'll use you as he did that overgrown clown. I'll first take you up, and then take you down, and tease your own case, for you never can wound the worst dunce in your school, till he's heaved from the ground. I beg your pardon for using my left hand, but I was in great haste, and the other hand was employed at the same time in writing some letters of business. The 20th of September, 1718. I will send you the rest when I have leisure, but pray come to dinner with the company you met here last. Footnote 1. The humor of this poem is partly lost, by the impossibility of printing it left-handed as it was written. H. Footnote 2. Bishop of Bangor. For an account of him, see Prose Works v. 326. W.E.B. Footnote 3. Frequently mentioned by Swift in the Journal to Stella, Prose Works 2, especially p. 404. W.E.B. To the Dean of St. Patrick's in answer to his left-handed letter, since your poetic prancer is turned into cancer, I'll tell you at once, sir, I'm now not your man, sir, for pray, sir, what pleasure in fighting is found with a coward, who studies to traverse his ground? When I drew forth my pen, with your pen you ran back, but I found out the way to your den by its track, from thence the black monster I drew, O my conscience, and so brought to light what before was stark nonsense. When I with my right hand did stoutly pursue, you turned to your left, and you writ like a Jew, which, good Mr. Dean, I can't think so fair, therefore turn about to the right, as you were. Then if with true courage your ground you maintain, my fame is immortal, when Jonathan's slain, who's greater by far than great Alexander, as much as a teal surpasses a gander, as much as a gamecock's excelled by a sparrow, as much as a coach is below a wheelbarrow, as much and much more as the most handsome man of all the whole world is exceeded by Dan T. Sheridan. This was written with that hand which in others is commonly called the left hand. Oft have I been by poets told, that, poor Jonathan, thou growest old. Alas, thy numbers failing all, poor Jonathan, how they do fall. Thy rhymes, which whilom made thy pride swell, now jingle like a rusty bridle. Thy verse, which ran both smooth and sweet, now limp upon their gouty feet. Thy thoughts, which were the true sublime, are humbled by the tyrant, time, alas! What cannot time subdue? Time has reduced my wine and you, emptied my casks, and clipped your wings, disabled both in our mainsprings, so that of late we two are grown the jest and scorn of all the town. But yet, if my advice be ta'en, we two may be as great again. I'll send you wings, you send me wine, then you will fly, and I shall shine. This was written with my right hand, at the same time with the other. How does Melpy like this? I think I have vexed her. Little did she know, I was ambidexter. T. Sheridan. To Mr. Thomas Sheridan, Reverend and Learned Sir, I am teacher of English, for want of a better, to a poor charity school, in the lower end of St. Thomas's Street, but in my time I have been a Virgilian, though I am now forced to teach English, which I understood less than my own native language, or even than Latin itself. Therefore I made bold to send you the enclosed, the fruit of my muse, in hopes it may qualify me for the honor of being one of your most inferior ushers, if you will vouchsafe to send me an answer, direct to me next door but one to the Harrow, on the left hand in Crocker's Lane. I am yours, Reverend Sir, to command, Pat. Really. Scribimus indocti doctic poemata passim. Hor, Epist. 2, I. 117 AD amicum eruditum tomam Sheridan delicif, Sheridan, musarum, dulcissimis, sic tibi propitius permissi ad flumen Apollo occurrat, su termimum convivia rident, equivocosque sales spargis, sul uderia versu mals, Dick, Sheridan, quis nam fuit ildearum, quamali or natura auto tibi tradidit artem remundi genium purorum, atcima cerebri scrutandi. Tibi nascenti ad cunabula polus astitit, it dixit, mentis praesaga futuri, hu, pure in felix. Nostro subsidia natus, nam tu pectus eris sine corporis umbra, sed levitate umbram superbis, voce saccardum, musca fema, palmas tibi mus dedit, ardi crua. Corpor sed tenue tibi quod natura negavit, hoc animi dotes supplebunt, tic docent, nec longum tempus, surget tibi docta juventus, artibus egregiis animas instructa novellas. Grex hinc pionius venit, ecce, salutifer orbi, ast, illi causas orant, his insula visa ist divinum capiti nodo constrinc mitrum. Natalis tehori non fallent signa, sed usque conscius, expedias puros ulitus Apollo nascenti arisit, civilium frigidus horror satanae premit, aut subtum in flaveria trians. Quintu alt penitusque latentia semina cernis quaric diu obtundendo olim subluminis auras erumpent, promis, quo recusif pula sub sinea hestenoso pitos suscitat in uis. Te dominum agnosit quo cunc sub acanatus, quos indulgentis nimium custodia matris pescundat, nam sif vides instipite matrem. Aureus et ramus, venerandadina Sibylle, inii seds tantim pate fecit avernas, sif pure, turcum tetigit simul ora virga, it coelum, terrasque vide, noctem profundum. Ad te, doctissime delani, pulsus foribus decani, confugians ado querulam, pauper petens clientelam. Petibam swift doctum patronum, sed il dedit nullum dormum, nec cibum nec bonum. Quaris question mal sit stomacho num. Irritus vald latrat, crumenicideam firm patrat, quin ergo relevsi grottum, dato cibum, dato partum. ita in utrum vis oculum, dormium bibens vestrum poculum. Quaso, reverendivo, dignaris hanc epistolam inclusum cum versiculis pelagiaria, quam cum fastidio abscitit rispuebat decanus ill, in quam, lepidissimus it musarum it Apollinis comes. Reverendivo, de vestab benignitatit clementab in frigorit fame exanimatos, nisi persuasium essit nobis, hanc epistolam reverentii vestra non scripsism, quam perfecta, quinium meo es ingenio, in optimam acciperia partum nullus dubito. Sivit Boreas, mugiunt procelle, dentibus invitis maxilli bellum gerunt. NEC-, intestino deprelientibus tumultu visceribus, classicum sinat venta. Ea nostra ist conditio, hic nostra querula. Produ, emat hominum fidem, querili, qui ne libella nummi ist, dens, stomachum, viscera concessit natura, me Hercule, nostro ludibrium debens corpori, frustra laboravit a patra voluntario exilio, qui macrum ligon macriarim reddit agilum. Hac uscivasi, ad te, quasi ad asylum, confugians, cum nisi ben ntsssem saccara air potius, me Hercule, nec fors vestras pult, sim, nec limina tetigissim. Question m longam ita famelicus perigi. Nudus, Eginus, Isurians, Prorescens, Despectus, Mendicans, sunt lacrimae rerum it mentum conaria tangunt. In vibe nullum fuit salatium pretercium quod horatium, ubi macros in interdos versat, pelegi. Kittiae daps, Maecenatis convivium, ita me picturb pascens inani, sepius volvbam. Quid non mortalium pectora